Under the pitch-black sky, heavy rain poured down on the small wooden house standing alone in the schoolyard, dozens of zombies staggering through the pouring rain, mouths wide open, revealing terrifying, gaping maws. A zombie pounded on the door loudly, the knocking urgent, as if urging whoever was inside to open up quickly. From outside came a panicked scream, "It's me! Tronghang, they're coming! Please save me!" His desperate cry startled the female students curled under the desks, some clutching their heads. Trembling, others anxiously staring at the door, hearts pounding wildly. Deep back, a male student with a tense expression forced all his strength to block the door tightly. Deep back gritted his teeth, sweat beading on his forehead, silently thinking, "What should we do now?" Lin Wak-hee, worried and full of sympathy, placed her hand on her chest and said, "Let him in. Tronghang is our classmate. We can't abandon him. Hurry, open the door." But her words caused panic in the entire class. One classmate of Deep back's pale-faced shouted straight at Lee Nuok, "How? What the hell are you saying? The zombies are out there. Tronghang has definitely been bitten. We can't let him in." Lee Nuok Hai, as class president, frowned with dissatisfaction. "As class president, I can't abandon a classmate in danger. You all let him in quickly. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility." She pointed at the group with a firm voice. "Tronghang is still talking. He even shouted so loudly, which means he hasn't been bitten. How can you all just watch your friend die without feeling guilty?" A male student couldn't help but click his tongue impatiently. "I'll wait for him." Turning to Deep back, he ordered, "Deep back, I'll count to 3. You open the door for Tronghang and close it immediately." Deep back nodded with the trembling voice. "Okay, I'll count 1, 2, 3. Immediately, he yanked the door open. Tronghang rushed in like a gust of wind, but his eyes flashed a strange blue light, causing the whole class to scream in horror. Deep back's face went pale as he looked at Tronghang, whose rotten, wide-open mouth revealed a mad look. He shouted, "Tronghang, he's infected!" Lee Nuok Hai and the others panicked and scattered running. "Save me!" she screamed, grabbing a classmate beside her to use as a shield. Meanwhile, Deep back lay on the floor, desperately resisting the zombie in front of him. But unfortunately, its terrifying jaws bit hard into his hand, spraying fresh blood everywhere. Deep back screamed in pain, his body trembling. Suddenly, a series of fragmented memories flashed through his mind. The image of himself cutting off his virus-infected arm, blood flowing profusely, sweat pouring, and the scene of zombies rushing into the room, growling fiercely. Lee Nuok Hee, who always vowed to take responsibility, was now running desperately, shouting, "Get out of here fast!" Blood splattered everywhere, the city engulfed in huge flames, thick black smoke covering the sky. Those memories shifted from bright red to strange blue. Then she shaped them into a tiny black sphere. A figure in black with white hair holding a staff stood before him, speaking in a low voice. "Do you know what you're doing?" Beside them was a blonde girl and several others in black clothes. The image of an old man with silver hair lying on a strange machine appeared. He whispered, "Remember 2 things." The man in black flipped a switch. A thunderous sound echoed, and the last words rang in Deep back's ears, "Survive and take revenge." But all those memories merged into Deep back's schoolboy self. He opened his eyes wide and shouted, startled awake. A familiar voice pleaded in his ear, "Please let me in." Lee Nuok Hee, just like before, spoke urgently and quickly. "Let him in. As class president, I can't abandon friends in danger." Deep back stared in disbelief at the scene before him, silently thinking, Lee Nuok Hee is right. She's still just a student now. She yelled in frustration, "Are you all deaf? Let him in now. How can you all just watch your friend die without feeling guilty?" Deep back smirked with a cunning smile, thinking, How could I forget this day? Finally, I'm back." The time machine had activated, and he would change everything. His gaze turned cold, voice calm but provocative. "Oh, class president, I'm afraid Tronghang was bitten earlier. If you let him in, are you sure you can bear the consequences?" Lee Nuok Hai patted her chest confidently. "Did you actually see him get bitten?" "I'm the class president. If anything happens, I will take responsibility." Deep back smiled coldly. "Good." He stepped forward a few steps, reaching out in an inviting gesture. "Then, class president, you take responsibility for opening this door." Lee Nuok Hee froze, unable to believe her ears, shouted, "What did you say?" The female students hiding under the desks looked up with wide eyes at the teacher. Lee Nuok Hai pointed sharply at Deep back's face, her voice harsh. "Deep back, are you even a man?" "I'm just a girl, and you're making me open the door." Deep back curled his lips, glancing at her like she was a fool, his voice sarcastic. "What kind of girl are you? Why should I open the door for you? You only know how to boss people around like beasts of burden and then bask in all the glory." He looked at her with cold eyes full of determination and resentment. "I'm starting to wonder if you're a hypocrite, Lee Nuok Hai." Lee Nuok Hai screamed in rage. "Fine." She shoved Diepbak aside, her voice steel-hard. I don't need you. I'll do it myself. I'm not as cowardly as you. In her anger, she even turned on her brown-haired classmate, pushing him hard and yelling, Damn it, get out of the way. She grabbed the door handle and pulled it down forcefully. Immediately, Trung Hang rushed forward, slammed the door with a bang, throwing Lee Nuokai far back. The whole class screamed in horror as the wooden door crashed to the ground with a sharp bang. Lee Nuokai clutched her head in pain, groaning. She looked terrified at Trung Hang standing firm in the doorway, arms hanging loosely, his torn mouth revealing terrifying teeth and his glowing green eyes clearly infected. Trung Hang growled, his long tongue disgusting. The whole class trembled and shouted in unison, That's a zombie! Trung Hang is infected! Lai Nuok Hee panicked, grabbed a nearby classmate's shirt and screamed, Run! Run now! But the classmate replied with a trembling voice, The door is blocked. She didn't hesitate to push the classmate out as a shield, causing him to shout, What the hell are you doing? Don't push me! Diepbak rushed forward and kicked, causing Lai Nuok Hai to stumble and fall toward the zombie. Trung Hang immediately grabbed her, holding her tightly like a tasty meal. Just then, a bright red stick flew through the air, tightly gripped by Diepbak. He swung hard, striking the zombie's head, splattering black blood everywhere. The zombie still clung to Lai Nuok Hai, refusing to let go, making her panic, her face pale as paper. Diepbak watched this and just smirked, wearing a cold smile. Lee Nuok Hai fell to the ground with the zombie screaming for help. Diepbak, save me! But he only glanced at her with eyes full of contempt. Huh, bye Lin Lee Nuok Hee, you've bullied me all my life, but today everything's reversed. Ignoring her desperate cries, Diepbak lifted the wooden door, firmly closed it, and pushed hard to seal it tight as before. The classmates were stunned, stammering, Diepbak, you... He turned his head and glared at them coldly. Still standing there! Hurry and block the door. Despite their fear, everyone hurried to gather their things, shouting in unison, Let me help you! Me too. They rushed forward with Diepbak to firmly barricade the door, determined to keep the zombies out. Although their hands and feet were covered in mud, the classmates hurriedly dragged heavy objects, tables, chairs, bookshelves, to block the door tightly. Lee Nuok Hai panicked, banging loudly on the door, screaming, What are you all doing? Please let me in. Save me. I'm your class president. Why are you treating me like this? Her ear-piercing screams echoed, but the class, tense-faced, ignored her, focusing on pushing the furniture to block the door more securely. Lee Nuok Hee's continued cries for help only made everyone more terrified. No, don't come here, Hearing this, they pushed even harder, sweating profusely. Then suddenly silence fell and a blinding white light shone in from the window frame, illuminating pale faces. Diepbak's two classmates were panting as they blocked the door, anxiously asking, The class president's not making any sound anymore. Did she escape? Around them, whispers started. I didn't expect Diepbak to shove the class president outside. He even killed the zombie Trung Hang, so scary. They looked at Diepbak's determined back, the bloody red stick resting on his shoulder, looking majestic. One whispered, Isn't he usually very kind? Why do I feel like he's become a different person? Diepbak suddenly turned, his cold eyes sweeping over the two girls trembling in the corner. He smiled, his voice low. Oh, are you scared of me? The black-haired girl quickly shook her head, stammering, No, no! The blonde-haired boy who had just blocked the door looked at Diepbak gratefully. Diepbak, thank you. The class president almost shoved me into the zombie's mouth. Without you, I'd be dead. Two other classmates also spoke up, their voices full of resentment. She deserved to die. Lee Nuok Hai only saw us as human shields for the zombies. Luckily, Diepbak stopped it in time, otherwise the whole group would have turned into zombies long ago. She thinks she's some kind of saint. Diepbak sneered, a cold smile on his lips. Good thing you guys aren't afraid of me. He glanced at them calmly. Open the door so I can go out and check the situation. The whole class was stunned, their faces pale as if they misheard. You said what? Going outside. Diepbak explained leisurely, his tone full of sarcasm. I don't think kicking the class president outside to suffer out there is a good idea. I want to see if the class president is okay. They hurriedly tried to stop him, voices trembling. Don't joke around, it's not funny. Outside is full of zombies, it's really dangerous. But Diepbak roared, Get out of the way! The whole group startled and stepped back. Diepbak calmly removed each object blocking the door, gripping the red stick tightly, stepping outside with a proud posture. The classmates stood behind their eyes, both worried and amazed, watching his back disappear into the dazzling light outside. Diepbak stood in front of the small wooden house, his voice calm. The class president and Trung Hang, they're both gone. He raised his hand to shield his eyes from the sun. eyes scanning the silent schoolyard, whispering, "The sun's up now. The zombies must have all hidden away." The wooden door slammed shut behind him with a dry thud, as if even a second later the zombies would have rushed in. But it turned out what terrified the classmates inside was not the zombies, but Deepback himself, the one who just defeated the zombies and saved the class from danger. Inside, panicked whispers rang out, "Quick, block the door! Don't let him in. He's too crazy, too dangerous." He kicked the class president outside. "If he stays with us sooner or later, he'll push us all to be zombie bait. Look, he's about to become a murderer." Deepback heard every word, clearly turned around his sharp eyes like knives, scanning the wooden house through the window frame. The classmates thought he would knock and ask to come in, but Deepback just smirked indifferently and walked away, his back slowly fading into the distance. They were stunned, whispering excitedly, "Deepback, isn't he going to come back? Where is he going?" The blond boy frowned, his voice panicked. "Look!" Everyone turned their eyes outside, horrified to see Deepback walking straight toward a dried-up corpse with a blood-red face. A female student screamed, "That's a zombie! What is he going to do? Has he gone crazy?" The female zombie growled, but that weak roar meant nothing to Deepback, who was full of experience from his past life. Not only was he not afraid, he stepped closer, a cold smile spreading on his lips. "Just a mosquito." He gripped the red stick tightly and lunged forward like lightning. The classmates inside the wooden house gasped loudly, "What? He's charging straight at the zombie!" The female zombie growled, but Deepback didn't say a word, swinging the stick hard and smashing its head open, black blood splattering everywhere. He raised the stick high, shouting, "X!" Another hit struck the zombie's face, causing its eye to pop out and roll on the ground. Deepback fought more fiercely, repeatedly striking the monster's head with the stick, ignoring the blood splattering all over him. The classmates witnessing the horrifying scene whispered fearfully, "Deepback, he's crazy!" Finally, he stabbed the stick into the ground, panting from exhaustion, but his eyes remained cold and sharp. He reached into the shattered skull of the zombie and pulled out a shimmering green stone. Deepback raised it up, staring intently, a bright smile on his face. "Pfft, found it." Energy stone, the source of the apocalypse. The stone emitted faint green glows as if containing mysterious power, the material sustaining the apocalypse machine. Suddenly, from afar, a pair of rotting legs staggered toward Deepback. Heavy footsteps echoed in the silent space. Deepback turned his head, his cold eyes meeting an old hunched zombie with a long white beard glaring at him with cloudy eyes. Without hesitation, he tightened his grip on the red stick and charged like the wind with a precise strike. The old zombie's head split in two, black blood splattering everywhere. The classmates inside the wooden house gaped, stammering, "What the hell, Deepback?" He really tore through the zombies. The blond boy suddenly shouted like he discovered a clue. "That's right. He used to be so shy and timid. How come he's like this now?" They looked at each other, unable to believe their own guess. "He's been hiding it so well no one knows anything, not even his parents." A trembling voice interjected, "It's really scary. He just kicked the class president outside who knew he'd dare to do that." The brown-haired boy, eyes fixed on Deepback, madly smashing the old zombie's skull, whispered, "He's this strong. Maybe we should let him come back and help us deal with the zombies." The curly-haired guy immediately shouted to stop him. "What did you say? How dare you let that crazy guy come back here?" The brown-haired guy retorted, "So what do we do now? Without food, the whole group will starve to death." Suddenly, Deepback's red stick smashed the glass door, causing everyone inside to panic and scream. He looked at them, eyes sharp, voice low. "Classmates, why are you still helping those inside? Go outside and make a feast of those zombies. It's fun." The classmates trembled, faces drained of blood. Someone shouted, "Deepback, watch out!" Behind him, he turned to see a zombie staggering toward him. Unfazed, Deepback planted one foot and with the other delivered a kick to the zombie's groin, sending it flying away. Then he swung the red stick straight at the zombie's head with force. Black blood splattering, the zombie collapsed. Deepback casually wiped the blood from his face, spat, pretending to grimace. "This black liquid sticking to me is disgusting. Don't know if I'm infected or not." He glanced at the classmates with sarcasm. "At first I thought we could stick together, but maybe I'm doomed, so it's time to say goodbye. I don't mean to harm any of you." Deepback waved goodbye as he walked, voice gentle. "Hopefully we all survive. If so, see you next time." The two guys in the wooden house sweated nervously, stammering, "Deepback, is he really just leaving like that?" The group looked at each other silently. Bright sunlight shone down on the schoolyard. Deepback stepped onto the stairs, eyes fixed on the tall building in the distance. "Apocalypse," he whispered. "This is the beginning of the apocalypse era. Humanity below zombies staggering around. A virus has spread worldwide, turning 50% of the population into monsters. The economy politics? Everything has collapsed. The number of zombies keeps growing. People live in fear and despair, fighting for shelter, food, resources. The world is plunged into unprecedented chaos. Diepbach walked out of the school gate, eyes scanning the bleak, dark landscape. He whispered, "This is Professor Trung-Han Lee Nyuk-hee, zombie research, the class president who pushed me into the zombies to die. I was lucky to survive, but had to cut off my own arm. For 15 years, I endured hunger torture, hiding among trash piles full of waste. Until one day I met a mechanic who used his last bit of strength to build a time machine and sent me back to the first day of the apocalypse." Diepbach froze, hand touching the cold mechanical watch on his wrist. Now he walked step by step along the empty street where survivors hid watching secretly. Seeing Diepbach brazenly walking down the street, they whispered, "Is he even human? How can he walk around like nothing's wrong? Not afraid to die? He must have run out of food, hungry enough to go crazy." Watching Diepbach, the red stick slung over his shoulder, walking farther away, one suggested, "Should we call him back? It's dangerous out there." The other immediately opposed, "Are you crazy? It's full of zombies out there. Who knows if he's infected?" Diepbach passed through the zombies, calmly moving forward. The undead lifted their heads, howling terrifyingly. Suddenly, one spotted him, and the whole group rushed forward like hunting beasts. The blonde guy hiding panicked and shouted, "Zombies! They're charging straight at us." The guy next to him sneered, "Humph, who told him to go looking for food now? Stupid." But Diepbach was unfazed, a cold smile spreading across his lips. "Hey!" He swung the red stick with a single strike. The zombie's head shattered. The second hit smashed it to bits, black blood spraying everywhere. Not stopping, he delivered one more strong and decisive blow. Two men hiding nearby whispered in shock, "He just took down 3 zombies." On a high floor, someone gripped the curtain tightly, eyes full of hatred, watching Diepbach kill those zombies. It was none other than Lee Nyuk-hee. She gritted her teeth and growled, "Bastard! I'll kill you, just wait!" After the fierce fight, the zombies collapsed at Diepbach's feet. He panted, exhausted, covered in black blood. Before he could leave, a noise behind froze him in place, unable to move for 5 seconds. The shuffling footsteps of zombies sounded again. 3 more with stiff limbs staggered forward. They had lost all humanity, glowing blue eyes, gray-black skin, mouths wide open, ready to bite. Diepbach's face was pale from exhaustion, muttering, "Tisk, so tired." But when 3 zombies rushed at him, he quickly reacted and fled. In his mind, he cursed silently. "It's all my fault, made too much noise, attracted the whole bunch here. I'm screwed." Diepbach dashed off at lightning speed. His feet barely touched the ground, but the zombies behind clung like leeches. It was as if they were forged from metal, never tiring. The people inside this building looked through the broken glass and saw him rushing straight toward them, whispering urgently, "He's running this way. We have to find a way to save him, even though he's moving insanely fast." Diepbach left strange marks on the ground. Something stuck to his shoe soles, led the zombies relentlessly after him. He stopped in front of a small shop, slowed down, and pounded on the door loudly. His scratched, bleeding hand left red smears all over the door. He shouted hoarsely, "Please open the door! Let me in." The door camera was still recording clearly. Someone was inside, but no one answered. Diepbach leaned forward, using all his strength to plead, "I'm being chased by zombies. Please open the door." Inside the security room, a guy smoked a cigarette, smirking coldly. "Yeah, that guy's gone crazy. Who's stupid enough to open the door for him?" The blond man wearing a hat pretended to be clueless, squinting. "I'm blind, didn't see anything." The rolling shutter door stayed still, only inching up less than half a hand's width, as if teasing. Diepbach was speechless, hesitating. He knew hesitating any longer would cost him his life. Just then a zombie suddenly appeared. Its disgusting hand, like a broken broom, missing 2 fingers, pointed at him. Its mouth wide open, drool flowing. Diepbach didn't flinch at all. He threw a lightning-fast punch, knocking the zombie down in an instant. But before he could catch his breath, 2 more charged at him without hesitation. He threw the red stick, aiming for the head of the raging zombie, causing it to fall on top of the biter. The other couldn't wait any longer. Diepbach lay face down on the ground, rolled through a small gap under the rolling shutter door that had just been raised slightly. Luckily, he got inside just as the door slammed down, cutting off the zombies' screams outside. The door pounded loudly, but Diepbach just slumped down, gasping for breath, pretending not to hear. His whole body ached. He pushed himself up, thinking silently it was worse than meeting the king of hell. The people inside this building looked pale as they watched him through the glass, unable to believe what they had just seen. Diepbach, his face smeared with black blood, stood upright, his cold gaze challenging the chaotic world outside. In front of Diepbach was a treasure trove of groceries, shelves full of food enough to fill his empty stomach and fuel the fight against the zombies. A girl hiding under the table curiously sat up, wanting to see who was crying for help. What caught her eye was Deepback, the fearless young man standing tall under the bright sunlight shining through the nightclub sign. The henchman of the gang boss, who witnessed the whole scene, couldn't help but be amazed. A blond guy exclaimed, "You guys see that? That kid took down all those zombies." He panicked and turned to report to the boss. That student single-handedly killed 5 or 6 zombies and then rushed into the convenience store across the street. The scarred man sneered disdainfully. The world's in chaos out there, yet he's still calm like he's holding a beauty in his arms. Too cocky. Let's see what he can really do. The zombies didn't seem as strong as we thought, but more and more were gathering in front of the store like something was attracting them. The gang boss laughed sarcastically. "If that student can do it, then so can we." Deepbach sensed a scrutinizing gaze somewhere, smirked calmly. He heard rustling, glanced under the table, and said in a low voice, "Or maybe I know you're there, come out." The girl, startled, bowed her head, but still gripped the table edge tightly, revealing her presence. The air fell into a suffocating silence. Deepback sighed in frustration. "Don't make me take action." Then, like a skilled actor, he clutched his stomach, pretending pain. My wound is bleeding badly. Help me." The girl's eyes flashed with confusion, torn between fear and compassion. In the end, kindness won. She rushed out like a whirlwind, holding a medicine bottle, her thin shirt revealing many bandages plastered over her legs. But in her panic, she dropped the medicine bottle right in front of Deepback. He was quick as lightning, grabbed her hand and pulled her away. The girl, Ngunyi, struggled. Her face flushed red, shouting, "Let go! Let me go!" Her feeble strength was no match for Deepback. Her wide eyes showed clear embarrassment and panic. She awkwardly held tightly onto his shirt sleeve with one hand while trying to pull away with the other. The people in the store murmured at the scene, "Oh my God, what is this? Holding a young lady's hand like that, it's no wonder it causes misunderstandings." Deepback chuckled. Hey, don't worry, I'm not going to eat her. Give me the shutter remote." Ngunyi was still confused, looking at him with trembling hands, clutching his shirt, unsure what to do in this strange situation. Ngunyi's eyes shimmered as if about to cry, her innocent, guiltless face pretending to be puzzled. "Which remote?" Even though she was clearly gripping it tightly, refusing to let go. With the strength of a strong man, Deepback insisted, "I said give it here now." Then he shouted and finally snatched the device, releasing his grip. Ngunyi instinctively fell forward, bracing her hands on the ground, then hurriedly ran behind the cabinet to hide, but still peeked at him curiously. Deepback climbed onto the shelf. "Why make such a loud noise that easily attracts zombies?" she whispered with tears about to fall, her voice full of worry. Deepback glanced at her and sneered disdainfully. "Stupid, you actually believed that?" "There's no way I'm that foolish. Sooner or later we'll be herded by zombies like chickens anyway." Outside, the apocalyptic atmosphere was heavy, thick black clouds covering the sky, creating a gray backdrop. Rain began falling in small drops, gradually turning into a heavy downpour over the familiar small street. The 3-story building was soaked in the bleak rain, the cold air chilling to the bone. Inside the small bedroom, Ngunyi wore only a thin, oversized shirt. Her small body was covered in bandages. Kanyan knelt beside the bed, busy opening the first aid kit carefully to bandage Deepback's wounds. His arm was amputated at a section, blood soaking through the bandages, but Ngunyi patiently wrapped another layer, making a neat little bundle. Deepback lay on the bed, his face pale, cold sweat streaming down from pain. He gritted his teeth, afraid to make a sound for fear the noise would attract zombies. Seeing him trembling, Ngunyi nervously explained, "I've finished bandaging your wound." Deepback weakly smiled, his voice trembling. "Thank you for saving me." Hearing that, Ngunyi's small face brightened with an innocent smile. Her hands and shirt sleeves were stained with his blood, but she didn't mind quickly closing the first aid kit, saying, "It's very dangerous outside. My father told me to stay put in this store." She hugged the kit and turned to leave, not forgetting to say, "Rest now, I'll get food for you." Deepback watched her go with sincere, grateful eyes. "Thank you," he said again. Ngunyi's small figure gradually disappeared behind the door. He kept staring without blinking until the door shut. Deepback closed his eyes and gave a bitter smile. What a kind girl. Only she dared to open the door for me. Otherwise, I would have died from blood loss or been torn apart by zombies already. He sank into the pain but felt a rare warmth flicker inside amidst the chaotic apocalypse. Suddenly, from downstairs, Ngutudu's terrified scream shattered the silence. "What do you want to do?" Deepback, lying on the second-floor bed near the hallway, was startled by the shocking yell. He strained his ears, heart pounding. Heavy footsteps echoed. Two large shoes covered in mud rainwater and fresh blood dragged across the floor. A burly man appeared. His rough face had a long scar running from his ear down to his collarbone. He gave a gruesome smile. "Thanks for opening the door for us." Little Ngu-Tu-Du's face turned pale, her eyes wide with horror, voice trembling. "Weren't you starving to death?" The leader, wearing a tank top, his body covered in scars, was the boss of this gang. He and two skinny henchmen stood blocking the way, blocking the light at the door. Ngu-Tu-Du panicked and collapsed to the ground. He sneered wickedly. "Thanks for opening the door. All your food from now on belongs to us." The henchmen behind him sneered too, their eyes full of malice. In despair, Ngu-Tu-Du shouted, "Go away. My father will be back soon." But her words carried no weight. The boss stepped forward, roughly grabbed her chin, and sneered. "We met the old man and used him as bait for the zombies." He looked at her innocent face with lustful eyes, licking his lips. "Now it's just us. No one to bother us. Let's start the game." Facing the disgusting face, Ngu-Tu-Du moved closer, only able to cry out in despair. Tears streamed down pupils, shrinking in fear. The gang's eerie laughter grew louder, drowning out the thunderclaps. The main door was slammed shut and the room was plunged into thick darkness. A flash of lightning illuminated the silhouette of the beasts disguised as humans, mercilessly attacking the little girl. Deep back hid in the corner of the hallway, helplessly witnessing the bloody scene. He trembled, biting his lip tightly, using his other hand to cover his mouth, trying not to make a sound. The desperate scream of Ngu-Tu-Du echoed, then the small figure fell onto the cold tile floor. The frail arm hung limp, fresh blood pouring out. A kind-hearted girl, too naive, was slaughtered by a gang of thugs. Deep back hid in the shadows, only knowing fear, not daring to speak. That scene was etched deeply in his heart, becoming a haunting shadow forever. Deep back returned to the present under the cold shower, standing motionless. Water soaked his body, thick hair hanging down, covering his pale, resentful face. "This time I have to save her," he whispered, his eyes dark determination firm in his heart. A plan began to form. "First I have to show her the dark side of the apocalypse, even if she sees me as a devil or a villain." The cold water kept flowing as the fire of revenge inside him blazed fiercely unstoppable. He was lost in a tangle of thoughts. Deep back was startled by the rapid knocking on the small hand outside the door. He immediately changed his tone to a harsh scold. "Why are you knocking? Don't bother me while I'm showering." Ngu-Nyi, the innocent little girl of this life, was startled by the sudden shout, nearly dropping the white shirt she was holding. Deepback stammered in a weak voice, "I'm sorry. I saw your clothes were dirty, so I brought you a new set." Hearing her soft, trembling voice, Deepback almost softened but gritted his teeth to keep a cold appearance. He glanced toward the door, pretending to be grumpy. "TCH, I left my clothes outside, now go away." Ngu-Nyi stood outside, her face full of hurt, not understanding why he suddenly snapped. She quietly replied, "Okay," then silently placed the shirt down inside the bathroom. Deepback bowed his head so the water flowed from his hair down his furrowed face, sighing, "How can such a weak girl survive in the apocalypse?" He lifted his head, strong arms brushing his hair back so the water droplets ran down his face. Eyes closed, he enjoyed the clean water washing away the dirt of the apocalypse. "Feels so good," he murmured. "It's been so long since I've showered like this." With zombies increasing, the water source would soon be contaminated. Maybe in a few days this place will be cut off from water. After saying that, he pressed the button and the water stopped flowing from the faucet. Deepback stepped out of the shower, wrapped a thin towel around himself, drying the water still in his hair. Sparkling droplets rolled down his firm skin, the body full of vitality of an apocalypse teenager. Luckily, this store still had plenty of water and food reserves to hold out for a while. He thought, his eyes scanning the next room which needed supplies and weapons. Unconsciously, he stopped in front of the mirror, the image of a youthful, vibrant teenager appearing. Deepback touched his chin proudly. "Being this young is truly memorable." He raised his intact arm, different from his past life, feeling his toned muscles, chuckling to himself. Smooth skin, no back pain, no aching legs. Youth is wonderful. But when his hand slid down to his stomach, he frowned with regret. "TCH, where did my six-pack go? Gotta train it again." Deepback flung open the bathroom door, his attitude turning serious again. He glanced at the women's clothes hanging on the wall, picked up the nearby pristine white shirt, speechless. At this moment, Ngu-Nyi was preparing food in the storage room, startled by the angry shout. "Why did you bring me girls' clothes, you stupid kid? How am I supposed to fight zombies wearing this?" Ngu-Nyi's face flushed red, standing awkwardly, not knowing how to respond to Deepback's sudden anger. In another corner of the dark alley, a 2-story tall building was tightly shut, the crooked signboard above swaying as if about to fall. Inside a dim room, two female students in thin cheongsams huddled on the floor, their faces showing extreme fear. In the middle of the room, a burly man with a fierce face wearing sunglasses and a tank top revealing a long scar from shoulder to collarbone was the gang leader who killed Ngutudu in the past life. He slung a knife over his shoulder, grinning wickedly, calling his scruffy-haired henchmen to gather in front of him. His voice was authoritative, like a superior giving orders. "This place has booze and food, but it won't last long. We need to build a survival base to deal with the apocalypse." Suddenly, he shouted, waving the knife out the window. "So we'll leave, clear out the zombies, then take over the convenience store across the street. Then we'll have an abundant food supply." The henchman looked in the direction he pointed, seeing the staggering zombies on the street. To encourage them, the boss sneered with a sarcastic tone full of innuendo. "If I remember correctly, besides that kid, there's only a cute little lolly girl in that store." His words were like pouring fuel on the fire, making the underlings' eyes light up, saliva dripping with excitement as they shouted. He waved his knife, pointing straight ahead. "Brothers, go kill zombies, loot all the food, and take down that lolly girl." The whole group got pumped up, gripping their weapons tightly, charging out the door, fiercely eager for a real feast. On the other side at the convenience store, the main door was locked tight. A few male and female zombies lurked around, occasionally banging on the door, howling to rush in and find survivors inside. The sound of strong footsteps echoed from a pair of neat shoes. Ngutudu curled up on a swivel chair in front of the computer, munching on a snack pack. Hearing the noise, she looked up. Deep back, after changing into a new outfit, looked unusually sharp. Draping a vest over his shoulder, he walked up to her, his face cold as he began scolding the silly kid again. "Come here, I have something to ask." Ngunyi hid under the desk, poking her head out, bewildered at him. Deep back's sharp appearance stunned her, but his expression quickly turned serious as he asked, "You live here alone? Where's your family?" Ngunyi lifted her head, eyes timid. "My grandpa went out to find food and fuel, but hasn't come back yet." Suddenly, Deep Back slammed his hand on the table, deliberately putting on a threatening gangster act, bullying an innocent girl. "How dare an innocent little girl open the door for me when she's home alone? Aren't you afraid I might hurt you?" Ngunyi's face turned pale, panicking as she collapsed into the chair, stammering, "But you said you're hurt." "I saw you covered in blood, looking weak." Deepback frowned, yelled loudly, "Did you see those zombies chasing me? Do you know what's going on outside?" shouted in her face. Ngunyi trembled instinctively, clutching her head in fear as if about to be hit, stammering, I know I saw zombies on the TV." Though reluctant to scare her more, Deepback grimaced, pushed his hair back coldly, said, "A weak, innocent girl like you will sooner or later get eaten by bad guys. I have my reasons for not killing you right now." He squinted at her half-jokingly. "Being alone is lonely, no one to serve you," then pointed at her face and shouted, "Listen carefully from now on, follow my orders, no arguing, or I'll kill you immediately." The apocalyptic sky remained gray and gloomy, but luckily the bar sign and the technician hanging beside it stopped working due to the power running out. Outside, zombies gathered in large numbers, bearing fangs and claws, mouths wide with sharp, blood-stained teeth, their eerie, glowing blue eyes flashing. From elderly to children, men to women, all showed a mad, frenzied appearance. A soaked gangster was immediately spotted by zombies and became fresh prey. He only managed a desperate scream before falling and being ripped apart by the horde. The sight of their comrade being torn apart terrified the remaining gangsters into freezing, too scared to move. One trembling member asked, "What's going on? Why have the zombies suddenly become so aggressive?" A companion observing replied, "Maybe they're different from the zombies that kid killed." Seeing his underlings lose spirit, the boss realized the situation was bad and growled, "Shut up, focus, or we all die right now." But just as he shouted, a skinny, red-haired, pale-faced man panicked and ran. "Too scary, run!" Before he could get far, the boss grabbed his hair and yanked him back. The rest froze, staring at him, gritting their teeth, as the boss threw the redhead like a bag of trash toward the zombies. The zombies, smelling blood, lunged to tear the redhead apart helplessly, howling, "Brother Giet, why are you doing this to me?" But the boss ignored him, standing back-to-back with a few remaining underlings, chopping at the zombies surrounding them. He swung his knife to decapitate one, gritting his teeth, as the zombie numbers grew and he couldn't kill them all. His pale eyes behind sunglasses narrowed tightly, cursing and shouting to retreat quickly. Two underlings immediately turned around and fled. The zombies chased after them like a raging wave. At the convenience store, as the zombies were distracted to another direction, the surroundings became strangely quiet with no sign of any undead inside. Ngunyi's bare feet slipped into a pair of sandals and she gently stepped up the stairs, holding a steaming cup of instant noodles she just cooked, the aroma spreading. Ngutu-Du stood at the door, mustering all her courage to enter, seeing Diepbak sitting in the director's chair, fingers fiddling with a blue marble. His expression serious, as if deep in thought, she quietly said, "Here's your noodles." Seeing he didn't respond, she placed the tray of noodles on the table and picked up the hot water kettle. "Is this the hot water you wanted?" Diepbak glanced at her, instantly shifting to a fierce expression, frowning tightly as he clenched the jade in his hand, coldly ordering, "All right, you don't need to stay here anymore. Get out. Don't come in unless I call you." Hearing that, Ngu let out a small sigh, cautiously backing out and carefully closing the door. The door clicked softly, sealing the room, leaving Diepbak alone. He quickly opened the noodle cup lid, revealing golden noodles soaked in rich sauce with a packet of vegetables and seasoning floating atop, releasing a mouth-watering aroma. The steam spread through the room, stimulating the appetite. Diepbak broke the plastic spoon in half to make a simple eating tool, unable to hold back any longer. He discarded his fierce demeanor and bent down to slurp each spoonful of noodles like a starving tiger, ignoring the hot steam on his face. The flavor of the noodles melted in his mouth, the rich sauce bursting on his tongue. He silently thought that during the apocalypse, this dish was both precious and delicious beyond compare. After finishing a bite, Diepbak leaned back in his chair, feeling warm, still holding the noodle cup satisfied, as he said, "They don't know, but in a few years a cup of noodles will become the most luxurious thing." He shouted with joy, truly amazing this familiar flavor. But outside the window, zombies growled in a line. The noise moved inside, and Diepbak, engrossed in enjoying his meal, immediately noticed, "Why is it so noisy outside?" It's been like this for a while. Suddenly, a stone was thrown hard at the window glass, shattered into fragments, flying all over the room. Diepbak startled and turned his head. His pupils shrank in fear as a large, rough hand grabbed the broken window frame, trying to climb in. It was Dai-Ka-Geet, the one who broke the glass wearing his familiar golden chain headband. Half his muscular body was climbing to the second floor, shouting, "Damn zombies are after me!" Seeing Diepbak sitting there, still holding his noodle cup, he shouted, "Kid, come here and pull me up! Not listening to me. If you don't come now, I'll kill you." The arrogant attitude of his old enemy made Diepbak frown, his face darkening. He glanced at him with cold eyes, then casually picked up the hot water kettle on the table and approached Dai-Ka-Geet. Seeing Diepbak holding the kettle, somewhat trembling, feeling uneasy. "What's wrong? Why are you holding the kettle?" Before he could understand, Diepbak opened the kettle lid and poured the scalding hot water directly onto him, the heat and burning pain spreading immediately. The hand gripping the window frame was burned red, and the pain shot straight to the brain. Dai-Ka-Geet screamed miserably, instinctively wanting to pull his hand back, but being on the second floor, pulling back would mean falling straight down to the zombies waiting to tear him apart below. Dai-Ka-Geet's large body wobbled on the window ledge, about to fall into the abyss full of zombies beneath him. Diepbak showed no mercy, murderous intent blazing as he poured the rest of the hot water onto him, a cruel smile spreading on his lips. His eyes looked like a demon's wanting to kill me. "You think you stand a chance? I'll deal with you first." Just then, a small force tugged at Diepbak's arm. Two small hands hidden in an oversized shirt tried hard to pull him back. It was Ngu. She had somehow slipped into the room. Though terrified, she trembled as she pleaded for him to stop. "Please let him in, don't hurt him." Her eyes sparkled with both pity and determination. Dai-Ka-Geet, hanging onto the window outside, was stunned by the girl's kindness. An indescribable feeling crept into his heart, mixed with a bit of regret for his original intention to harm her. But Diepbak saw Ngu still naively wanting to save the enemy. Narrowing his eyes angrily, his gaze cold as ice. His voice lost all warmth. "Step aside. I told you not to come near without permission." She didn't even know who this guy was. Ngu refused to give in. Her eyes brimmed with tears as she fought back sobs and firmly said, "My father said never to hurt others." Her words brought an eerie silence to the room. The two men-killers, without remorse, inadvertently stared at the tiny girl. Diepbak lost patience and shouted, "Are you stupid? Let him in. Aren't you afraid he'll kill you?" Before he could say more, Dai-Ka-Geet from outside the window hurriedly put on the friendliest face possible, eyes curved in a smile to win favor. No. I swear I won't do that. I'm just hungry looking for food, then got chased by zombies, so I climbed up here." He spoke and smiled, trying to calm Diepbak, but while both were distracted, he secretly placed one foot on the trapdoor. Half his body was about to enter the room. Outside, zombies roared and reached out, trying to pull him down to tear him apart. Seeing more and more zombies, Dai-Ka-Geet lowered his voice, pretending to be pitiful. "Please let me stay. I'll leave as soon as the zombies disperse." Ngunyi's compassion rose again. looking at Deepback with pleading eyes, begging him not to hurt him. Deepback cursed silently in his heart. Damn it to all 18 generations of ancestors. Quickly stepped forward to block her view. Should have pushed him down earlier for the zombies to deal with. What do you think? His eyes flicked towards the window, but he couldn't push him out right away. But the sharp paper-cutting knife on the desk caught his attention. A plan flashed in his mind. Just as neither of them noticed, Big Brother Giet had climbed right into the room. The sound of shoes hitting the tile floor echoed with a thud. He stood upright, a sinister smile curling at the corner of his mouth, voice full of hidden meaning. Thanks for letting me in. Big Brother Giet's fierce face glared at the two small figures before him. His burly frame blocked the light from the window. One hand covered with burn blisters, but his eyes still clearly showed his desire to devour the two prey. He growled threateningly, "Wherever I am, that's my turf. Anyone who resists will die." His fierce demeanor terrified Nguyen to death. The little girl never expected the big uncle she just saved to turn hostile so quickly. The gray sky grew even darker. Black clouds gathered. The crooked technician sign outside the door trembled as if about to collapse. Outside, the zombies gathered, densely blocking the path, howling, wanting to break in. At the entrance, two of Big Brother Giet's henchmen struggled to hold the wooden door against the zombies. Pushed back, but the pressure from the undead was too great. They couldn't hold out much longer. One panicked man shouted, "Zombies are breaking the door! We can't hold here anymore. What do we do?" The bald man growled with a hateful glare, "It's all Big Brother Giet's fault. If it weren't for his crazy idea, we would have been safe here for a whole month." The other helplessly replied, "After Big Brother Giet was separated by the zombies, I don't know where he went." This angered the bald man. He sneered, "I saw him climb up to the second floor of the convenience store. Don't care anymore. Let him die already, that's better." Their situation was now desperate. Protecting themselves was hard enough, plus two weak schoolgirls cowering in fear on the chairs over there. The zombies grew more ferocious. 6 glowing blue eyes slammed against the door, making the sturdy wooden door start to creak unbearably. The bald man's face paled. "Damn it, the zombies keep getting more numerous. The door is about to burst." He glanced at the two girls trembling while hugging each other. He shouted loudly, "Hey, stop crying! Come here and block the door!" The shout startled the two girls. They quickly stood up and rushed to hold the door. The hot figure in a crimson cheapao blocking the door made the bald man grit his teeth, eyes flashing with lust. Since before Big Brother Giet arrived, I've wanted to enjoy them. What a pity. He glanced toward the window, silently calculating. Now the only way was to run out to the balcony, have them block the door, then slip away. Under the dim light, Big Brother Giet smiled wickedly. His cunning eyes scanned the cramped room inside the convenience store. The scene was strangely quiet because the zombies had been lured to the bar across the street, leaving the entrance deserted. But on the second floor, his massive figure blocked the light from the window, casting a terrifying shadow. As he stepped in, he smiled with satisfaction, seeming ready to swallow the two small figures before him whole. He licked his lips, voice smooth but full of malice. "Little girl, you're really cute. I said I wouldn't kill. Do you really think I wouldn't?" He stepped forward, his rough hand reaching out to grab Nguyen. Seeing the girl trembling in fear, his eyes narrowed and his smile grew more lecherous. "I really want to pamper you. Train you to be my toy. I'll spare your life." Suddenly he growled, his eyes blazing red, glaring at Deepback. "You bastard! You dared to pour hot water on my hand. You think you'll live long, don't you? Using you as bait for the zombies wouldn't be so bad." He gritted his teeth, his scarred face twisted with rage. "But I'll make you die a more painful death. I'll crush your manhood, cut off each limb, and throw you to the zombies so you can feel the pain slowly." Facing his fury, Deepback remained calm. His hand tightly gripped the paper-cutting knife. His fingers glided lightly over the sharp blade, ready to confront. Just at the tense moment, like a stretched string about to snap, Eunice suddenly spoke with a trembling but courageous voice. "Sir, my family owns this store." She raised her head, her wide eyes trying to maintain calm. "The first floor has plenty of food for everyone. There's spicy candy, chocolate instant noodles, gins, bear cookies." As soon as the words were spoken, the gang leader's eyes flashed with greed like a starving wolf spotting a fat prey. Deepback listened to Eunice's carefree reveal of the precious food stash and could only look at her with a helpless mix of sympathy and worry. She was basically handing over bait to the enemy, he thought silently. His heart pounded wildly in his chest, but Eunice, with her innocence, didn't realize the danger and still smiled naively. Everyone could eat together, and once full, they wouldn't worry anymore but be happy. Noticing Eunice's naivety, the gang leader's eyes grew even more furious. His pupils burned red as if wanting to incinerate him. He growled hoarsely, "Damn it, you dare challenge me!" As soon as he finished, the greedy fire in his eyes blazed even fiercer. Suddenly, rage erupted. He lunged forward like a predator, his rough hand reaching out to grab Yu-Ni's shoulder. He shouted, "You damn brat!" Just as his muscular arm was about to touch her, deep back flashed in front of Yu-Ni like lightning. With a decisive move, he swung a paper-cutting knife. The sharp blade sliced off the filthy fingers that were about to touch the girl. Yu-Ni was utterly terrified, screaming, her eyes tightly shut, her whole body trembling as she looked at her 3 stubby fingers. The gang leader roared miserably, clutching his bleeding wrist with his other hand, face twisted in pain. Seizing the opportunity, Diepbak reversed the knife in his hand. His cold eyes lowered into a fighting stance, ready to stab again into the bulky enemy's body. The aura from him made the gang leader instantly alert. His eyes flashed a vicious gleam, as sharp as a blade. His intact hand grabbed Diepbak's wrist tightly. Gritting his teeth, he growled, trying to push the shining blade away from his neck. Diepbak, undeterred by pain, poured all his strength into stabbing through the villain to send him to his ancestors. Yu-Ni witnessed the horrific scene, her face pale body trembling, while the gang leader struggled fiercely with Diepbak. The girl suddenly reacted when he delivered a strong kick to Diepbak's stomach, causing him to fall. Yu-Ni quickly grabbed a hot water bottle and threw it straight at the giant. Diepbak was sent flying by the kick, his skinny body slammed hard onto the tiled floor. The pain spreading from front to back made him groan, his head spinning. After throwing the bottle, Yu-Ni was also knocked down by the gang leader. Her head hit the edge of the bed hard and she collapsed. The gang leader, clutching his bleeding arm, trembled as he stepped forward, eyes flashing madness. He raised his stubby hand, smiling grotesquely. "You bastard, after all these years, you're the only one who dares to piss me off. Go die!" Diepbak struggled to get up to continue fighting, but the sharp pain from his ribs, probably broken from the recent kick, made him tremble helplessly. The gang leader stepped forward and stomped hard on Diepbak's foot. The crushing force made him feel like the world was spinning, and he screamed miserably. Still, Diepbak raised his head, his eyes showing no sign of submission. The gang leader stood towering before him, roaring, "Before I kill you, I want to ask one thing. How did you kill those zombies so easily while we couldn't? Killing people is easy, but why are zombies so tough?" Despite the pain, Diepbak smiled mockingly. "Want to know? Call me Grandpa and I'll tell you!" His unyielding attitude made the gang leader boil with rage. He yelled, "Are you tired of living?" The fury inside the gang leader flared up like a blazing fire. He stopped stomping on Diepbak's foot and aggressively aimed at his body, roaring, "If you don't talk, I'll stomp you to death." Diepbak was in extreme pain. Instinctively, he raised his hands to shield his chest so she could defend. Yu-Ni regained composure, witnessing him being tortured to near exhaustion by the giant. Her face, pale body stiff, not daring to move, but the gang leader didn't stop relentlessly delivering cruel kicks to Diepbak's head. He gritted his teeth and endured, using his hands to block the blows despite the pain that made him clench his jaw tightly. I originally wanted Ngu to learn a lesson from this situation, but the price was too high. In the end, unable to bear it, I shouted helplessly, "Fine, fine, stop, I'll tell you!" I gave in. The big boss sneered victoriously, stepped forward, grabbed Diepbak by the collar, lifted him up, growling, "Hurry up, I'll make your death easier." As he leaned in to hear the zombie-killing secret, Diepbak suddenly spat a mouthful of foul blood straight in his face. If his men found out about this, it would definitely be an incomparable humiliation. The big boss angrily screamed, "You damn bastard!" Killing intent exploded. He threw Diepbak like a stuffed animal against the wall. The force of the throw was so strong that Diepbak crashed into a rack, causing it to collapse. He hit the floor hard, dizzy and aching all over, but the big boss showed no mercy. He stepped forward and stomped with a steel-hard boot straight into Diepbak's chest. The terrible pain made him spit out a mouthful of blood. His fists clenched, veins bulging across his face. His eyes reddening with bloodshot veins spreading over the whites, he yelled, "You dare challenge me!" As Diepbak struggled to sit up, the big boss aggressively jumped and stomped hard on him, his face dark like a burning ember. "You like to joke, huh? I'll grant your wish." The more he stomped, the more frenzied he became, blood flowing, only fueling his madness. He laughed savagely while beating, "Die, just die!" Just as Diepbak was nearly unable to resist, Ngu trembled but gathered all her courage, picked up a paper-cutting knife from behind, rushed forward with a face full of killing intent, and stabbed the sharp blade hard into the big boss's collarbone, catching him completely off guard. The man who once looked down on her took the full force of the knife. His eyes widened in shock. He turned around and growled, "What the hell?" But immediately he swung his hand fiercely, knocking Ngu sprawling onto the bed behind. The blow was so brutal The big boss, maddened by pain, pulled the knife from his shoulder blade, gushing out, shouting, "You little bitch! I'll kill you all!" But despite exhaustion, Diepbak grabbed a wooden stick, rushed from behind, and with all his remaining strength, slammed it hard into the giant's nape. The big boss cried out in pain, spat blood, then collapsed unconscious onto the floor, mouth agape. Diepbak wearily dropped the stick, gasping for breath, his whole body trembling. He looked at the big boss lying motionless on the floor, his eyes still flashing caution, but his body nearly spent. Ngunyi witnessed the scene in utter panic, voice trembling. Is he dead?" She looked down at the big boss lying motionless, then looked down at her own blood-stained hands. Horrified, she whispered, I've killed someone." Despite the pain, Diepbak placed a hand on the trembling girl's shoulder, his voice calm and reassuring. "Hey kid, it's okay. Dealing with scum like him, you did the right thing." Ngunyi lowered her head, choking up. "But I wanted to save him. Why did he become like that? I don't think he's a bad person." Diepbak noticed the big boss was still barely breathing and immediately shouted, "This bastard isn't dead yet. What are you babbling about? Get out!" Ngunyi, confused, repeated, "He's not dead yet." She shouted anxiously, "Then go save him quickly." Diepbak lost it, grabbed her collar, pushed her outside, slammed the door, and growled through the crack. "I've never met someone as dumb as you. Get out!" Then he locked the door tightly, his face showing clear irritation. "She really pissed me off this time," he muttered coldly, looking down at the big boss lying like trash on the floor. "This bastard has dirtied my room." Without hesitation, Diepbak grabbed the man's leg and dragged him toward the window. Using what strength he had left, he struggled to lift the big boss onto the windowsill, then kicked hard, sending him falling straight down from the second floor. Diepbak coldly watched the huge body hit the ground with a sickening thud. The sound echoed, attracting the nearby zombies. They swarmed like moths to the big boss's inert body. He seemed to sense the danger and tried to wake, but it was too late. The zombies lunged, biting and tearing his body amid pitiful screams. Diepbak stood above, still calm, muttering coldly, "If I had a better knife, I'd have cut off all your limbs before throwing you down." Suddenly, a piercing scream came from afar, startling him as he looked toward the building across. He saw one of the boss's henchmen hanging off the balcony, his face filled with panic. The zombies below were reaching out toward him. The henchman shouted, "Don't come here!" Diepbak called out unemotionally. "Hey!" The henchman turned his head, eyes desperate, yelling from the building across, "Is anyone else alive?" He stammered in reply, no one else is inside. Only the zombies tearing each person apart remain. We blocked the door, but someone let go. Then the zombies rushed in, and all of them bit. After saying that, he turned to beg. Can you come over here and help me? Save me and let me stay at your place, please." Diepbak coldly refused without hesitation. "No, I can't. If you don't want to die a miserable death like him, look down below. I'm warning you now, take care of yourself." The henchman looked down and saw the zombies clawing at the boss's body, his face turning pale with fear, unable to utter a word. He swallowed hard, mustered all his courage, then pushed himself with all his strength to jump to the balcony of the next building. Luckily, the jump succeeded. His foot touched the railing. His whole body clung tightly, staggering but finally standing firm. From afar, Diepbak coldly observed with eyes sharp as a knife. He muttered in disdain, despising those zombies. "Not wiping out trash like you is truly regrettable. Don't let me catch you again." Soon it grew darker. The zombies still lurked everywhere. Horrifying moans echoed. Diepbak was no longer standing by the window. He stepped to the room's door and reached to open it. As he opened, he caught sight of Ngunyi curled up in the corner, her face full of fear. "Why are you still sitting here?" Ngunyi's eyes trembled as she glanced past his feet into the room, noticing the bloodstain stretching from the floor to the window frame. Diepbak saw her staring intently and coldly said, "Stop looking." He went to meet the elders already. Ngunyi, innocent and confused, asked, "Has he escaped?" Diepbak sighed sarcastically. "In that condition, does he look like he could escape? Unless he's Sun Wukong." Hearing this, Ngunyi fell silent, seemingly beginning to realize the truth. She lowered her head. Han's limp voice choked. "Why did you have to kill him? Even if he was bad, he still had a chance to start over and become a good person." Hearing this, Diepbak angrily slammed his hand against the wall behind her, startling Ngunyi. He growled, "You stupid girl. Have you read the story of the farmer and the snake? He was a scoundrel. If you saved him, he'd definitely kill you. His anger reached its peak, and I'm just like him. Humans have to kill each other to survive in this era. This is the apocalypse. The law no longer exists." Hearing the word apocalypse, Ngunyi stammered in fear. Apocalypse. Diepbak didn't want to waste any more words, turned away, and muttered, "It's such a waste of time talking to a fool like you. I just finished bathing, and now I have to bathe again. My whole body aches." Seeing him leave, Ungunyi hurried to stand and quietly follow, but after a few steps, she staggered as if slipping. Deep back had a bad feeling, quickly turned back, and hurriedly caught the girl who was collapsing on the stairs. He panicked, holding her in his arms, calling out loudly, "Kid, are you okay?" With a worried expression, Diepbak quickly carried Ngunyi back to the room and placed her on the bed. He muttered anxiously, "Maybe she got hurt from that hit earlier. Why don't I see any bruises?" He placed his hand on her forehead, feeling the heat. She had a fever. Diepbak immediately turned to the medicine cabinet behind him, hoping to find some medicine. There must be some medicine somewhere, he told himself, eyes full of determination. Diepbak searched through each drawer, his face full of worry. He muttered, "When I first met her, she was weak, like she'd been sick for a long time. It happened so long ago I can't remember." After searching for a while, he cheered, "Great, found it." But when he opened the medical box, he froze. Inside, besides medical supplies, there was a neat pink notebook. Diepbak took it curiously, flipping it open, and couldn't help but be surprised. "What is this?" he wondered. It was a notebook recording donation lists, along with Ngunyi's heartfelt notes. A sheet of paper clipped inside read, "Today I didn't feel any pain at all. I even encouraged and cheered on a little kid in the next bed. The doctor said with everyone's help I could confidently continue treatment. So I also want to become a good person in the future." Diepbak opened another paper, which turned out to be a medical record. He glanced at Ngunyi lying on the bed, murmuring, "This kid." When reading to the end of the file, he was shocked to discover she had leukemia. He gently rolled up her sleeve. Seeing the many bandages on her arm, even on her thigh, looking at the kid, his voice mixed with reproach and sorrow. "Why didn't you tell me, kid?" Only then did he understand why Ngunyi always wanted to save people, even bad ones. Her gentleness and warmth came from her heart, wanting to spread goodness regardless of circumstances. But in this post-apocalyptic world, that kindness seemed to have no place to exist. Deep suddenly felt something in his shirt pocket. Diepbak glanced down, pulled out 3 energy pills, murmuring that he still had these things. Looking at the energy pills, he hesitated, unsure if they would work for her illness. The scene shifted outside the house. The sky was still dark, zombies silently howling everywhere in search of prey. Suddenly, the sun rose, sunlight piercing through buildings, dispelling the gloomy night. The zombies all turned toward the sunrise, raising their heads and howling as if enchanted. Inside, Diepbak was sleeping. The sunlight made him slowly open his eyes. He shivered, yawned tiredly, and sat up. The blanket draped over his back fell to the floor. He murmured that the kid must have been afraid he was cold and covered him. Ngunyi saw him awake, peeking behind the door, looking at him shyly. Diepbak turned and asked, "Are you awake? Feeling better?" The kid shyly replied from behind the door, Diepbak waved his hand, commanding, "Now go prepare breakfast for me, instant noodles with a sausage." Ngunyi silently started to go downstairs to get food when Diepbak called her back. "Hey, kid!" She turned around, confused. He looked at her seriously and instructed, "Pack some things and get ready to go. We're going to find your father." Ngunyi listened and looked up in shock, her eyes wide with surprise. The kid timidly stepped into the room, stammering, You mean we're going to find my dad?" Diepbak turned back curtly, "Yes. Didn't you say your dad went to look for food and fuel? I feel this place isn't safe anymore. I'll return you to the manufacturer." Ngunyi immediately shook her head vigorously. "My dad told me to stay obediently at the store and wait for him to come back. He also told me to lock the door and not go wandering around." Diepbak interrupted before she finished. "So how many days has your dad been gone?" Ngunyi lowered her head, voice softening, "Mom, 3 days." He continued in a low tone. "Usually, how long does it take him to come back?" The kid honestly answered, "Mum, about half a day." Diepbak sat down, looked straight into her eyes, explaining seriously to make her think. "Think about what happened to your dad. Why hasn't he come back yet?" Hearing him, Ngunyi seemed to wake up, her eyes wide but reluctant to accept the truth. She shouted, trembling and uncertain, "Nothing bad could have happened. 3 days ago he called me, he said he'd be back soon." Diepbak remained calm, continuing to analyze. 3 days already, have you received any more messages or calls?" Ngunyi was speechless, not knowing how to reply. He continued coldly, "He could have been infected by a zombie or trapped somewhere waiting for help." She thought, shouldn't we save him? His voice deepened as if piercing her heart, but Ngunyi still hesitated. "But my dad told me not to leave here no matter what happens." "I have to wait for him to come back." Diepbak lost all patience, jumped up and roared, "You fool! Her father is probably in trouble. Don't tell me you don't want to help him." He stepped closer, pointing right at her face. "You're willing to save a thug, but not your own father." "What?" Ngunyi was so scared by his anger, she stammered, I... Diepbak didn't stop his tone, even harsher. "Listen, if I didn't want your opinion, I could have killed you and left already. But because you saved me, I'll take you to find your father and then leave. That's how I repay a debt." Yu-Ni was overwhelmed by his intensity, trembling as she hurried to pack. Deep Back shouted from behind, "Stop being stubborn! Hurry up and pack your stuff!" In her rush, the clumsy girl almost slipped and fell down the stairs. Deep Back watched both annoyed and helpless, muttering, "Clumsy idiot giving me a headache." The scene shifted outside to a gloomy space, blood smeared across the street. A horde of zombies screamed and roamed through the deserted street. Suddenly, they all turned toward one direction as if hearing a distant sound. An armored vehicle sped forward without slowing down, despite zombies blocking the way. The armored vehicle crashed into the zombies at terrifying speeds, scattering them everywhere. A few unlucky ones were crushed flat under the wheels. The scene cut back to the store where Deep Back and Yu-Ni were preparing. Deep Back carefully packed each food bag into his backpack, prioritizing items that could last long for the trip. While focused, he suddenly felt like someone was watching him. Deep Back turned around to see Yu-Ni peeking out shyly from behind a shelf. He frowned and called out loudly, "Why are you hiding there? Finished packing yet?" Hearing the call, Yu-Ni slowly stepped out wearing a flashy, cute outfit like she was going to the park. Deep Back was speechless and shook his head in exasperation. "Hey, why are you dressed like that? We're not going to the park." The girl just turned away silently when he scolded her. Deep Back sighed irritably, "Whatever. Where's the cup of noodles I told you to make?" Yu-Ni pointed to the table where the prepared cup of noodles was neatly placed. Deep Back moved forward, eating quickly while mumbling the plan. "When the sun sets, I'll open the door and kill all those zombies outside. There are some cars. Hopefully we find one that still runs." He glanced worriedly at Yu-Ni, hoping she wouldn't do anything reckless. Seeing Yu-Ni nibbling on a snack, Deep Back's eyes lit up, recognizing his favorite. He held out his hand half-jokingly. "Hey, is that spicy chips? Give me one." Yu-Ni nodded immediately. "Okay." Just as she handed him the snack, a terrifying crash echoed, sending items flying all over the store, and a nearby shelf collapsed with a deafening noise. Yu-Ni froze in panic, unsure what to do. Deep Back reacted instantly, rushing over to shield her with his body. He shouted, "Damn it, is this an earthquake?" He looked out the rolling door in shock as the armored vehicle crashed into something, a car. His heart pounded. The vehicle backed up a bit, then stopped the engine dying, and the door swung open. A man stepped out wearing cool sunglasses. As soon as he touched the ground, he laughed triumphantly. "I found a good spot, a convenience store." He gleefully looked into the store and kicked a zombie lying nearby. "Still angry?" He stomped on its head, gritting his teeth. "You're only a good zombie when you're dead, so all of you just die and get out of my sight." The fat man laughed as he carried a large bag and entered the store. "Ha ha ha, this whole convenience store is mine now." Upon entering, he saw countless snacks scattered on shelves and floor, his mouth stretching into an even bigger laugh. He bent down, happily picking up the food. "Ha ha ha, chips, cookies, all my favorites." He chewed on a sausage eagerly while his hands quickly stuffed more items into his bag. He muttered proudly, "The markets in the city have been looted clean. The fools came to this quiet town, a smart choice." While enthusiastically gathering food, suddenly a cold paper knife blade pressed against his neck. Deep Back's voice was ice cold from behind. "Don't move. Drop everything you're holding." The fat man trembled, stammering, sweating cold sweat. Deep Back continued, threatening, "The last pest who came here got thrown on the street for the zombies to eat. I won't hesitate to do the same to you." Suddenly, the fat man glanced behind and saw an opportunity, quickly slapping several bags of chips into Deep Back's face. He was blocked from view, instinctively stepping back and exclaiming, "What?" At the right moment, the fat guy grabbed the food bag and rushed outside, slamming the armored vehicle door shut to escape. But before he could start it, Deep Back swiftly climbed into the vehicle, leaving the fat guy wide-eyed in shock. Deep Back's eyes blazed with anger as he charged forward with a knife. "You stupid fatso, go die!" The fat guy panicked, yelling, "Please, please spare me, I surrender, I surrender." Just then, Ngu-Nyi ran out shouting, "Don't kill anyone else!" Deep Back and the fat guy inside the vehicle looked out at Ngu-Nyi, who stood outside with a frightened face. After a moment, the girl hurriedly spoke in a trembling but convincing voice. "My shop was just destroyed by him. If he dies, no one will compensate for the damage he caused." Hearing that, Deep Back fell silent, a calculating gleam flashing in his eyes. The fat guy broke out in a cold sweat, looking at him fearfully. After a while, Deep Back smiled dangerously. "You're right." He stepped down from the vehicle, raising the knife toward the fat guy. "This car is yours, right? Not bad. Use it to compensate for the damage you caused. We just happen to be short a driver." But before the fat guy could react, Deep Back turned to Ngu-Nyi. "Go inside and pack all your luggage into the vehicle." Surprised that he called her by name, Ngu quickly nodded and ran inside. The fat guy was still trembling, trying to explain, "Brother, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I only crashed the door because I was too hungry. I didn't know anyone was inside." At that moment, Ngu grabbed a large bag and walked heavily out. Suddenly, she stopped, eyes wide with panic, looking far ahead at a horde of zombies approaching. She screamed in terror, "The zombies are coming!" Deep back and the fat guy were immediately alarmed by her shout. The fat guy stammered, "I just killed a few. Why are there still so many?" Deep back wasted no time, shouting, "Get in the vehicle now!" Ngu mustered all her strength to carry the heavy bag and ran into the vehicle. The door closed and immediately locked tight. The armored vehicle roared to life. The fat guy sat behind the wheel, turning to remind, "Put on your seatbelts." Then he hit the gas, reversing quickly and knocking the approaching zombies flying. Deep back and Ngu were tossed around inside the vehicle by the momentum. The fat guy shifted gears and slammed the accelerator. The vehicle shot forward, sending several zombies airborne. Deep back and the fat guy at the wheel laughed heartily, mouths wide open. Ha 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 ha. At the curve, the fat guy drifted smoothly, clearing some zombies as he went. Deep back, annoyed at the reckless driver, raised his knife threateningly. "You dumb pig, are you crazy? Drive carefully or I'll kill you." The fat guy trembled and hurriedly explained, "I need to kill the zombies first. It makes driving easier. Besides, you guys haven't said where we're going." Deep back turned to ask Ngu, "What's the address of the last place your father called from?" The girl stammered, "It's Fudong Market. That was the last time my father called me." Hearing this, the fat guy's expression changed, and he said anxiously, "Fudong's not safe, brother. It's usually crowded, but now it's surely swarming with zombies." Before he finished, Deepback raised his knife and growled, "Shut up! You only speak when we get there, got it?" The vehicle sped on down the desolate road. The fat guy tried to break the tense atmosphere by saying, "If you get bored on the way, I can turn on the radio for music." Deepback coldly refused. "No, it's too noisy." The fat guy still wouldn't give up. "Then let's sing a cappella. I'm a good singer." Deepback angrily snapped, "Shut up." Ngu couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. Suddenly, a grimy, trembling arm rose from afar, a zombie's hand reaching for something. The armored vehicle charged forward, hitting the unlucky zombie and sending it flying. The fat guy chuckled gleefully. "Another one." Another zombie heard the engine noise and ran onto the road. The fat guy didn't hesitate to ram it instantly, flattening it, laughing louder and wider. "Uh-huh." Deepback glanced at him, clicking his tongue in annoyance, but didn't raise his knife, only growled, "Can you keep it down? I'm trying to sleep here, or do you want us all to die?" The fat guy nodded. "Uh-huh." But not long after he was back at it, bored out of his mind. "If you won't let me play music, at least let me enjoy this a bit. Don't worry, this car's tough. Ramming zombies is easy as pie." Deepback lost all patience and yelled, "I told you to stop, do you understand?" The fat guy was so scared he dropped the candy from his mouth. Just then, the vehicle suddenly made a clicking sound, slowing down until it stopped completely. Deepback looked confused and shouted, "I told you to stop singing, not to stop driving." The fat guy awkwardly looked at the fuel gauge and shouted in panic, "This car is out of gas!" Deepback and Ngu both jumped up in horror. "What?" Deepback angrily grabbed the fat guy by the collar and growled, "You bastard, why didn't you say the fuel was out halfway through the trip?" The fat guy hesitated with a trembling voice. I totally forgot there hasn't been a gas station nearby lately." Ngu sat behind, curling up in fear. Deepback, furious, gritted his teeth and pointed outside. "Damn it, get out of here, lure the zombies away, stop them from eating right now." The fat guy was crying while chewing snacks. "Boo-hoo, they've surrounded this place at least. Let me fill my stomach, I don't want to become a hungry ghost." Ngu didn't join the argument, trembling as she looked out the window. Suddenly, a zombie lunged from somewhere, pressing its face against the glass, making the girl scream in terror. The zombies around were closing in here. Deepback clicked his tongue anxiously. "At this rate, the car will be destroyed. We'll be trapped here to die." Confused, he suddenly noticed a dagger stuck behind the seat. The zombies outside were howling, pressing tightly against the car door. Without hesitation, Deepback kicked the door hard, flinging the nearest zombie away. Another one, seemingly angry, immediately charged at him. Deepback drew his dagger, threw a clean punch, slashing the zombie's head off, blood splattering on the car window. Ngu witnessed the scene, holding her head trembling, terrified to the extreme. Deepback seemed like he was testing the blade, smiling proudly. Good blade. A fat zombie was lumbering toward him. Deepback noticed early, holding the dagger with a smirk. "The fun is just starting. This blade is enough to harvest your heads." He threw the dagger. The blade flew swiftly and stabbed into the zombie's head. Deepback ran over, kicked the zombie down, and casually pulled out the dagger. More zombies swarmed in. He glanced at the approaching undead, immediately kicked one away, and slashed another's skull off. Raising the dagger high, he stabbed hard into a zombie's head below. The fat guy in the car was amazed. Wow! Deepback quickly eliminated the zombies near the car, making him shout as if he couldn't believe his eyes. So strong, goosebumps. Despite her fear, Ngunyi couldn't hide her astonishment at Deepback's bravery. Deepback stood by the car door, slammed the dagger's handle on it, opened it wide, and shouted, "Fat guy, get out now!" The fat guy's face turned pale, screaming, I don't want to. I'm scared to die." Before he could resist, Deepback rushed forward, dragged him close. "Calm down, idiot. If you stay here, you'll die sooner or later. Just do as I say." He glanced outside, seeing a few cars scattered on the road, and continued, "If we're lucky, some might still have fuel." The zombies heard the noise and swarmed over again. Deepback tightened his grip on the dagger and continued, "I'll kill the zombies on the road. You handle the fuel." He looked at the fat guy coldly. "You've been talking non-stop all along. You want to save cars, right?" The fat guy hesitated. I know. Not yet." Letting him finish, Deepback turned to Ngunyi and instructed, "Stay seated in the car. Don't move!" After that, he grabbed the dagger and stepped out. The fat guy, still trembling, stammered, "Wait a moment. I'm not mentally ready. Just one bottle is enough, right?" Deepback annoyedly shouted, "You're out of breath! What are you running for?" "There's no empty bottle here." The fat guy muttered regretfully, what?" Just then, two zombies rushed over from afar, attracted by the human voices. Deepback didn't hesitate, swung the dagger, and chopped off one's head, blood splattering everywhere. The fat guy stood at a distance, sweating profusely, muttering, "Never thought something like this would happen." After taking down the first one, Deepback turned to finish. The other saw the fat guy still standing still and shouted loudly, "What the hell are you doing? Hurry up!" The fat guy seemed to come to his senses, shouting, "I just remembered. There's a gas tank in the trunk." He thought to himself, "This guy isn't normal. I have to seize this chance." Suddenly, another zombie charged Deepback with a sharp slash, cut its neck. Fresh blood sprayed everywhere. The monster fell down, his face darkened, and he turned back to ask the fat guy, "What did you just say?" The fat guy, now called Trieu Hang, sweating profusely, quickly replied, "Calm down. I was a bit shocked. Just forgot for a moment." Seeing Deepback still angry, Trieu Hang hurried to the car and forced a smile. "Bro, wait a moment. I'll refuel right now." But Deepback suddenly said, "No, don't rush." Trieu Hang was uneasy. Deepback frowned and continued, "I want you to help me get something first." He pulled out an energy stone, raised it, "Pick this up." Then he pointed the dagger at the zombie's head, lying on the ground. "These gems are hidden in zombie brains. Help me cut them out." Trieu Hang stood stunned as if rooted to the spot. Deepback didn't wait, demonstrated immediately, stabbed the zombie's head, pulled out the energy stone, then looked at Trieu Hang. "Understand now?" The fat guy's face turned pale, exclaiming, "Really, really disgusting. I want to go back to the car." Deepback's eyes blazed with anger as he pointed the sharp knife at Trieu Hang, shouting, "Should I turn you into minced meat right now?" Trieu Hang panicked, backing away, sweating profusely, stammering, "I'll slice, I will. But how will you slice? You're holding my knife." Deepback growled threateningly, "Use your mouth." The zombies, with their terrifying howls, were slowly closing in. Deepback turned his cold gaze, sweeping over Trieu Hang before decisively saying, "From now on, I kill the ones you cut. If you dare hesitate, I'll kill you." Without hesitation, he lunged into the zombies, swinging his blade continuously, black blood splattering everywhere. Trieu Hang stood frozen, watching the zombie corpses fall to the ground, his face pale. He clutched his throat, gagging from the strong stench, staggering toward a nearby car. Trieu Hang rummaged around, muttering, "Normally seeing zombies from afar is disgusting enough. Now I have to scoop out their brains." He sighed with a trembling voice. "Now I have no choice but to face fate." Holding the shovel tightly, he continued, complaining anxiously, "Even though I'm big, I'm really afraid of dying. When I take it, please protect me." Deepback, annoyed, shouted loudly, "You fat pig, shut up and do it!" Trieu Hang trembled as he stepped toward the motionless zombie bodies, thinking, "These things are dead. They can't move anymore, right?" With every shovel strike to the zombie's head, he had to put all his strength. One shovel slash across a zombie's face startled Trieu Hang. He grabbed its head and said with some surprise, "Zombie brains are pretty weak." He cheered, eyes shining bright. There's actually a gem inside. Holding up the sparkling blue gem, he examined it carefully and continued. The pearl emits a green light. I didn't expect such a beautiful gem inside their brains. He quickly turned to ask Deepback, "Hey, is this valuable?" Deepback was furiously punching and kicking the frenzied zombies, angrily shouting, "Shut up, idiot!" Trailhang ignored him, still happily thinking, maybe this is why people turn into zombies. Why don't I keep one for myself? Meanwhile, Deepback kept killing non-stop zombie bodies piled up on the ground. The scene was horrifying to the bone. He paused, breathing heavily, then said, "Stop here. No need to worry about them anymore." Looking at the knife in his hand, he muttered coldly, "This knife isn't very sharp. My movements are still too slow." Turning to Triu Hang, he asked, "Hey, fat pig, how many have you gotten?" Triu Hang's face lit up as he held up a bunch of sparkling gems, replying, "Look a lot." He stepped closer to Deepback, excitedly saying, "After doing it a few times, I've gotten better. It's actually pretty fun." Deepback nodded coldly. "Clean them and then store them." He continued ordering, "All right, quickly fill up the gas. We need to get to this market as planned." Trio Hang obeyed immediately. Deepback glanced inside the car and suddenly noticed Ngu lying unconscious, her body covered in wounds. He shouted in horror, "What?" He rushed over, calling loudly, "Ngu!" He touched her forehead, muttering, "Damn it, why now?" Ngu lay still without moving. Deepback's voice trembled as he said, "Feels even worse than last time." He frantically searched through the bags, muttering, "Medicine, I remember bringing them, and water." He carefully fed Ngu some water from a bottle. Triu Hang, holding a gas can, asked anxiously, "What's wrong with her heat stroke?" Deepback was furious to the extreme, shouting, "None of your business." After filling the gas, quickly drive off. Ngu still lay unresponsive. Trio Hang gripped the steering wheel, worried, saying, "It's so hot. She's been in the car too long. Is she any better now?" Suddenly, a blade pressed close to his face, the cold steel flashing in the air. Trio Hang's face went pale in panic as he cried out. Deepback's anger flared like a fire as he growled at him, "Because I said there's no fuel, we wasted too much time. If anything happens to her, I'll kill you." Trio Hang instantly knelt trembling as he pleaded, "But please spare me. I'll drive properly and won't cause any more trouble." In the back seat, Ngu slowly opened her eyes, looking exhausted. The car sped along the road littered with corpses and gruesome black blood. Deepback sat silently, gripping his sharp knife tightly, his gaze sharp as a blade. Trio Hang tried to calm down and asked, "Right, what's your name? Your knife skills are really terrible." Deepback replied coldly, "Before asking someone else's name, say yours first." Trio Hang forced a smile, his voice trembling slightly. "I'm Trio Hang, owner of a bike repair shop in the city. Everyone in the city has been infected, so I had to drive away. This car belongs to my friend. He left it at my shop for repairs. He never came to get it, so I'm using it." Deepback gradually relaxed his guard and said, "I'm Deepback." Suddenly, Trio Hang slammed on the brakes. Deepback lurched forward, but luckily used his knife to brace himself and avoid falling flat on his face. The car stopped abruptly in the middle of the road. Anger flaring, Deepback shouted, "Damn it! Why did you stop again? Do you want to die?" Trio Hang's voice trembled as he pointed ahead. "Fire up ahead!" In front of them, a row of cars was engulfed in blazing red flames, thick black smoke billowing. Trio Hang hesitated fearfully and continued. "The road to the market is blocked by the fire." The car stood still on the desolate road, the flames ahead like an impenetrable wall. Ngu curled up inside the car, her face showing intense pain. Deepback turned to her, his eyes softening as he said, "Troublesome girl, you finally woke up." Ngu looked outside, her eyes wide with surprise. He continued in a serious tone, "You can see the road to Fudong Market is blocked. We probably can't get to your father's place." Ngu face darkened as she cried out, "Father!" Trio Hang quickly interrupted. "If we change direction, we can still get there, but it will take some time. Are we still going?" Deepback rested his chin on his hand, thinking deeply, his cold eyes scanning the chaotic scene. After a moment, he spoke. "That's right, but we need to find some more weapons and better equipment." He gripped his knife tightly and turned to the chubby Trio Hang, asking, "Do you know if there's any electrical or supply shop nearby?" Trio Hang replied hesitantly, "Let me think." Suddenly his eyes lit up with joy and he shouted, gripping the steering wheel, "This way." Under Deepback's doubtful gaze, the car sped off. Trio Hang cheerfully continued, "That's where one of my fellow townsmen lives. He's a skilled blacksmith." Hearing this, Deepback thought silently, "A blacksmith." Trio Hang spoke hopefully. In my memory, he's here, but with the virus outbreak, I don't know if he's still around. But even if he's gone, his stuff will still be here. There could be many quality items left behind. Diepbak kept his knife firmly in hand, his eyes never leaving Trio Hang. He continued, "That machete was made by him." A thought flashed through Diepbak's mind. He had already gathered a lot of alloy. If the forge has good materials, he could make a sharper weapon as long as this fat guy doesn't cause more trouble. Trio Hang still wore an excited expression, enthusiastically telling stories about his fellow townsmen and the circumstances under which they met a truly memorable tale. When we were kids, we used to skip school together to steal coconuts. As he was engrossed in the story, Ngu Ni shot him a cold glare and the gang fell silent. It turned out Diepbak had fallen asleep at some point, his head resting against the car door. Trio Hang looked back in surprise and whispered, "He's asleep already. We just got to the interesting part." The car carrying the three of them sped along the deserted road with only scattered corpses on either side. When the car stopped, Trio Hang opened the door and stepped out, gazing at the old house in front of him, murmuring, "Many years have passed, but nothing has changed." In contrast, Diepbak frowned and said, "Isn't this forge just a junkyard?" Trio Hang laughed loudly and replied, "He's a bit eccentric and has a habit of collecting strange things." Diepbak coldly pointed his knife at Trio Hang, threatening, "You better pray the blacksmith here is trustworthy, or you can start thinking about where you want to be buried." Ahead, a group of zombies was slowly advancing, their terrifying howls echoing. Diepbak placed his knife on his shoulder, ready to fight, and continued, "But before we go in," he turned to Trio Hang with a cold voice, "maybe your fellow townsman is one of them." He stepped closer to the zombies and ordered, "Do what you did earlier, kill and collect." But Trio Hang stood frozen, mumbling inaudibly, his eyes filled with panic. Suddenly a voice called out, "Wait!" Ngu Ni stepped out of the car, her voice trembling but determined, "I will help Diepbak too." In response, a firm voice said, "No need. Stay in the car and don't be a burden. If you faint or get bitten by a zombie later, I won't be able to save you." Undeterred, Ngu Ni continued, "I'm fine now. I'll be careful." Hearing this, Trio Hang immediately spoke excitedly. "You're really brave. I'll dig out the jade, then you pick it up and I'll protect you." "No worries." Ngu Ni nodded slightly in response. Diepbak gave a faint smile and said, "It's up to you, but if you get bitten, I won't hesitate to cut you down." Hearing this, Ngu Ni was briefly worried, but her gaze remained determined. The next moment, Diepbak swung his knife and decapitated a zombie, black blood splattering and staining the ground red. On the other side, Trio Hang began cutting open the heads of the zombie corpses while chatting. "Girl, how old are you?" Ngu Ni replied, 14. He asked again, "What's your name?" She answered, "Ngu Tu Du." Trio Hang was surprised and wondered, "You have a different last name from your brother. Are you cousins, or is there another reason?" In the distance, a faint building appeared. Someone was silently watching the three through binoculars. Suddenly, that person, Lok Tuong, showed extreme surprise and growled, "Damn it!" A frantic man rushed in, shouting loudly, "Brother Lak, report!" Before Lok Tuong could finish, a gunshot rang out. The bullet struck Lok Tuong squarely in the forehead. Holding the gun, his face fierce, he shouted, "How many times do I have to tell you to knock before entering?" Another man outside the door, witnessing the scene, trembled fearfully and stammered, "Boss, we found a group killing zombies at the forge across the street." Lok Tuong coldly replied, "I've seen that for a while now. Do you need to tell me?" The man trembled and bowed, continuing, "I know them, especially one kid. I've seen him before. He can take on a whole group of zombies alone. He's very strong." Lok Tuong pondered and exhaled smoke. His eyes flashed dangerously. He pointed toward Haquan and ordered, "Bring him to me." Haquan hurriedly brought a mysterious object with a respectful look. Lok Tuong grabbed the item and threw it forcefully at the reporting man. The man quickly bent down, trembling, and caught it. Lok Tuong's voice was icy as he ordered, "Eat it, then tell me more details later." The reporter's face went pale as he nervously responded, Thank you, Brother Lak." Suddenly, Lok Tuong grabbed Haquan's hair, rubbed it hard, then stepped to the window with a sinister smile. "I'll slowly enjoy their performance." He continued threateningly, "Throw that trash outside, then clean up the room." With a fierce expression, Lok Tuong ordered, "Finish the rest of the report and go call the brothers downstairs. I'll reward them later." Below, Diepbak continued fighting relentlessly. The knife pierced straight into a zombie's head. Black blood splattered. He turned back with a cold tone. Done cleaning up, what about you guys? Trio Hang, sweating heavily, replied, Only one left. Ngu Nyi, standing beside, also spoke up. We collected 10 gems already. Deepbak entered inside and ordered, Trio Map, check around for any more corpses. I'll check inside. He kicked the old wooden door hard. Inside was a pitch-dark room with a strong metallic smell. He walked slowly and found a stack of firewood in the corner and a large wooden board in the center. Deepbak approached, reached out to touch the forge, muttering, This forge is still hot. The owner probably hasn't been gone long or was attacked by zombies. Trio Hang came in from outside and reported, Brother Diep, this house shows no signs of zombie attack, but I don't know where everyone went. Deepbak nodded deeply. All right, give me all the collected gems, then find me an old engine rubber tubing and some metal sheets. He took out a knife and said, Hold this sword and sharpen it. Watch the door for me. Trio Hang took the knife. Surprised, asked, Weren't we here to borrow weapons? There are plenty hanging on the wall. Deepbak, holding a wooden bar, examined it carefully and replied, After a while, these conventional weapons become useless. I need to make something really durable. Trio Hang's eyes lit up and asked, Could it be you know how to make it, Brother Diep? Deepbak's anger flared as he shouted, Stop babbling and do as I say. Got it. Hang hurriedly replied, Yes, I'll go right away. He took the knife and stepped outside, muttering, Such a hot-tempered older brother. Ngu Nyi stood aside hesitantly and asked, So what should I do inside the house now? The fire had flared up, casting a bright red glow throughout the room. Deepbak put on full protective gear, from goggles to gloves and apron, thinking, The first skill of an apocalypse mechanic blacksmithing. He placed the metal bar into the forge, then took it out. One hand held it firmly while the other struck repeatedly with a hammer. The hammer's sound echoed through the house like the beating of an iron heart. Trio Hang, sweating profusely, watched intently without blinking and exclaimed in amazement, This guy knows blacksmithing skills. Deepbak calmly ordered, Put all the gems in here. Trio Hang immediately complied. Right after Deepbak placed the gems into the forge, the gems slowly melted into a strange, shimmering blue liquid under the flames. Trio Hang screamed in utter surprise, All the jade has melted. This is truly miraculous. Deepbak, expression unchanged, held the knife and sliced hard into his palm. Bright red blood dripped into the boiling blue solution. Blood and liquid blended to create a mystical glow. He took the mixture out of the furnace and poured it onto the iron bar being forged. Trio Hang stood by in amazement and exclaimed, Like adding sauce. Deepbak continued to hammer decisively with strong blows. The sound of metal rang out with great power. Anglak was in the neighboring house. A group of people silently watched. The silver-haired man, voice trembling, shouted, He even kills zombies like slicing bananas. Why does Anlak want us to provoke the dogs like this? The burly, curly-haired man, Anlak's underling, laughed loudly. I just know if I catch him alive, I can get a box of rations. The man in purple face bright interrupted, And I can enjoy a meal with the beauty Haquan. What could be better than that? The bald man with a frown responded, This must be why Anlak is impressed with that kid. Besides, the zombies around here have already been cleared out. It's much easier to attack. They continued with sinister tones. Wait until late at night when they let their guard down. Then we will slowly move in. The group nearby echoed in unison, Good idea. Inside the blacksmith's house, Deepbak was still passionately forging weapons, sitting on a chair intensely focused. Trio Hang looked at the scene and thought silently, What is his profession? Could he be a graduate from the Shandong Technical University? Deepbak picked up some accessories on the table and then lifted the nearly finished sword, with sharp eyes. Trio Hang exclaimed in surprise, This sword looks like it's been carved perfectly. He looked at the items on the table with hopeful, shining eyes. Deepbak, eyes sharp as a blade, declared, All the materials have been prepared. He continued confidently, Now is the moment to show the power of a mechanic. On the table, a sumptuous meal was laid out. The aroma of hot food spread. Ngu Nyi sat there, eyes bright, saying, This stove still works. That's great. He can have a hot dinner after work. Suddenly, a rough hand from behind covered Ngu Nyi's mouth, tightly silencing her. The attacker was one of Lok Tuong's men, wearing a sinister smile, greeting the cute girl. I'll take you somewhere nice. Ngu Nyi struggled violently, but too weak to break free. Deepbak seemed to sense the noise, turned around, eyes scanning the room. In an old warehouse, the sound of metal grinding rang continuously. A sword was carefully being sharpened under the table. Skilled hands traced sharp outlines clearly. The handle accessories were assembled, and finally the sword with shimmering blue veins was neatly placed on the table. Trio Hang admired the result excitedly and shouted, "Wow, I've only seen this type of sword in movies!" Deep Back, wearing protective glasses, held 2 electric pliers and announced the final step. A strong electric current was transferred into the sword. The blue veins on the blade flared brightly, emitting powerful energy that made the machinery shake and smoke billow thickly. Trio Hang's eyes widened in awe. "Wow." Deep Back lifted the sword up to examine it under the light and said, "Sword forging skill number 2 completed." Trio Hang gasped and shouted, "So cool, I want one too!" Suddenly, a painful groan came from outside, startling them both. Trio Hang panicked. "Ah, that's Ngunyi's voice." They hurried outside. Deep Back did not forget to take the newly forged sword with him. A group of kidnappers clearly were carrying the unconscious Ngunyi on their shoulders. Deep Back and Trio Hang, full of worry, shouted, "Ngunyi!" Deep Back's face darkened, full of murderous intent. The bald man pressed a knife to Ngunyi's neck threateningly. Hey, put down your weapons and come quietly. We're meeting on Lac, if not, I'll kill her." Deep Back, undeterred, raised the freshly forged sword, ready to strike. Trio Hang stood beside him, amazed at the sword's power. A burst of blue light erupted, cracking the concrete ground. The bald man witnessed this and screamed in fear. To the shock of his comrades, he was sliced in half lengthwise. His face turned pale, eyes wide in horror. The remaining guy carried Ngunyi, panicking and screaming, "So scary." Deep Back had no intention of stopping, continuing to raise his sword and slash a blue light past the iron rod of the fat guy, making him flinch. Another guy shouted, "You bastard, why did you run ahead of me?" The other replied, "Idiot, who wouldn't run in this situation?" The other 2 were horrified when they saw the fat guy's head cut off and ran away in panic. The scruffy silver-haired guy yelled, "Because of you, I brushed my teeth," suddenly carrying this girl and changing the plan. He screamed wildly, "Everyone drop the girl! Otherwise, none of us can escape. The light from that sword will point straight at us. If the mission fails, we'll all have to eat Mr. Lack's copper candy." A flash of light appeared right beside them, causing rocks and objects around to shatter. Deep Back was now right behind them. His cold gaze was like a bullet full of deadly intent. The silver-haired guy screamed in extreme fear without stopping. Trio Hang, sensing the danger, quickly spoke up. "Brother Dieppe, the zombies turned out to be another threat coming from the backyard." A horde of zombies rushed forward at a terrifying speed as if injected with stimulants. Trio Hang stammered, "They seem very fast." Deep Back clicked his tongue and tightly gripped his sword without delay. He swung the sword in a perfect curve. The zombies were defeated with one strike, heads severed from their necks. Black blood splattered everywhere. Trio Hang was stunned and shouted, but Deep Back didn't stop. He continued slashing several more times. Each sword strike was decisive and terrifyingly powerful. Trio Hang marveled at the strength far beyond his imagination, leaving him stunned. Suddenly he realized the 2 cursed kidnappers were escaping without rushing to attack. He only shouted urgently, "Brother Dieppe, they have taken Ngunyi toward that building." Fire flared in Dieppe Back's eyes as he shouted, "What are you standing there for? Chase after them. They're driving a car." Trio Hang hurriedly rushed to the car, silently thinking, "All right before I could walk and still catch up, but now I can't delay." Calmly, he reminded, "Brother Dieppe, you stay here for this noble mission. Give me the car." Immediately speeding off, rushing along the road, died in sunset light. The 2 kidnappers panicked when they saw the car chasing them. Even though they ran as fast as they could, 2 legs can't compete with 4 wheels. "Damn it!" one shouted. "They're about to catch up." In panic, both jumped onto a nearby parked bus, shouting, "Get in quickly, quick!" Trio Hang was stunned, mouth agape at the scene. He hurriedly slammed the brakes, stopping the car in front of a massive skyscraper. Faintly visible in this darkening dusk, this building was surely their hideout. He muttered while opening the car door and stepping out, his gaze cold. They used a bus to block the entrance, what now? The 2 kidnappers sneaked inside through a glass door, throwing back a mocking smile. One mocked, "Oh, only the fat guy is easy to handle." Both held knives and approached with sinister smiles. "Your car's not bad, thanks for specially delivering it here." The leader raised his knife threateningly. "If you don't want to become a kebab, get lost." Greeting Trio Hang without hesitation, he drew his weapon coldly. "Don't think I'm afraid of you. I'm not as weak as you think." Seeing him refuse to submit, they immediately lunged. "I've killed more people than the chickens you've eaten. You're asking for death." But before they could attack, a brilliant blue light suddenly flashed before their eyes. The terrifying power of that light shattered the bus door, causing the electrical system to flicker. The 2 kidnappers collapsed unconscious. Trio Hang looked up in awe at Deep Back, who had just appeared, exclaiming, Brother Diep, have you already wiped out all the zombies? Deepback didn't reply, only ordered firmly, "Don't just stand there, follow me quickly to save her." Trio Hang nodded. "Oh, okay." With a determined expression, Deepback swung his sword and slashed sharply into the bus, breaking it apart. The blue light continued to flare strongly like a blade cutting through the night. Both easily advanced into the kidnapper's lair. They panicked, hiding behind columns, weapons ready. Deepback stepped forward, his cold gaze terrifying. One nearby sneered and suddenly threw a dagger at him, shouting, "Die!" The knife flew towards him, but Deepback, with incredible calm, blocked it with his sword. The blade flew off, and he immediately swung his sword to counterattack. A blue beam of light shot forward, catching the other guy off guard, who just opened his eyes wide in horror. At that moment, a small explosion suddenly occurred as a nearby oil can caught fire. Trio Hang stood beside him and said, "Looks like you don't need my help." The kidnappers launched a full assault, throwing blazing gasoline bottles towards the two. The flames flared fiercely at their feet, but Deepback easily cut through the fire, swinging his sword to take down each attacker. They couldn't dodge in time and were thrown back by his terrifying strength. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, a bullet grazing Deepback's shoulder, causing him to pause with a flicker of surprise in his eyes. It turned out the one behind everything was Lak Tung. He stood on high ground, holding a gleaming gun, looking majestic, his voice full of pride. "You've performed very well. I've witnessed everything in an apocalypse like this. People with abilities like yours shock me. Are you interested in having a drink with me?" Deepback frowned, his cold gaze radiating deadly intent. Seeing this, Lak Tung quickly raised both hands and smiled politely. "I treat everyone sincerely, especially talented people like you. If you have any requests, I promise to fulfill them all." Deepback didn't respond, dropping to one knee and decisively swinging his sword behind him. Realizing he was about to attack, Lak Tung immediately aimed his gun at the unconscious Dieu Nhu Nhi, sitting in a chair, growling, "Oh, don't move." The little girl sat unconscious in the chair with a sinister smile, and he continued, "We're taking good care of your little sister. She seems very tired and is sleeping quite well." He stepped to the railing and called down with a fake polite tone, "We're treating you very politely, so don't refuse our kindness. Your weapon is very powerful. I know it might even be able to burn us." Lak Tung's smile twisted weirdly. He loaded his gun, eyes cold. "But do you want to see which is faster, your sword or my gun?" Deepback's brow furrowed, deeply staring at Lak Tung without fear. Trio Hang stood next to him, whispering worriedly, "Deep, what do we do? Little Nhu Nhi is in their hands and they have guns." Suddenly, Deepback smirked with a meaningful smile. He looked up and spoke loudly. "I'm working on a major research project, and I'm really worried I have no one to help me. If you gather everyone to welcome me, I'll follow you." Lak Tung twitched, repeating, "Everyone? Everyone." Then he smiled with satisfaction, spreading his arms wide. "Good. I see you're a tolerant person. We'll welcome you warmly." Trio Hang whispered in confusion, "Deep, are you crazy? We're going to face them, and they have guns." Deepback frowned irritably and turned back to threaten, "If you don't want to go, you can leave." Trio Hang forced a smile and stepped back, her voice trembling. "You said that yourself. I don't plan to get involved in this." He called back, "I'm really leaving. Don't regret it." Deepback clicked his tongue, muttering, "Annoying bastard." Suddenly, 3 men dressed in shirts and suits appeared, bowing respectfully to Deepback. They led him into the building where darkness had already fallen. Inside a small room packed with thugs, Lak Tung sat in the middle, and when he saw him enter, he exclaimed, "Welcome, welcome." He spread his arms, his tone hearty. "So, I have a lot of people, right? All the young men within 15 kilometers here." He bowed in a royal manner and introduced himself. "I am their commander, Lak Tung." Then he asked with curious eyes, "What's your name and how do you need our help?" Deepback smirked and replied briefly, "My name is Deepback, remember it well." He looked straight at Lak Tung, his voice low. "Tell me, Lak Tung, do you know how the apocalypse started?" The chandelier in the room lit up brilliantly as if to reveal all secrets. Lak Tung muttered sharply, "So you're saying you know me and you think I know the reason the epidemic broke out?" "Yes," Deepback sneered. "Right, I see you have a sharp mind to recognize the zombie wave and start stockpiling food early. Now you want to establish the Tulong Society, right?" Hearing the name Tulong Society, Lak Tung's eyes widened in obvious surprise. He stroked his chin and laughed loudly. "Tulong Society? I only told one guy about this. How do you know, Hehe? I'm starting to find you interesting." Deepback took out a sparkling energy stone. It made Lak Tuong even more interested. Seeing that, Lak Tuong laughed loudly. "Here, excite Brother Diep, it's good that you know me." Cutting the nonsense, he went straight to the point. "Give it to me." Deepback closed his eyes with a satisfied smile. He winked, his voice deep but sharp about the start of the zombie wave. "You need to know a few things. A research project abroad had an accident and the virus was spread worldwide by birds and insects." He paused, his cold gaze continuing. The scene before us is the military trying to fight off the infected. Secondly, the nuclear arms race between countries. Nothing is more cruel and convenient than creating an enemy to destroy a rival country. But perhaps they miscalculated. And at this moment, a meteor from outer space collided with the third Earth, which is the main cause. An alien meteorite crashed into Earth. The true source of the virus has landed. Part of it was used for research. The rest of the virus spread through the air. When people inhale it, they have the potential to turn into zombies. But I really know a little secret about the zombie virus. He held out 2 energy stones with a scheming look. But I've thought for a long time and still don't understand the effect of the pearl in the zombies' brains. He looked at Diepbak with curiosity. Your sword, your research, it all relates to this, right? Can you tell me the function of this pearl? Diepbak smirked and replied briefly, Yes, but I need you to prepare some things for me. Lak Tuong immediately pointed a gun at him coldly. No problem, but you have to show me your sword. Diepbak didn't hesitate and raised the sword, the metal gleaming in the dark. Suddenly, Lak Tuong interrupted. Ah, I almost forgot your little sister is here too. He turned and aimed the gun at Dieu Ni threateningly. We all don't want any accidents, right? Seeing him make a move toward the girl, Diepbak frowned, his gaze turning serious. One of Lak Tuong's men stepped forward, trying to take the sword from his hand. Unexpectedly, the fat guy was overwhelmed by the power of the sword. He placed it on the table with difficulty, exclaiming, Brother Lak, this sword is incredibly heavy. Lak Tuong looked suspicious, stepped forward and tried to lift it. But the sword didn't move at all. He smirked and laughed loudly. So many surprises today. That's good. He signaled to Diepbak. Now it's time for you to show off. Diepbak closed his eyes and smiled meaningfully, while the others assembled something. The apocalypse caused by the zombie virus. Infected people develop a pearl inside their brain. He held the pearl in his hand and continued, This dark pearl is called black metal. It contains energy. It holds the virus's power, after turning humans into zombies. He placed the pearl on a fully assembled device and explained, This black metal has a high adaptability to metals on Earth. Simply put, it helps humanity create powerful weapons. Lak Tuong immediately asked curiously, Is this black metal not only for weapons, but also effective on the body? He smirked, his eyes flashing greedily. Don't tell me eating this pearl gives superpowers. Does it taste soft and sweet? Diepbak laughed, finding his idea ridiculous. Some guys listened to the whispers of the stone and already turned into zombies. Hearing that Lak Tuong grew more interested, his voice excited, Only some? What did the rest turn into? I'm really looking forward to it. Diepbak raised the electrified metal rod with a sharp gaze. First, everyone needs to see this. Everyone. I only do this once. He looked carefully, winked as a signal. The first step, he activated the device. A brilliant blue electric current immediately radiated intensely, spreading throughout the space and shaking the entire room. Under the dim light, Diepbak appeared surrounded by radiant halos, making the group stare in amazement. The electrical devices around couldn't withstand the terrifying pressure and suddenly caught fire, thick smoke billowing up, plunging the entire space into dense darkness. Everyone panicked. No one understood what was happening. Power outage, out of electricity! The leader of the henchmen growled impatiently. Black metal could cause an electronic explosion. Could it be a surprise? Diepbak clenched his sword tightly, taking advantage of the darkness. He swung his sword straight at Lak Tuong, but the man was quick, dodging to the side so that Diepbak's slash only hit an old shirt hanging on the wall. Lak Tuong angrily drew his gun and fired continuously, shouting, Kid, you dare challenge me! Diepbak skillfully dodged the bullets, letting Lak Tuong's men take the brunt. He tightened his grip on the sword, moving like a ghost, finally delivering a fatal slash. Lak Tuong was cut in half, his body disjointed, but consciousness remained. He muttered, Damn it, I was careless. Diepbak coldly turned his back and walked away, thinking silently, Too long society's Lak Tuong. You will die here. He recalled the heinous crimes the man committed. After discovering the use of black metal, Lak Tuong ordered the Tu Long Society to develop weapons to dominate areas regardless of the army's existence. Violence, slavery, murder. There was no crime he hadn't committed. With a determined gaze, Diepbak continued to swing his sword, charging straight into the crowd. Wherever he went, enemies fell. Who could resist? Outside the building, blue flashes from the sword mixed with raging flames. After eliminating all enemies, Diepbak looked at Dieu Ni thoughtfully, a pang of sorrow in his heart. I may become a killer, but I don't want you to witness this. He gently placed his hand on the girl's cheek, softly stroking her, then slowly knelt. I always wanted you to know how merciless the apocalypse is, but I don't want you caught up in it, he whispered. Suddenly a sound echoed as the door burst open. Yap back, startled immediately, raising his sword ready to fight, but the person who appeared was none other than Trio Hang. He forced a smile. "Hello, it's me." Shining a flashlight into the room, Trio Hang exclaimed in surprise, "You took out all of them!" Yap back picked up a gun from a dead enemy, checked it, loaded it, and said, satisfied, "Success beyond expectation. The fire still burns fiercely, not yet extinguished." Suddenly, a distant singing voice was heard. Trio Hang worriedly said, "We risked our lives just for this number 6 gun. I thought you risked yourself to save me because of something more serious." Yap back calmly explained, putting the gun in his belt. "This gun is rare in this area. Owning it will change everything." Trio Hang nodded, shining his flashlight ahead, curiously asking, "Are you planning to upgrade it into an electronic gun?" He suddenly recalled the electrical devices that blew up earlier, laughing. "We're like 2 Hollywood actors, pretending to retreat, then placing the green pearl into the building's electrical system. This plan is perfect. I didn't expect that pearl to cause such a terrifying electronic explosion." Just then, a faint sound was heard, the noise of a bottle rolling on the floor. "Yap!" Back, startled, immediately raised his gun alert, but before him was only a pitiful woman curled up in the corner, clutching her head, screaming, Don't kill me! Don't kill me!" Trio Hang shone his flashlight on her and suddenly recognized Lindsay. She trembled, her voice breaking. I was kidnapped by Lok Tuong. I was treated like a slave, tortured brutally. Please spare me." Yap back looked at her coldly, his voice deep. "So you know where he's hiding the resources?" Lin Jolander raised her hands quickly, replying, I know." Lin Jolene trembled. "I will lead you there." Trio Hang pushed Diony's wheelchair while walking curiously, asking, "Where are you from, Lin?" She reluctantly answered weakly, "My home is in a city in the west." "Family? I have a younger sister, but we got separated when the apocalypse broke out." When the group reached the elevator, Liane suddenly noticed a problem. She whispered, "The warehouse is on the 6th floor." But Trio Hang quickly interrupted, frowning. "Oh, the power is out. The elevator isn't working anymore." Yap back holstered his gun coldly, ordering, "Fatty, watch Ni for me. I'll follow her upstairs." Trio Hang nodded. "All right." The room was now chaotic, like a battlefield, bodies lying everywhere. Fresh blood splattered across the floor, a few surviving thugs trembling as they tried to crawl out of the rubble. A young man clutching a wound crawled out from under the body of a fallen comrade, whispering, "Help! Help me!" But when his eyes met the scene before him, he gasped in horror. His big brother Lok Tung lay motionless with terrible wounds all over his body. He stammered, "I can't believe it, brother. Brother Lok is dead." Suddenly his gaze was caught by a sparkling stone. He reached out with trembling hands and whispered, "This is black metal containing energy." He recalled the conversation between Diepbach and Lok Tung earlier. "It's soft like a pill. Drink it and you'll gain superpowers." He remembered the crazies who tried it, but mostly turned into zombies. Despite his fear, he gripped the stone tightly and without hesitation shoved it into his mouth. The bitter taste made him wince. Then suddenly his eyes bulged, muscles tensed, and a fierce pain spread through his body, causing him to scream. Outside, rain poured down like a waterfall, thunder and lightning ripping the sky apart. But Trio Hang suddenly looked out the window. Just as Deong-Yu-Ni's eyes widened in confusion, the girl rubbed her head and asked in shock, "Big brother Map, where are we?" Trio Hang gently propped his chin and replied, "Little Ngu-Ni, you're awake. You were kidnapped by a gang of thugs. Deep risked his life to save you by facing the whole gang alone." Hearing this, the little girl worriedly asked, trembling, "What about the thugs and Deep, is he okay?" "Oh." Just then the door burst open and Diepbach entered, carrying a large bag on his shoulder, calmly saying, "You're awake." Diao-Ni hurriedly asked, "Deep, are you all right?" Trio Hang curiously looked at the bag. "Did you find anything good in there, Deep?" Diepbach put the bag down on the bed and replied, "Yeah, quite a few useful things, but I can't carry them all at once. I have to rest, then continue tomorrow morning." He looked around and asked, "Where's that pretty girl?" Trio Hang shrugged. "I don't know when you checked the room she was gone. Maybe she was too scared and ran away." Outside, the rain grew heavier, lightning illuminating the whole area. Diepbach tiredly lay down on the bed, mumbling, "Forget her. I'm exhausted. I'm going to sleep first." Map went downstairs, locked the door, and blocked the entrance before the zombies could rush in. Trio Hang panicked. Why me? Diu Ngunyi smiled. Let him rest, big brother Map. I'll help you. Trio Hang sniffed and sighed. Ngunyi, you're so kind, you're making me emotional. The rain kept pouring relentlessly, the sky gray and gloomy. In an apartment in a nearby complex, the sound of water from a shower blasted loudly. Lin Yuki was bathing her fair body with perfect curves revealed under the open light. Suddenly, a terrifying voice came from outside, making her startled in fear. I've been watching you for days. I'm sure you're not mutated, but nothing in this world is free, right? The man tried to open the bathroom door. Lin Yuki clenched the door handle with one hand, covered her sensitive parts with the other, and screamed desperately, Help me! Help me! But the man just laughed hoarsely, licking his lips. It's pouring outside, no one will hear you, unless you want the zombies to come rescue you. Suddenly, the glass door outside shattered into pieces. Both Lin Yuki and the man startled and turned toward the sound. The man angrily stepped out and growled, Damn it! Who dares to ruin my plan? But immediately his face turned pale, eyes wide with horror at the sight before him. From the bathroom came the man's terrified screams. She cautiously peeked out, and her expression was no different from his, shocked into silence. Before her was a mutated zombie with bulging muscles, knobby body, and horns growing on its back. Its hand with sharp claws pierced through the man's body. A strong swing from the monster's powerful arm sent the man flying straight into a nearby wall. Lin Yuki panicked and screamed loudly, trembling. She cautiously approached to observe the monster, a disgusting creature with a deformed, muscular body. Its face was half gone. She immediately recognized it as one of Lok Tung's subordinates. The zombie seemed to understand human speech, staring at the mirror, muttering with a confused look, Monster. It looked down at its intact hand and screamed, Why did I become like this? In madness, it smashed the floor, repeating, I'm not a monster. Despite her fear, Lin Yuki stayed calm and asked, Who are you? The zombie began to tell its story, voice trembling. I was shot by someone. I thought I was going to die. In desperation, I ate the black metal and my body started transforming like this. Hearing this, she gradually regained courage and exclaimed, You are a mutant. You ate black metal. The guy nodded tremblingly. A guy named Diepbak said it was taken from a zombie's brain. To survive, I risked swallowing it. Diepbak stunned Lin Yuki. She murmured, then suddenly angrily rushed forward, causing the towel to fall off. Did you just say Diepbak? You know that bastard. She grabbed his head and growled, asking where he was. He hurriedly told everything he knew. He went toward the city. He used a strange energy sword to slash through the gang like cutting bananas. He hasn't gone far. Lin Yuki, high naked, shouted, Take me to find him. I have to tear him apart. The zombie guy panicked and tried to stop her. He's too strong. We can't fight him. Do you have some grudge against him? She gritted her teeth painfully and replied, I ended up in this situation. It's all because of him. He's my enemy. The atmosphere fell silent for a moment. Lin Yuki glanced at the man who had just been stabbed to death and asked, You're not feeling well. You just stabbed that pervert to death. The zombie guy hesitated. I don't know. My body is full of energy, but I can't control it. Then he looked up surprised and asked, Aren't you afraid of me? Lin Yuki suddenly laughed and touched his rough skin. I think you're strong, very strong. She looked at him with captivating eyes, wrapped her arms around his clawed body, and whispered, As long as you help me kill Diepbak. I don't care what you want to do to me. The zombie guy was stunned. Really? Really? Then he excitedly lifted Lin Yuki up. I like you already. I'll help you kill Diepbak. She smirked with satisfaction. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck him, causing him to scream. Lin Yuki panicked. What's wrong with you? He held his head trembling. Strange screams echoed throughout the apartment complex. The next morning at Lok Tuong's base, Diepbak carefully put on gloves and equipped weapons on his waist. Truhang checked the food, murmuring, I thought there'd be something good, but it's all instant noodles, instant food, some books, liquor, and cigarettes. Diepbak placed the energy sword on his back and turned around, ordering, Pack up, then let's go. The three of them took the stairs down. Truhang, carrying the heaviest load, sighed, I thought we'd get a lot of guns, but only the big boss has a gun. Luckily, the supplies are enough for a few months. Suddenly, he stopped and shouted when he saw his beloved vehicle destroyed. My car! Why is it in this state? Hit by a meteor! He tearfully caressed the car that now couldn't even open its doors. Diepbak cautiously looked around, thinking maybe it was last night's storm, or the battle that caused this. He suddenly drew his gun, signaling to move aside, then swung mercilessly, breaking the car roof, which fell off. The car was now a convertible. Trio Hang sat in the driver's seat, turned the wheel, and forced a smile. Fortunately, the engine still runs well. He turned around and asked, "Where to now?" "Still looking for the girl's father." Diepbak buckled his seatbelt and nodded yes. A car sped down the road. Trio Hang happily drove like this, feeling great, but if zombies swarmed, we'd be doomed. Before he finished speaking, a horde of zombies suddenly appeared. At the same time, a group of students ran scattering. Everyone was injured, screaming and begging for help. Diepbak recognized them as old classmates. He smirked, old classmates' true loyalty. The group of students fled, helping the injured, while zombies closely pursued. A girl named Tumok accidentally twisted her ankle and fell. "What a mess, I can't run anymore." The zombies immediately lunged. At that moment, a flash of blue light appeared, slicing off the zombies' heads. The group was astonished and turned around. Diepbak, with a sneer, slung his sword over his shoulder and greeted everyone. "We meet again." The students sighed in relief. One said, "That was nearly the end." Diepbak thanked him. A blond boy curiously looked at the sword and asked, "Is this sword really powerful? Where did you find it?" Diepbak replied, "I took a trip to Tinam." "So you guys finally left school? Where are you going?" The classmate grimaced and replied, "I left school because I heard there's a safe shelter on Ho Island. We planned to go there, but the way is not easy at all. Some people have already been bitten by zombies." Another person shouted, "Diepbak! Do you have a car? Great, let us hitch a ride." The girl with shoulder-length hair asked weakly, "Hey." "Diepbak, we haven't had anything to eat since yesterday. Do you have any food? Just share a little with us." Dieu Nhu Nhi looked at Diepbak worriedly. "Brother Diep, it seems your friends are in trouble." Trio Hang laughed proudly. "Look at our car. It's definitely cool, even if it's not at its coolest yet." Diepbak lost patience and shouted, "Enough, everyone, stop talking nonsense, it's annoying." He rested his chin and spoke in a low voice. "Listen, the car doesn't have much gas left and can't carry a whole group like this. We can share some food, but first you all have to help me with something." The students cheered in unison. What? That's fine." Diepbak's lips curved. He turned to chubby Trio Hang. "Explain the old rule to them this time." Trio Hang stepped out of the car, laughing loudly. "Huh, is it my turn to take the stage?" Diepbak continued coldly. "There are still many zombies ahead. I will handle them. Everyone else carefully deal with the corpses on the road." A confused student asked, "Deal with them?" Trio Hang took a shovel and approached a zombie corpse, smiling brightly. "Come here, old Trio will show you." He poked the zombie's head with the shovel, pulled out a black metal piece, and held it up like a trophy. "See it clearly. We have to take this out." The students screamed in horror. A girl fainted from fear. Xiao Mu trembled, but despite being small, Dieu Nhu Nhi calmly said, "Zombie heads are very thin. It's easy to get this gem out, don't be afraid." The students looked pale and bloodless. Some vomited violently, silently, wondering what this child had gone through. Trio Hang handed out several shovels and knives. "I have a few shovels and knives to lend temporarily. Be careful not to get bitten by zombies." The students watched Diepbak killing zombies ahead. They wondered silently why zombies had these pieces inside their brains. What does Diepbak need them for? Every sword stroke from Diepbak took down a zombie instantly. Despite disgust, the students gritted their teeth and worked. 2 hours later, Trio Hang held a bag full of black metal, laughing joyfully, "Ha-ha, a big bag full." Indeed, the more people, the faster the work. Diepbak was satisfied. "All right, Chubby, as promised, share some food with them." Trio Hang grumbled, "Why did you share my food without asking?" But seeing the pleading faces and bright eyes of the students, he sighed and thought to himself, "Be tough, don't give anyone food." Suddenly, a huge shadow dove down from the sky and landed right on Trio Hang's shattered car. The students gawked in horror. Diepbak turned around, eyes wide. "This is..." Gritting his teeth worriedly. "Why is a mutated psychic appearing here? That is Vuong Sin, a subordinate of Lak Tuong, now a mutated zombie after swallowing black metal. His face's completely distorted muscles bulging and terrifying." Diepbak shouted, "Everyone stay away!" Vuong Sin slashed his claws toward Diepbak, but he nimbly dodged. He immediately counterattacked with a sword strike. The zombie also quickly jumped back to avoid the slash. Suddenly, a loud clap sounded. Lai Nuok Hai stepped out, smirking. "Diepbak, I finally found you." Seeing her, Diepbak turned pale. The students whispered, "Class president, you're still alive." She smiled coldly. "Of course. My goal in living is to see you die." Lai Nuok Hai ordered Vuong Sin to kill him. Diepbak was stunned, thinking, "She came with this monster." Vuong Sin charged like a starving beast. Deepback swung his sword to confront him. Diu Nyi worriedly shouted, "Brother Diep!" Just then, an explosion erupted between the two. From the roof of a nearby building, a burning figure appeared. It was Chow Bak, his whole body on fire, his breath spewing flames. The students were horrified. What is that? Far away on the lake, a luxury yacht drifted slowly. An older man smoked leisurely, laughing joyfully. "Haha, zombies can neither fly nor swim. Nowhere is safer than in the middle of the lake." A young man in a neat shirt stepped forward with a bottle of wine, smiling. "Father, you are so wise." The man on the yacht glanced at the other boats with a sneer. "Soon I will rob everything on those boats. Coming here so we can stay comfortably until the water floods everything." As he finished speaking, the yacht suddenly exploded violently. Both of them panicked and shouted, "What was that?" An explosion. From below, Chow Bak suddenly shot up into the air, her body blazing like a living torch. She dashed forward at a terrifying speed, leaving the two on the boat wide-eyed and open-mouthed. "What is that?" On the rooftop of a tall building, Chow Bak's sharp claws clung tightly to the balcony railing. Her gaunt, bony body resembled a pile of burning firewood, spewing fierce flames that terrified the people below. Deepback frowned and muttered, "That's impossible." He thought to himself, another superhuman with fire powers. Today is really unlucky. Lai Nwak Hee was also stunned, staring. What kind of monster is that? Why is her whole body on fire? She turned to Vuong Sin, pointing at Chow Bak. "Is that Fireball your ally?" The zombie guy looked dazed. I don't know either." Chow Bak was restless, gripping the balcony railing for momentum and leaping into the air. She aimed straight at Vuong Sin, diving down like a hunting hawk. He didn't react in time and was pinned firmly to the ground by her. Vuong Sin shouted, Who are you? Why are you targeting me?" The reply was Chow Bak's skinny hand tightening around him. Vuong Sin refused to submit, using immense strength to push her away. Chow Bak was flung aside, crashing into Zhao Hang's wrecked car. She opened her mouth, hissing out a furious flame. The people around would only stand by and watch the fight between the two superhumans. Zhao Hang clutched his head in agony. "Wah wah, my car, my food!" Deepback shouted loudly. "Forget about those things, just run!" The group immediately left the scene. Li Nwak Hee clicked her tongue in frustration, yelling at Vuong Sin, "You're struggling with Chow Bak right now, idiot!" Deepback already ran off. "What are you still doing here?" Bian Ming said. I was being blocked by this guy. How can I do many things at once?" Suddenly, Chow Bak spit fire. The blazing flame shot straight at Diao Ni. The girl didn't have time to run. Hit by the heat wave, she fell to the ground, trembling in pain. Deepback hurried over, grabbing the backpack strap to pull her up. "Brother," Diao Ni stammered. Brother Diep." The flames split the path into two, separating the group. A classmate panicked. "Deepback, did you see that?" He shouted. "Don't just stand there dumbfounded. Find a place to hide." The group quickly turned and ran. Zhao Hang dusted off his clothes and tiredly asked, "Brother Diep, where are we running to now?" Vuong Sin was already exhausted, trying to mediate. "Buddy, calm down. Can we talk? Didn't you also eat black metal to become like this?" Chow Bak trembled, her voice breaking. "Black jade." She screamed, "No, I don't want to eat it." She recalled the dark past of being imprisoned and tortured. "Those filthy rich people forced their dirty bodies on me, making me swallow those black jades. They're all crazy lunatics." The more she thought, the angrier she became, spewing fiercer flames. "I have to kill them all, burn them to ashes." Vuong Sin seemed to find empathy, calmly telling his friend, "You were also forced to eat black metal, right? I understand how it feels." Li Nwak Hee stood aside, irritated and impatient, shouting, "Hey, are you done making noise yet?" Sympathizing with each other or regretting not meeting earlier. She crossed her arms and puckered her lips, ordering, "Go find and kill Diepback. He's definitely hiding somewhere." Vuong Sin reassured her, "Don't worry, I'll go right away. I can track his scent." Hearing the conversation between Vuong Sin and Li Nwak Hee, Chow Bak curiously asked, "Who are you looking for?" Vuong Sin immediately replied, Someone named Diepback. He seems to know a lot about black metal. I think he might have a way to turn us back into humans." Chow Bak was stunned, her eyes flashing with the hope of returning to human form. She nodded determinedly. "Then I'll go with you." In the dark basement, Deepback, Triu Hang, and Diu Nyi ran for their lives. Triu Hang panted tiredly. "Deep, it seems like there's no more noise outside." "Have they all left?" Deepback signaled to stay silent. Suddenly a car zoomed toward them. The group startled and shouted, stepping back. Vuong Sin appeared, laughing with delight. "Ha-ha, found you!" "Our fight isn't over yet." The four faced each other in the gloomy basement space. Vuong Sin roared at Deepback. "Before I kill you, you have to spill all the secrets about the black metal. Behave, don't make a scene." Deepback gritted his teeth, clicking his tongue, and turned to Trio Hang. Quick, take Nu Ni away. Hurry, I'll fight this monster alone. Tru Hang nodded. Oh, okay. But before they could get far, they were blocked. Chaobak appeared standing in their way, her body blazing red-hot. Nu Ni panicked. Brother Diep, we're surrounded. A man laughed loudly. Li Nuok Hee sat cross-legged on Tru Hang's wrecked car, thinking, You think you can escape me? Yeah, with these two superpowered guys, you're dead for sure. Realizing she was behind everything, Deepback frowned angrily, thinking, Line walk high, huh? He turned back, giving orders to his team. Hide in the corner, stay away from me. Nu Ni quickly replied, yes. When Li Nuok Hee ordered to kill him, Vuong Xin lunged forward like a wild beast. Deepback immediately drew his glowing blue energy sword. Vuong Xin swung his claws, but Deepback nimbly dodged. He drew the gun he had ready, raised it, and fired a bullet at terrifying speed, but it unexpectedly hit Lai Nuok Hai's shoulder instead of Vuong Xin. She grabbed her shoulder, screaming loudly. Vuong Xin paused and turned. What? Deepback took the chance to fire another bullet, this time hitting her stomach. Vuong Xin hurriedly shielded her with his arm, shouting, Don't hurt her! Deepback didn't stop swinging his sword to slash a blue light toward the two. Vuong Xin shielded Lai Nuok Hai while trying to dodge. Just then, Chaobak charged in her body, blazing fiercely. She aimed at Deepback, but he jumped aside in time, causing the floor to crack under her strength. Chaobak spewed fire, attacking Deepback. Knowing it was useless, he still raised his sword in defense. Reflexively, Nu Ni and Trio Hang hid behind a wall, anxiously watching the uneven battle. The girl worriedly called, Deep. Then she took a knife from her backpack and threw it with all her strength at Chaobak. The knife hit her steel-hard head but did no damage. Trio Hang was amazed. Little Nu, you've become a warrior girl now. Nu Ni's action caught Chaobak's attention. Deepback took the chance to swing his sword. Chaobak quickly dodged, but the blue light from the sword accidentally hit a water pipe, causing water to gush out and douse the flames on Chaobak. She screamed like a cat doused with water. Deepback didn't miss the chance, slashing again and cutting off one of her arms. Chaobak screamed in pain, feeling like she was burning. He intended to strike again, but Chaobak quickly dodged, making the blue light shatter the ground. She panicked and ran toward Vuong Xin. Nu Ni anxiously asked, Are you hurt? Deepback replied tiredly, No. He exhaled. Facing two superpowered enemies at once is tough. Trio Hang curiously asked, Deep, do you know the origin of the superpowered people? Deepback closed his eyes and said solemnly, They are humans mutated after ingesting black metal. Most turn into zombies, but a rare few, about 1 in 1,000, become superpowered people who retain their consciousness. He looked at Chaobak's severed arm, still holding consciousness, extremely rare. Trio Hang wondered how Deepback knew so much. Deepback remained silent, eyes closed. I'll tell you later now, we have to decide where to go next. Trio Hang held her head, thinking about her car and food. He thought silently, the world is no longer as before. The apocalypse progressed faster than expected. Deepback turned to look at the mess behind and murmured that in the worst case, they need to create something stronger. Outside, a sudden downpour blurred the space as the three struggled near the wrecked car. Trio Hang, sadly with red eyes, hugged the bag of items and lamented that it was broken. This vehicle could no longer be used. We only have the option to bring food and supplies with us. He looked into the bunker and sighed. It's bad all the garage entrances and exits are blocked. Inside Ka's vehicle was still running well. He gave Deepback and Nu Ni each a large piece of cloth since there were no umbrellas. They could use these to shield from the rain. Should we stop and wait for the rain to stop or continue looking for another vehicle? Deepback ignored him and turned to Nu Ni. Gu Ni, what's wrong? The girl answered in a trembling voice. I've been to this place before. An old friend of my father's lives here. She pointed far ahead. Go straight to that hill over there, that's his place. Trio Hang curiously asked, Who is your father's friend? Is he still alive? Nu Ni hesitated. He's quite eccentric, but he is a good person, hopefully. The girl's eyes widened sparklingly. His house is large with tall walls. Zombies definitely can't get in. Yes, he has a lot of computers. Deepback's eyes widened in surprise. Trio Hang sneered. Computers and internet cafes compared to net cafes, we need a supermarket more. Deepback looked at the girl and spoke seriously. Gu Ni, lead the way. Let's check out your friend's place. Maybe we can stay there temporarily. The girl happily said yes. Suddenly, a zombie appeared, not just one, but a whole horde. Trio Hang screamed, Zombies are approaching! Deepback stepped forward coldly. Now let's take them all down with one sword stroke. A blue light cut the zombie's head cleanly into 5 pieces that was Vuong Xin. He personally eliminated several other zombies and extracted black metal spheres from their brains. He muttered with a gleam of conspiracy in his eyes, "Enough, the goal has been reached." Vuong Xin jumped onto a rooftop and disappeared. At another house, Chow Bak was startled by a noise and turned around to see Vuong Xin climbing through the window. He hurried into the room where Lai Nuok Hee was lying, her face, pale blood continuously flowing from 2 bullets that had not been removed. "Yes." Vuong Xin placed the black metal pieces in front of her with concern. "Nuok Hee, I've brought the black metal." She whispered in pain, "Give me all of it." Vuong Xin hesitated. "Are you sure?" Li Nuok Hai shouted angrily. "Hurry up and give me all of them!" Vuong Xin's face darkened. Silently, he opened the door and stepped outside. Chow Bak curiously asked, "Did she eat it?" Vuong Xin sighed. She hesitated. Chow Bak shook his head. "I've seen people struggle when eating black metal. The condition gets very bad. I didn't die, but this is what happened to me." Vuong Xin pondered, "I don't want her to die." Chow Bak replied, "With those wounds untreated, she'll die soon anyway. The only choice is to eat the black metal." She suddenly became optimistic. "If successful, she'll be like us, no longer afraid of zombies and able to take revenge." Vuong Xin nodded. "Right, but like Deepback, he's not missing a hand. See, it's hard to regrow." Chow Bak was discouraged. "He's too strong. His weapon can block my fire." Vuong Xin encouraged, "We have to cooperate and come up with a way to catch him, force him to reveal the secret of the black metal and the way to return to being human." Chow Bak nodded. "Okay, let her lead. I'm Chow Bak." He grabbed Vuong Xin's hand as rain continued to fall outside. Elsewhere, a zombie's arm was severed by a blue light sword. Deepback, exhausted, panted heavily under the rain. Trio Hang worriedly asked, "Brother Diep, are you okay? You don't look well. Maybe we should find a place to rest." Deepback turned to Dio Ngunyi. "Ngunyi, how much longer until we get there?" The girl pointed forward. "Go into that bunker and then climb up, but—" She suddenly stopped. "The bunker is flooded and it looks deep. The drainage system is broken." Deepback clicked his tongue unhappily. "That's bad." He pointed to a wooden plank nearby. "Ngunyi, climb up, we'll push you." The girl nodded. "Yes." The 3 proceeded into the flooded tunnel. Trio Hang trembled. "It's so dark. Are there zombies under the water?" Dieu Ngunyi was also worried, turning back. "Brother Diep, are you okay?" Deepback reassured her, "It's okay." But suddenly he fell and gradually sank into the water. Dieu Ngunyi screamed, "Brother Diep." Outside, the rain poured heavily under a gloomy sky. Vuong Xin stood beside Chow Bak, wondering why the rain never stopped. Chow Bak continued, "Yes, the roads are all flooded." Vuong Xin hesitated. "Nuok Hee, I want to negotiate a little." In the room, Lai Nuok Hee trembled painfully from the energy radiating from the black metal. Vuong Xin anxiously called out to Nuok Hai. Her eyes opened wide, glowing brightly like 2 purple flames. Her face was covered with terrifying veins. She screamed desperately. Chow Bak curiously pushed in what happened next. A fierce burst of dark energy shattered the window of the room, purple light shining brightly through the dark night. Deepback opened his eyes. In front of him was cold water, his vision gradually clearing. He struggled to breathe as bubbles kept rising. A hand pulled his head out of the water. A slender figure in a white cloak appeared. Lai Nuok Hai, with a proud, cold look, asked Deepback where his mechanic accomplice was hiding. Deepback sneered with contempt. "I despise rotten women. Stay away from Lao Tu." Li Nuok Hee narrowed her eyes, unsure if that was good or bad. Suddenly, a large hand pushed his head back under the water, drowning him abruptly. Deepback choked before his eyes was the cold water again. His consciousness faded. Darkness surrounded him. When Deepback opened his eyes again, a pale foot appeared before him. Squinting to regain sight, his body ached all over. Deepback silently and slowly sat up, groaning silently. What is going on? Beside the bed, Dieu Nunyi was half asleep. Seeing him awake, the girl cheered Brother Diep. "You're awake." Deepback was stunned, He looked around, wondering where he was. Dieu Nunyi quickly answered, "At my dad's friend's house." Tru Hang entered from the door carrying a tray of food. "Brother Diep, you're finally awake. You've been lying here day and night." Deepback asked, "Are you still here?" Tru Hang looked hurt. "Don't be so cold." "We struggled a lot just to carry you up here," Deepback blurted out. "In this rain and wind, how did you guys carry me up?" An old man standing outside the door spoke up. "I don't understand how you guys got here either." He frowned in surprise. "A student, a chubby guy, and a little girl who managed to get past the zombies. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it." "Yes," Dieu Nunyi happily explained. At that time, Brother Diep was unconscious. We pulled him from the water but didn't know what to do. Luckily, Mr. Trong saw it on the surveillance camera, she said proudly. He recognized me and came to pick us up. Thanks to him, we got here safely. Deepback suspiciously asked, You saw everything? The old man nodded, still surprised. Of course I saw. You sliced zombies like cutting fruit, truly amazing. Where did you get that weapon? Deepback hurried to stand, but pain made him collapse. He forced himself to speak. Thank you for saving me, but I can't tell you about the weapon. Please return it to me, or else... Dieu New Ni anxiously rushed to Brother Dieppe. The old man guessed, looks like sword fighting has exhausted you. He smiled kindly. Sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Trong Han, just call me Dr. Trong. This is my research facility. Since the zombie virus outbreak, I've been here. Deepback repeated Dr. Truong, a memory flashed. Trong Han, a famous zombie researcher, the first to study black metal energy. To mechanics, he's like a saint. He hesitated. Are you really Dr. Truong? Trong Han shyly said, it's embarrassing to say the doctor title is self-given. Actually, I'm just a runner at this research facility. Deepback doubted, silently thinking just a name, wasting my feelings. Seeing his expression, Trong Han changed the subject. But your curiosity about the weapon is genuine. For the sake of humanity's future, let me borrow it for research. Deepback made up his mind. Fine, check it out. If you really are Truong Han, that's even better. He nodded. Okay, but I have something more interesting for you to study. Hello, Trong Han excitedly. What is it? Deepback smiled. A living zombie. The statement stunned Trong Han. The iron door lowered. He eagerly led the way. Come on, your weapon is here. Deepback carried the crab, responding, Oh. Trong Han rubbed his hands excitedly. I'll just take a quick look, nothing naughty. He was amazed watching Dieppbach easily lift the sword. Sure enough, only you can hold it. I almost broke my back carrying it here. Deepback looked around, admiring his working environment. Not bad with the equipment here, you can definitely create more powerful weapons. Trong Han excitedly said, Did you make this weapon yourself? Deepback didn't deny it. Trong Han's eyes sparkled, awesome. Let me watch from outside. Deepback immediately refused. No, the manufacturing process must be kept confidential. Otherwise, I won't catch zombies for your research. Trong Han sneered that the kid was bullying the elderly. Deepback smirked and made a condition, Bring me good food every day and I'll reconsider. Trong Han was annoyed. You're shameless and thick-faced. On the computer screen in the research room appeared information about Dieppbach and Trio Hang. Deepback's data was clear, but Trio Hang's was completely empty. Outside the research institute, rain poured down like a waterfall. The raindrops fell non-stop. Zombies wading through water shuffled aimlessly past the institute gate. In front of the surveillance screen, Dieu New Ni watched intently. Her small fingers quickly moved over the keyboard, eyes full of hope, searching for a trace of her father. Trong Han stepped forward, holding 2 steaming cups of warm water, and called out, New Ni, are you here? The girl turned around, embarrassed. I want to do something within my ability. Trong Han smiled. It's tough looking for survivors out there for you, he worried. Still no news of your father so far. He only managed to get to Tan Thuy area, but it was already surrounded by zombies. Dieu New Ni smiled understandingly. Dr. Truong is a good man, and so is my dad. I believe he's fine. Truong Han chuckled, glanced behind, then whispered, But are the 2 people who brought you here really okay? He looked at Deepback, who was still crafting weapons. That student didn't seem ordinary, yet so young, with such advanced technical skills. His eyes were fierce like a murderous criminal. Deepback was unaware he was being talked about badly, proudly admiring the part he just made. Trong Han worriedly continued without noticing Trio Hang approaching from behind. And that chubby one looked normal but seemed to be hiding something. Suddenly, Trio Hang interrupted. Hey, Mr. Truong, talking behind someone's back isn't good. Trong Han, startled, turned around and saw Trio Hang panicking. Trio Hang angrily pointed. I think you're the weird one. Such a big research institute and you're the only one here. There's a helipad above a large garage below a huge fuel warehouse and plenty of solar panels. Trong Han silently listened, his eyes cold as Trio Hang continued suspiciously. There are food storage rooms, clothing storage, and countless living supplies piled like mountains. Aren't you the most suspicious person here? Trong Han couldn't hold it anymore. Anger flared like fire. He pointed straight at Trio Hang's face. His other hand clenched the cup so tightly the water splashed everywhere from his fury. He roared, What do you know? Then he continued resentfully. I sensed the world would fall into an apocalypse like today, so I prepared early. Yet you all treat me like a fool, a madman, eating my food, sleeping in my house, and still daring to criticize me. My goal is to save humanity. Trio Hang was stunned by the scalding sweat pouring down his forehead. He tried to calm down and stammered back, For humanity, is it right to turn off all the cameras in Tan Thuy area invading others' privacy? Trong Han immediately retorted disdainfully. Yeah, if those cameras weren't working, who would have saved you guys? Seeing the tension rise, Nu Ni quickly stepped forward gently to stop them. Stop arguing. But suddenly, from behind, a cold needle stabbed Triu Hang's neck, abruptly ending the dispute. Then Triu Hang panicked, turned around in shock, and realized Deepback was the one who just stabbed him. Deepback, unusually calm, gently said, "Don't move." He used the syringe to draw some blood from Triu Hang's neck. After finishing, Triu Hang anxiously touched the stab wound and stammered, "What did you use the needle for?" Deepback looked at the blood tube in his hand, his voice calm. "I need to borrow some of your blood." He paused, then continued seriously, "Zombies are about to enter the first mutation phase. We don't have much time left." Finishing his words, Deepback turned and walked inside, warning as he went, "Greater disasters are coming. Everyone needs to be prepared." Trong Han's face turned pale with horror and exclaimed, "What? Zombies are about to mutate Nu Ni," and Triu Hang couldn't hide their shock either. Through the outdoor surveillance screen, it was still pouring rainwater, flooding everywhere. Not far from there, an abandoned building stood tall. Inside were Dufang's people. He stood by the window, eyes fixed on the zombies wading through the murky water, their eyes flashing a strange blue light filled with bloodthirsty desire. Fong involuntarily shuddered, his face pale with disgust, gritting his teeth and closing his eyes tightly, softly groaning, "Yeah." Then he turned around, voice trembling as he told everyone, "This place is surrounded by zombies. We can't get through." Only then did everyone notice Du Fong's clothes were dirty and soaked. No surprise, with this kind of rain, the roads were deeply flooded. A male student spoke up anxiously, "With such heavy rain, the roads are completely flooded." A female student beside him couldn't hold back and burst into tears, covering her face. "What are we going to do?" On the floor, another female student lay motionless, temporarily covered with a jacket next to a male student, sobbing loudly. Dufang looked outside, his voice dropping, "I don't even know where Deepback has gone." The female student beside him panicked and continued, "There's no food in this building. We're going to die here." Hearing this, Dufang's eyes flashed with determination. There was still one way. He took out several green energy stones that amazed the whole group, all eyes focused on the stones in Dufang's hand. He explained with tension in his voice, "When I helped Deepback extract brains from zombies, I secretly hid a few stones." Looking at the sparkling stones, Dufang continued, "I heard before that monster screamed because it ate this black pearl which turned it into a monster. If I eat this pearl, maybe I can too." A male student interrupted in panic. "Afong, do you really want to eat that pearl?" Dufang clenched the stones tightly, his whole body trembling but trying to stay calm. "If we get power like a monster, we can break out of the siege and survive." Suddenly, a female student pointed ahead, her voice full of curiosity. "Hey, what is that?" The group immediately turned their heads, eyes fixed on the direction the girl pointed. In front of them, on the opposite building, a bright purple tornado appeared, swirling around eerie lightning flashes. Dufang cautiously approached, narrowing his eyes in suspicion. "That's a tornado." Everyone gaped in amazement at the strange sight. The scene shifted to the Research Institute, rain still pouring non-stop. Water flooded the brightly lit room. Deepback was absorbed in crafting something, electric sparks flashing brightly, reflecting off his serious face. Deepback removed his protective mask, revealing a resolute expression, unwavering. Triu Hang stood outside the door, anxiously looking in, murmuring, "Deep has been working for days. Not sure what he's making." Trong Han approached from behind, his voice deep. "He said he's making new weapons to fight the zombie mutations." "Could all zombies really turn into those black-spiked monsters or fire-breathing beasts you guys faced before?" Triu Hang replied helplessly, voice full of despair. "I don't know." "If they really turn like that, we're in big trouble. There's no decent weapons here. What can we use to fight back?" Trong Han immediately retorted sharply, "I want to build a safe shelter, not claim a mountain to be king. How can there be weapons?" Triu Hang refused to back down, answering right away. "A shelter without weapons is like meat on a chopping board, you old fool." As Trong Han was about to reply, Ngu Ni suddenly ran over, urgently calling, "Mr. Trong, Mr. Truong." She stammered, her face full of emotion. I saw my dad on the camera." Ngu Ni's eyes shimmered as if about to cry from unexpected happiness. Triu Hang hurried after her, breathless. "You saw him on the camera?" Trong Han ran alongside Tone, a bit panicked. "That means he has reached the Tantui area already." Ngu Ni quickly sat at the observation desk, skillfully locating her dad right at the Western Market. She spoke in a trembling voice. "To prevent accidents, I recorded the surveillance footage." All three looked at the screen, but what appeared shocked them deeply. All three gasped, "What, he's walking among those zombies?" Trong Han was surprised. Looking closer, his actions seemed like he wasn't turned into a zombie. Trio Hang added suspicious, "But why isn't he surrounded by zombies?" The image on the screen clearly showed Diao Hai with cold, sharp eyes wearing a dark blue raincoat, seemingly stained with some strange liquid. He silently passed through the zombies in the pouring rain, his figure gradually disappearing from the camera's view. Gunyi's eyes welled up with tears, involuntarily calling out, "Trio Hang." Standing beside her, Trio Hang quickly reassured Gunyi, "Although we don't know how your dad escaped the zombies, at least we know he's still alive." Gunyi blinked back tears, nodding with a choked voice, "Yeah, yes." Suddenly, Trong Han exclaimed, as if discovering something unusual. It seemed he had worn zombie clothes and smeared their blood on himself. "So that's how you can fool the zombies? Could it be that zombies hunt by smell?" He pondered, eyes flashing curiosity. "That's really worth studying." Gunyi looked at him worriedly, voice trembling. "Mr. Trong." Her call interrupted his thoughts. Her call? Trong Han startled, smiling apologetically. "Ah, sorry, kid, I just had an old episode again." He leaned close to Gunyi, voice gentle but serious. "I know you really want to save your dad, but the weather is very unstable. The rain won't stop. The tunnel to the western area is flooded, no cars can pass." Hearing this, Gunyi bowed her head, eyes sad, choking back sobs. Trio Hang witnessed the scene, feeling a pang of pity, quietly kindling hope. "Maybe we should ask Diep Tu what he thinks," he suggested with a hopeful tone. "Maybe he has already created some powerful equipment." Hearing that Gunyi was briefly delighted, a bright smile blossoming on her lips. Okay," she replied, her eyes sparkling. Diep Tu, with a serious and cold demeanor, spoke, "No." He firmly looked straight at Diao Gunyi, despite her pleading. "Oh, I haven't finished yet. It's useless for you to be anxious." He suddenly turned sharply, his voice cold. "I told you. Besides bringing meals, don't bother me." Trio Hang couldn't help but interrupt with a disgruntled expression. "Hey, Deep, aren't you being a bit too much? If you can't help, fine, but you can't even comfort her a bit. Such a cold attitude." Diep Tu remained unmoved, replying curtly, "Then you go." After hearing that, Trio Hang was stunned, puzzled. At that moment before him appeared two gleaming weapons, a sharp blade like moonlight, and a gun emitting a strange aura filled with serum. Trio Hang stared, wide-eyed, mouth agape. "What is this?" Diep Tu calmly explained. "Yes, I mixed your blood into these two weapons. Now you can use them." Trio Hang excitedly grabbed them, eyes shining brightly. "Let me try." As soon as he held the blade, he kept marveling. "Oh, it really feels as light as nothing." "This blade is exactly like yours, right, Diep Tu?" Diep Tu carefully instructed on how to use it. "Imagine channeling all your power into the weapon. Doing that will slash out a blade of light. But remember to adjust the force just right, or you'll exhaust yourself." Trio Hang's eyes gleamed brightly as he nodded rapidly. "Oh, I'll be careful." He curiously pointed at the gun. "And this gun, was it remade from the one you stole?" Diep Tu nodded with a steady voice. "Yes, before shooting, turn on the power to accumulate energy in the barrel. When fired, energy will unleash with the bullet powerfully, but ammo is limited, so aim carefully before shooting." Trio Hang licked his lips, extremely excited. "Oh, this is an electronic cannon, so cool, it's awesome." He held the two weapons. Trio Hang eagerly dashed outside like a wild beast, spotting a fat prey. "Ha ha, can't wait! I have to try this right now." He ran straight out of the base despite the heavy rain, pointing the gun at the sky, shouting excitedly, a shot hitting a bright blue beam that shot up, tearing through the sky. Trio Hang was startled. "Oh, damn!" But then he laughed heartily, feeling cool beyond words. Next, he drew the blade, a fierce aura bursting forth. With one slash, a brilliant light tore through the air. Ha, it really created a blade of light. Trio Hang delightedly slashed repeatedly, as if enjoying a refined pleasure. From the lab, Trung Han observed through the camera, frowning and muttering, "Stop waving the sword and gun in front of the lab door." Trio Hang grinned widely. "Ha, I am now the undefeated champion of the world." He quickly put on boots and a protective suit, standing in the rain, shouting arrogantly, "Whether zombie or mutant human, come here, old Trio will take down each one." He turned to the camera and shouted, "Ngunyi, I will bring you 3 home safely, rest assured, and stay with Mr. Trung." Diao Ngunyi inside was anxious and restless. "Please be careful. Are you all right?" Trung Han sighed helplessly. "Let him be. Let's see how long his arrogance lasts." Triu Hang stepped out of the lab, murmuring, "Hello, hello, can you hear me?" Trung Han answered via radio. "The way to the west area is flooded. You have to follow the mountain ridge westward to circle around. There are no cameras, but zombies are everywhere. I advise you not to be reckless." Trio Hang grimaced, annoyed. "Old man, you're really a nuisance. Let Ngu Nhi guide the way." Trung Han angrily, "Damn fatso fine." Hang slowly moved forward, gripping the blade and gun tightly. Suddenly his eyes narrowed as he spotted a pack of fierce zombies blocking the path, ready to charge at any moment. He was briefly flustered. Oh, zombies climbed up here already. The hungry, mindless zombies charged simultaneously like wild beasts. Though initially startled, Trio Hang quickly regained composure, growling, "I'm not afraid, I have the divine weapon made by Dieppe." He drew the blade and swung hard. A brilliant light wave swept away the zombies before him, scattering them instantly. Trio Hang laughed loudly, arrogantly. "Ha ha, I'm too strong. Even if there are more, I won't be scared." But that smile suddenly froze when something more terrifying than the zombies appeared before his eyes. His pupils dilated as he tried to see clearly. Far away, a swirling tornado carrying fierce lightning was approaching. It didn't look natural at all, more like a monster growling in the pitch-black rain, radiating a deadly aura. "What the hell is this?" Trio Hang exclaimed in a trembling voice as the rain continued to pour down like a waterfall. He swung his sword, cutting down a zombie with blood splattering everywhere, staining the ground red. With several consecutive moves, he took down 2 more zombies rushing towards him under the heavy rain. Trio Hang panted heavily, looking at the pile of filthy, stinking corpses at his feet. He quickly turned on his walkie-talkie, his voice urgent. "Hello, hello, Ngu Nhi. Dr. Trung, can you see this?" He directed his gaze toward the fierce tornado and continued. "The rain here is getting heavier and heavier. There's also a tornado in the west." Trung Han replied anxiously over the radio. "The rain is really heavy out there. The camera's visibility is limited. The wind is about to reach level 6. It's very dangerous. You need to turn back quickly." Trio Hang, feeling helpless, had to admit that no matter how strong the equipment was, it couldn't compete with nature. "Ngu Nhi, I'm sorry. We can only wait for the weather to calm down before rescuing your father." Trung Han comforted Ngu Nhi from the other side. "Your father is always lucky. If he avoids the zombies, he will get through this storm too." Ngu Nhi, with red-rimmed eyes, could only nod in agreement. Soaked in rain, Trio Hang dragged himself back to the base gate, pulling something along. Suddenly, the alarm siren blared loudly and red lights flashed repeatedly. Trung Han was startled and panicked, shouting into the walkie-talkie, "Fat guy, is there a zombie following you?" Trio Hang hesitated, still holding the live zombie. "Actually, I intentionally dragged it here, planning to rescue Ngu Nhi's father, but now I can't go, so I'll wait for the next time." He explained further that bringing back a live zombie was because Mr. Dieppe told me to. Trung Han was stunned, his voice trembling. "What, you brought a live zombie back here?" With his scientist instincts, he hurriedly rushed out, shouting, "Stay right there, I'm coming." After a while, Trung Han nervously ran to Trio Hang, who was untying the tie around the zombie's neck, explaining, "It only has its upper half left. I cut the rest off so it wouldn't run around." Trung Han's eyes shone brightly as he knelt down to examine the live zombie. "Wow, it's really alive. Such persistent vitality. Who exactly is supplying their energy?" he muttered excitedly. Through the camera screen, Ngu Nhi clearly saw every gesture of the 2 men. Trung Han kept thanking him repeatedly. "Thank you. Thank you, Fat Hang. This time you really made a great contribution. You guys really kept your promise." Hearing this, Trio Hang smiled with his eyes squinting, feeling relieved. Ngu Nhi, witnessing this rare harmony, happily murmured, "Great, Mr. Trung and Mr. Trio have made up." But in another corner of the base, Dieppe back was focused on testing a new item, a robotic arm. He put it on clenched and opened his fist slightly, his face serious and unwavering. Outside, the rain still poured down heavily, each drop hitting the barrier wall, creating a gloomy and frightening atmosphere. The next morning, weak rays of sunshine began to peek out from the dense black clouds, shining on the ruined human structures, creating a scene both familiar and strange. The light also shone on the zombies, patiently waiting for prey. Suddenly, they raised their heads, their eyes flickering with a strange blue light. Their bodies stirred, as if something was about to explode. A yellow-shirted zombie began to transform. Its eyes turned bright red from within, as another creature emerged, a more dangerous, upgraded zombie monster version. Dark red skin, sharp, jagged teeth, and ravenous eyes made it even more terrifying. A monster leapt onto the apartment building. The jump was equivalent to 4 floors. On the rooftop, a boy happily welcomed the rare sunshine of the apocalypse day. Singing loudly, "The sun shines bright, the flower laughs with me." unaware that the monster's sharp claws had already sunk into the railing just a few steps away from him. The sunlight was blocked by the giant zombie body, signaling the tragic fate of the unlucky boy had come to an end. Bang bang, the sound of shattering echoed. A man sensing danger immediately rushed to the source of the noise, shouting, "Wife, save Tu Min!" But before him was a horrifying scene. The monster was gnawing on his wife's neck. In his arms was the lifeless body of his son, Tio Min. The bloody image shattered him, leaving him powerless to resist tears not even falling. Outside, a horde of crazed, evolved zombies climbed, hunting down survivors in the apartment complex. The sound of desperate screams echoed nonstop. A grotesque hand of an evolved zombie smashed the glass door, causing 3 men inside to panic and scream, "Ah!" Monster, the monster. The terrified screams of those inside never ceased as it chased after the fleeing crowd. Among them were 2 people, 1 male and 1 female former classmates of Diepbak. Their faces pale, they ran for their lives. Just as the monster's filthy hand was about to touch the girl, a pale but muscular arm from another creature suddenly blocked it, gripping its wrist tightly. A sharp blade like a scythe flashed and stabbed straight into the evolved zombie's head, dark blood spurting out. The 2 others froze in place. The girl looked at the strange creature, resembling an evolved zombie, but with an all-white body pinning down the monster. This creature pulled a glowing red orb from the zombie's body, letting out a cold smile. At this moment, its form became clear, a familiar figure. The surviving crowd gasped in shock. "Ah, Fong." Outside the apartment complex in the city, a horde of crazed, evolved zombies advanced under the high sunlight. Lin Yuaki, Chobak, and Vuongsing watched. Chobak exclaimed with a trembling voice, "Terrifying, so many zombies, they look like a school of fish, but move in an orderly way." Lin Yuaki curled her lips, her arm glowing with strange purple power, her tone full of cunning. It was worth enduring those torturous days. "Have you found Diepbak's location yet?" Vuongsing replied, "Yes, he's in a house on a hill like a research institute. He suggested I sneak in to kill him, but Lin Yuaki dismissed it with a sharp glare. No, how can I let him die so vaguely? I want to tear him apart myself so he can taste despair." Stepping closer, she raised her arm, emitting bizarre power, a savage smile on her face. Meanwhile, at the research institute, as Trio Hang and Ngu Nyi prepared to get in the car, the alarm suddenly blared loudly. Trio Hang hurriedly grabbed the walkie-talkie. "Dr. Truong, are we about to go out?" The alarm is blaring so loud, Truong Han responded urgently. "Chubby Trio, don't go out, big trouble. Take Ngu Nyi back to the lab immediately." He added shakily, "City cameras show a huge horde of zombies gathering, heading straight toward us." Trio Hang froze. "What? How big is a huge horde?" Truong Han muttered, "About 1,000. Trio Hang whispered in horror. "What the hell is going on? Could it be because we're the last survivors, or did we anger something?" Truong Han helplessly said, "I'm not sure what chaos the outside horde is causing, but you should report it to Diepbak immediately." Trio Hang rushed to find Diepbak, almost crying. "Brother Diep, it's bad. Thousands of zombies are coming. What should we do?" At this time, Diepbak was still focused on the computer. His calm voice came through. "Dr. Truong just informed me." Trio Hang breathed a sigh of relief, but asked urgently, "Then what? Are you ready to go out and take them down?" Diepbak replied calmly, "Not yet. I'm not done." Trio Hang snapped angrily. "What kind of joke is this? Am I supposed to fight 1,000 zombies alone?" Without showing Trio Hang's frustration, Diepbak coldly said, "I warned you all to prepare thoroughly. Now the situation has far exceeded expectations. Even my emergency data doesn't cover this." Diepbak continued calmly, "Now we can only rely on each other. If he really is Dr. Truong, he surely has a way to handle this difficulty." Hearing this, Trio Hang lost it and yelled, "Brother Diep, what the hell are you saying?" I don't have time for riddles, but all he got was Diepbak's cold silence. Disappointed, Trio Hang swallowed his anger and muttered resentfully, "Damn it, and now he's giving me the silent treatment." In the end, he told himself, "Fine, I can only rely on myself." Trio Hang rushed up the stairs alone to the rooftop. Standing high up, he looked outside and immediately froze at the horrifying sight. Crowds of all kinds of zombies were densely packed like an anthill surrounding the barrier walls. He broke into a cold sweat, exclaiming, "Oh God, so many zombies. No matter how strong the lab walls are, they won't hold." Without hesitation, he dashed down and ran straight to the car. "No, we can't let them pile up around the walls." Truong Han saw Trio Hang driving out and asked in surprise over the walkie-talkie, "Hey, Trio Hang, what are you planning to do?" Chubby Trio shouted loudly, "Open the gate. I'm going out to hold them off first. Doctor, think of a plan to deal with this. If I can't get back, everyone find a way to escape." "Ngu Nyi extremely worried," exclaimed Brother Trio. "The Jeep is roaring out to block the zombies." From inside the car, Trio Hang confidently raised his gun, aimed straight. and bang, a brilliant blue flash shot out, hitting a zombie right in the heart. The terrible explosion threw the whole group around. Trio Hang excitedly shouted, "Awesome! Looks like no aiming needed." He kept shooting, yelling, "Shoot them all to dust." Another group of zombies was blasted away, flames burning each one to ashes. From above, Lee Nyuk-hee frowned, watching with a troubled expression. Vung Sing beside her remarked, "Didn't expect them to have such deadly weapons. This looks tough." Lee Nyuk-hee smirked coldly. "Let's see how long they can hold out." Outside, after struggling for a while, Trio Hang began to tire. A bullet fired off took out a horde of zombies, but immediately another wave surged forward. He raised his gun, bang, knocking back the newcomers, but sweat was already pouring down the barrel. The next bullet, he cursed, "Damn it, why won't it run out?" Suddenly, a fireball rushed in from afar. Trio Hang was stunned, unable to react. The fireball slammed straight into the front wheel, flames bursting out, burning the tire. Nguni shouted in panic over the radio, "Brother Trio!" The car tilted to one side, the wheels still blazing fiercely. Trio Hang fought dizziness, gritted his teeth, opened the door, and staggered out. Out of the corner of his eye, he recognized a familiar figure, Cho Bak. Although his expression was unclear, Trio Hang was certain he was smirking triumphantly. He gritted his teeth and growled, "You bastard! You dare to ambush me!" Trio Hang immediately fired a shot at Cho Bak, his voice booming with spirit. "This time I'm not afraid of you anymore. Take this bullet." But the fiery monster dodged the bullet like lightning, then spat a stream of fire at Trio Hang, continuing to set the car ablaze fiercely. Trio Hang reacted lightning fast, rolling to avoid it, then raised his gun to fire another shot. Dun Cho Bak escaped and vanished. Trio Hang shouted in frustration, "Coward! If you're brave, don't run!" Suddenly, a horde of zombies silently closed in from behind. Trio Hang jumped back, startled. "Damn it, since when did zombies surround me?" He quickly fired a shot to take out the closest group. The brilliant blue light exploded, tearing them to pieces. Inside the research institute, Trung Han and Ngu Nhi were extremely worried. Trung Han shouted into the radio, "Trio Hang, come back quickly! Surrounded by zombies, you can't escape." Trio Hang gave his all, running desperately, gasping, "I knew this was a trap!" Suddenly, Vung Sin jumped down from above, sharp claws swinging straight at Trio Hang. In a split-second life-or-death moment, Trio Hang rolled away just in time, then raised his gun and fired a bullet that grazed Vung Sin's shoulder. Not giving him time to react, he quickly switched to a long sword and swung a decisive strike. Vung Sin dodged, but Trio Hang continued swinging his sword to the right, aiming to chop off his head. The monster twisted away to escape, but suspicion flickered in Vung Sin's mind. What's going on? This fat guy's skills are even faster than Deepback's. Trio Hang's eyes blazed, the gun roaring, "Die!" Bang, bang, 2 shots fired forced Vung Sin to retreat. He laughed loudly, full of confidence. "I told you I'm not afraid of you guys." From above, Lee Nyuk-hee's expression darkened even more. She raised her arm, flashing a demonic power beginning to control the zombies below. Immediately, the bloodthirsty monsters crazily charged toward Trio Hang at a terrifying speed. "What?" Trio Hang said confusedly. "Why are zombies suddenly rushing here?" The zombies said nothing, just lunged forward, their eyes like they wanted to tear him apart. But Trio Hang didn't let them succeed, swinging his sword repeatedly, sharp strikes taking down the approaching zombies. But the situation worsened. He panted, muttering, "This is bad. They move too fast. I can't keep up." In the end, he gave all his strength and ran for his life, thinking, the best plan is to run. Suddenly, a zombie fell from the sky, blocking Trio Hang's escape path, making him jump in shock. Why is there a zombie falling from the sky? Another one was thrown right next to him with a thud. Horror-stricken, he looked up and saw Vung Sin, the mastermind behind this, throwing zombies like stones. A giant hand suddenly squeezed a zombie's waist and hurled it straight toward Trio Hang. He was startled, immediately raised his gun. A loud bang echoed. The zombie was blown to pieces on the spot. The remaining zombies went wild, all chasing after Trio Hang. He cried out almost in tears, "Hoo-hoo, what now, help!" A zombie leapt high, landed, and clung tightly to his leg. Uncle Trio Hang was in utter terror, sweat pouring down like a stream. The monster bared its filthy teeth, never having brushed for 5 years, opened wide, ready to bite his leg. But as fast as a flash, the uncle quickly drew a sharp knife and cut its head in half. The uncle fell heavily to the ground, breathing heavily, heart pounding. Too dangerous. He muttered, but before he could catch his breath, his eyes widened as a swarm of zombies like a disturbed beehive roared madly, rushing to devour him. Panic-stricken, tangled inside, so close and firing might just burn my own life away. He thought silently, his sword arm exhausted, no strength left to swing. Suddenly, a brilliant blue light streaked past him. Fortunately, he dodged in time, exclaiming in surprise, "Ah!" The light swept through the zombies, burning them to ashes in the blink of an eye. Vung Sing, standing nearby, was stunned, blurted out, "What?" The zombies stubbornly advanced, but the blue light appeared again, continuing to burn them mercilessly. From within the light, a gleaming robotic arm appeared. It was Deepback, proudly coming to the rescue. From feet to hands, the robot radiated a terrifying power showing invincibility. Uncle Trio Hang was overjoyed, as if his mother had just come home from the market with gifts. "Brother Diep, you finally arrived!" he shouted to Ngunyi Tudu and Mr. Trung Han nearby, who also cheered loudly. "That's so good." Brother Diep arrived just in time. Uncle Trio Hang laughed excitedly. "God, this kid is so badass." Could this Brother Diep be the deadly weapon he's been painstakingly building for days? Damn, that's terrifying. Deepback replied seriously. "Don't let your guard down. Enemies are still lurking around." He continued firmly. "If you still have strength, deal with the zombies on the left. I'll handle the right side. I guarantee not a single one will get past this wall." Uncle True Hang smiled brightly and responded, Hey, all right, as long as Brother Diep is here, nothing will be a problem." He added excitedly, "I can clean this place out completely." At that moment, Diepbak began to activating the jet engine. The robot soared into the sky and rushed straight toward the nearby zombies. A massive energy began gathering in the robot arm, growing brighter and brighter, ready to explode. Deepbak threw that power blast, obliterating the zombies instantly. Without stopping, he continued to gather energy in his right arm. A blinding light shooting out, burning another group of zombies to ashes. Uncle Trio Hang stood watching, mouth agape, stunned. "Whoa, Brother Diep is so cool. With this round, we might collect 1,000 kinds of zombie black gold. Maybe thanks to Brother Diep, I'll even get a fancy armor suit." He thought while laughing loudly with pride up high. A girl with shiny blonde hair stood observing everything, her gaze cold and sharp. Vungsing turned to Taonyuk Hijiepbak, has made an even more powerful weapon now. "With this power, we can't even get close to him." The girl bit her lip angrily and growled, "Yeah, you think wearing that pile of scrap metal will save your life, Deepback? Just wait." Deepback's robot arm punched a zombie away and continued to take down many others. Both arms gathered massive energy and fired straight into the zombie horde, destroying them completely. Mr. Trung Han and the girl nearby witnessed it all. The old man marveled Deepback's machine, or rather the exoskeleton, is really powerful. It doesn't seem like technology that should exist in this era. It's hard to imagine he built this from scrap metal. The girl added, "Brother Diep's weapon is actually made from black gems taken from zombie brains." Mr. Trung Han was surprised. What he was more excited than ever. "What are those gems in the zombie brain made of? Where exactly are they located?" The girl replied. They feel like metal, probably near the pituitary gland." The old man pondered. Could crystallized matter in zombie brains really be used to make weapons? What secret is Deepbak hiding from us again? Strange. Ngunyi keep observing. "I'll go back to the lab to study the corpse that Trio Hang brought back." The girl nodded in agreement. Back on the battlefield, the zombies swarmed like ants. Charging toward Deepbak, Nuak Hai unleashed dark power, shouting, "Hurry up, everyone, charge!" The undead army seemed empowered, recklessly rushing forward like arrows. Uncle Trio Hang worriedly said, "Another giant horde of zombies like an earthquake." Deepbak calmly replied, "More of them means more to kill. Don't think about it." But just as he finished, he startled as a group of zombies closed in, leaping to grab him. Suddenly, Nuaki shouted loudly, "Deepbak, shatter into pieces." Immediately, a zombie exploded right in front of him. Deepbak was stunned. What other zombies then exploded one by one, leaving him dumbfounded? So there are zombies that can self-detonate. Right after the undead army turned into living bombs that exploded, splattering a purple hue across the sky. Chowbak watched in amazement and exclaimed, "Oh, it looks like a battle of gods over there." "We're completely powerless, unable to help." Wong Sin, with a worried face, said Nwak He swallowed 7 black pearls to transform into her current form. For days, her body kept splitting apart and merging back. No normal person could endure that pain. You can see how intense her hatred for Diepbak is. Chowbak frowned and said in a deep voice, she swallowed. 7 black pearls, not turning into a monster, but gaining power far beyond ours. Those black pearls, the more you eat, the stronger you get. Vuong Sin shook his head and replied, "I don't know the exact rules, but I wouldn't want to endure the torture she did. Maybe she's no longer herself." At this moment, Nuak He's eyes burned orange with anger as she controlled the dark power, sending the undead like moths to a flame, charging explosively toward Deepbak. He muttered suspiciously, "Someone is controlling them." Deepbak braced himself against the storm-like attack wave of the undead army. His robotic arm activated, gathering a brilliant energy. He fired that beam straight at a nearby high-voltage power pole. Nuak Hai, with quick reflexes, dodged in time. Vuong Sin widened his eyes and blurted, "Nuak Hai." She fell straight to the ground in such a pathetic posture. But immediately she used her power to land safely without a scratch. Suddenly, she startled eyes panicked. It turned out Deepback had been standing there waiting for her. He activated his robotic arm. A massive energy burst flared like the sun. Nuakai hurriedly commanded the undead to charge and confront him. The energy beam from Deepback swept through, wiping out the undead army in an instant. Nuakai used the monsters as a shield to escape danger, but was shocked to realize something. Deepback moved like lightning right in front of her. He threw a powerful punch, but Nuakai quickly dodged. He immediately prepared to fire the green laser again. Nuakai didn't hesitate using dark power to create a brilliant shield against the incoming laser. She raised her hand to block, but the power seemed too overwhelming to withstand. Suddenly, Deepback's robotic arm lunged forward, pinning her to the ground. Nuakai screamed in unbearable pain and despair. Deepback locked her movement and coldly said, "Lai Nuak. Hi, that bullet didn't kill you back then. Tell me, how many beetle nuts have you eaten, Nuak?" Hai clenched her teeth in anger upon hearing this. She poured all her dark power into her hand to counterattack, but Deepback swiftly controlled the robotic foot and stomped hard. A loud crash echoed. Her hand was crushed, blood gushing out. She screamed in excruciating pain. Deepback repeated coldly, "In a past life you cost me an arm, now pay your debt in blood." Suddenly he noticed something, his eyes flashing alertness. Vuongsin rushed over from afar to help. Nuakai shouted, "Let her go!" Deepback didn't respond, silently channeling brilliant blue energy in his robotic arm. Beams fired continuously toward Vuongsin, but he skillfully dodged them all. Vuongsin leapt forward, charging straight at Deepback. In an instant, Deepback grabbed Nuakai tightly, using her own body as a weapon to strike directly at Vuongsin's face. Deepback continued to fire a brilliant beam of energy toward Vuongsin. He was hit mid-air, his body staggering like a kite with a broken string. Chao Bak witnessed this terrifying scene and exclaimed, "Vuongsin is dead, even Li Nuakai has been captured. That armor is terrifying." He muttered with a cunning gleam in his eyes, "The best plan is to run away. I have to escape quickly," saying that he took off running without looking back. Meanwhile, Nuak He was trapped in the robotic arm's grip, groaning in pain. Deepback looked at her coldly, his voice sharp as a knife. "Lai Nuak Hai. You swallowed the black jade and still maintained your human form. Could it be that you are truly the chosen one? But your existence is too dangerous. I must eliminate you soon." He tightened the robotic arm, causing Nuak Hai to scream in extreme pain. That power spread, causing the zombie army in the distance to begin mutating. They shed their zombie skin and transformed into terrifying, roaring monsters. Deepback was stunned and muttered, "What, the zombies have already started? Phase 1 mutation?" The nearby girl shouted in panic, "Deep, this isn't good." There are more and more zombies around the research facility. Mr. True was blocking the main gate, but a few had climbed the wall inside. Despite the blood pouring down, Nuak Hai laughed loudly, replacing the girl's words. "Ha! None of you will survive. Turn into zombies, all of you. Become my slaves." Deepback gritted his teeth and frowned fiercely. He threw Nuak Hai forcefully toward the horde of undead. She fell hard, crashing into a monster. Without hesitation, he gathered energy in the robotic arm and fired a massive beam of light that incinerated the monsters in an instant, making them vanish as if they never existed. Deepback activated the jet engine and dashed forward. On the other side, Uncle True Hang had run out of ammo. Panicked, he shouted, "It's over! Out of ammo! This place is completely surrounded by zombies!" He swung his sword wildly, hacking at the zombies. Suddenly, a zombie lunged at him. In that moment, Uncle True noticed it, but his body couldn't react in time. He hurriedly raised his sword to block the attack. The monster growled fiercely as it closed in. Uncle True thought in shock. What the heck is this? Could this be a new supernatural power? He swung his sword horizontally at the monster, but strangely it was unharmed. The slash slowly closed up. Uncle True was now surrounded tightly by the zombies. His heart turned icy cold. They kept coming in greater numbers, transforming into horrifying creatures, swarming like ants, disrupting a nest impossible to count. His sword still danced furiously, chopping at the monsters, but it was like a mosquito biting stainless steel, barely any damage. He cursed the monsters silently. What the hell are these things? After all that slashing, only a few scratches remain. Could this be the Phase 1 mutation that Deepback mentioned? Having no choice, Uncle True decided to run away, running while glancing back at the monsters chasing him. The girl from afar hurriedly contacted Mr. True. "Mr. Trio. Are you okay?" she shouted. "Zombies have climbed the wall and entered the research facility. Dr. Truong is busy in the dissection room and probably doesn't know what's happening outside. Mr. True, please hurry back to the lab building." Uncle True replied in desperation, "I want to, but the whole research facility is surrounded by zombies. I can't get in. Suddenly, two robotic arms spread out, grabbing Uncle Trio Hang's waist tightly. He rejoiced like it was New Year's Day, exclaiming, "Deep, can you fly me up too?" Deepback replied seriously, "Fly? What the hell? I'm taking you into the research facility. You handle killing any zombies that climb inside." The two quickly entered the base. Deepback instructed some zombies have entered Phase 1 mutation. Their skin is tougher, but multiple slashes can still bring them down. However, they're more agile than normal zombies. Don't underestimate them. Uncle Trio Hang panted, wiping sweat. Phew, I'm exhausted. Finally, I can sit and catch my breath. Please take care of the zombies outside. With that, Deepback quickly activated the jet engine and shot out of the base gate. At this moment, they were surrounded by zombies as densely as fans surrounding their idol. A brilliant energy began to accumulate in the robot's two arms again. The dazzling blue beams swept through, incinerating a large number of the undead. However, quite a few agile ones still climbed over the walls to get inside the base. Uncle Trio Hang was so focused on fighting that he didn't notice and shouted loudly, "Gunyi, can you get me some water? My throat is completely dry." Suddenly, a mutated zombie roared and charged straight at him. He startled and turned around. The monster was right behind him. Its jagged teeth were just inches away. He reacted as fast as lightning. Uncle pulled out his handgun and stabbed the sharp knife straight into the monster's chest. It screamed in pain, but he didn't stop. He pinned it down, then swung his blade, splitting the gruesome body in half. Uncle roared angrily, "Sneaking attacks, huh? Dare to disturb my rest. Let me see how many slashes it takes to shred your head to pieces." He swung his sword repeatedly, chopping the zombie's head until it was motionless. Little Nunyi hurried over, holding a bottle of water. "Brother Trio, I brought you water." She anxiously asked, "Brother Trio, are you okay?" Uncle wiped the sweat dripping from his forehead and sighed in relief. "Still alive, that's lucky." The girl pointed at the zombie, her voice trembling. "I saw this one on the camera. It's different from the others." Uncle nodded, eyes brightening. While rummaging inside the monster's head, he suddenly exclaimed, "Got it! There it is, and it's red too." A glowing red gem rested in the zombie's brain, sparkling strangely. In the lab, Mr. Trung Han was equally excited, shouting, "Got it! The black pearl is opaque but flashes a blue light. Could this black metal be what turns humans into zombies? Or does it form after becoming a zombie?" Holding the gem with eyes shining brightly, he muttered, "Black metal, black pearl. Just how many secrets are they hiding?" His voice was full of excitement, as if discovering a treasure. Outside, Deepback was still fiercely fighting, taking down zombies one after another like chopping bananas. He unleashed a massive energy blast that wiped out the entire horde in an instant, and breathed a sigh of relief. He shouted back to Trio Map, "All zombies are dead. Go pick up the pearls." He entered the base heroically like a war god in a shimmering robotic armor. Uncle Trio Hang hurried out, praising him profusely. "No wonder your brother Diep. Your work efficiency is truly impressive." Deepbach replied calmly, "The armor isn't finished yet. If it was, the efficiency would be even higher." Uncle's eyes widened as he pointed at the mountain of zombie corpses, two piles of undead stacked like a mountain. "We'll have to deal with floods through 5 dragon years before it's done." He laughed dryly and continued, "Brother Diep, after I collect the pearls, you'll help me make an armor, right?" Deepback glared at him and sighed. "I'm exhausted these days. Let me get some sleep first, then we'll see." Suddenly, Mr. Trung Han stepped out of the lab, holding up a blue pearl, his tone serious. "Wait, I have something to ask you." He lifted the gem, his eyes sharp. "Isn't it time to tell me all the secrets related to the Black Pearl?" The question made Deepback pause. His gaze flickered around the base. Zombie corpses piled as high as mountains created a chilling scene. Uncle Trio Hang kept tirelessly digging pearls from their brains, mumbling tiredly, "So exhausting. There are still thousands to collect. It'd be better to just burn them all so we don't have to dig so much. I'm suffering all alone." The scene shifted inside the base. Deepback's robotic armor was being maintained. The metallic shine glittered under the lights. Mr. Trung Han from TRJ Smart asked, "Is this Black Pearl really the energy source of the zombies?" Deepback nodded with a low voice, "Yes. When a person is infected by the zombie virus, this black particle forms in the brain. It absorbs sunlight like photosynthesis, storing energy in the Black Pearl." Mr. Trung Han's eyes widened in amazement as he exclaimed, "Oh, zombies can do photosynthesis too." Although these particles flash with sparkling blue light, we couldn't find any chlorophyll or corresponding enzymes. Instead, we discovered some things never seen before. Holding the gem with excitement, he said, "This particle seems to be formed from a strange kind of metal. When exposed to light and heat, it reacts violently, almost like blood mixed with metal. Deepbak nodded solemnly, especially regarding human blood. He continued in a low voice. The zombie virus spreads faster in the human body than in animals or plants. That's why humans turn into zombies the easiest. After absorbing light for a period, zombies enter a mutation phase. Mr. Truong Han clapped his thigh in surprise. So that's how it is. Previously watching the camera, we saw zombies at night were ferocious like demons. But during the day, they wandered aimlessly or even stood still like statues. It turns out they were photosynthesizing, accumulating energy for the mutation phase. He frowned, puzzled. But why were the zombies running crazy in broad daylight today? Deepbak explained with cold eyes. Because there is a psychic controlling them from behind. They don't divide them. The psychics are the black-spiked monster and the fireful one. They manipulate the zombies to gather together. He paused, voice dropping. Those two are mutated supernatural psychics after swallowing the Black Jade. The one controlling the zombies is a high-level psychic. My former superior, Lee Nyuak-hee. Mr. Truong Han's eyes widened. You can swallow Black Jade, too. How can the human body digest that metal? Swallowing Black Jade causes deformation, but grants superpowers. What kind of elixir is this? Deepbak answered calmly. We are researching this matter. One thing is certain, swallowing Black Jade leads to mutation, and one can never return to human form. Psychics are always a major threat. The top priority is to eliminate them as quickly as possible. Mr. Truong Han muttered worriedly. Level 1 mutated zombies are already terrifying. Could there be a level 2? Those who swallow Black Jade become psychics. And what about high-level psychics? This information is too much. I can't digest it. Did your superior teach you all this? Where did you learn these things? Deepbak smiled, slightly eyes sparkling mysteriously. When the time comes, I will tell you. But I think it would be more meaningful if you discover it yourself. Mr. Truong Han glared angrily. Very funny. You're still trying to poke my curiosity. Fine, then. Have you finished researching your weapons? Deepbak replied comfortably. I'm still using this robot. You can handle the rest yourself. But don't disturb me while I'm sleeping. Saying that, he reclined on the sofa and closed his eyes, drifting off. Mr. Truong Han excitedly cheered like a child receiving a gift. Hey, all right. Then he rushed off to the laboratory. Little girl Ngu quietly watched Deepbak sleeping soundly on the chair, her heart heavy. Although Deep really wants to ask him to help find my father, he has been fighting all day and must be very tired. She whispered, gently pulling the blanket over him and then sitting quietly at the foot of the chair. Suddenly tears streamed down her face, choking up, Dad, Ngu misses you so much. The sunset outside bathed the base in golden light, deepening her sorrow. Outside, Uncle Trio Hang threw down his shovel and lay down, panting heavily. The base is really no good. I can't dig anymore. If only there was an automatic machine to extract zombies' brains, that would be great. His eyes brightened dreamily, but thinking about controlling the robot that Deep would build for him, he perked up. I must persevere and try harder. Far away, Chow Bok stood, watching Uncle's pitiful figure, clothes torn to shreds. He muttered in despair, it's over. Thousands of zombies, and they were all wiped out in one day. Yes, Vuong Sin and Lai Nyuak Hee were both killed. What should I do now? He repeated in panic. Vuong Sin and Lee Nyuak Hee are dead. What should I do? Should I surrender to them? No, I can't. They won't hesitate to kill me immediately. I am a monster. They won't accept me. Suddenly, he remembered voice trembling. Right. Just now, some zombies molted and transformed into bloody monsters. They weren't controlled by Lee Nyuak Hee and turned back to bite me. I must use all my strength to breathe fire to take them down. Chow Bok muttered in panic. If mutated zombies get harder to deal with, what can I do? I have to swallow more Black Jade. Take a few more pills to become stronger. Maybe I'll even turn back into a human. He made up his mind, but at that moment a horrifying scene appeared before him. A giant monster stood towering on a tree branch. Eyes blazing red stared fixedly. It gave a terrifying smile that made Chow Bok stammer and tremble. You're a monster. The monster raised its hand in a mysterious gesture, then leapt away, disappearing into the darkness. Chow Bok froze and shouted, Where are you going? He hurriedly chased after, legs shaking in the quiet night. Inside the base, little Ngu was sleeping soundly, her face peaceful. Uncle Trio Hang's loud snoring filled the space. Saliva dripped down like a child, looking no different from a big kid. Suddenly, Ngu jolted awake. Looking around and not seeing Deepbak, she walked to the repair area where the dim light cast shadows on Deepbak diligently finishing the robot armor. Sweat glistened on his forehead. Dawn was breaking. The sunlight illuminated the ruined, desolate city. A man wearing a long cloak stood in the middle of the empty street. That was Ngu Nyi's father. He pushed open the rotten wooden door and stepped into a ruined house. Reading at the table, he picked up a notebook with the words inside, "Dad, I'm coming to find you." After reading, tears welled in his eyes as he whispered, "Ngu Nyi, where are you now?" Outside, the zombie horde wandered throughout the city. Just as the father left the house, he encountered them, but strangely they only glared at him. It turned out he had skillfully disguised himself as a zombie to fool the monsters. Back at the base, a rugged armored vehicle gleamed under the light. Two small front windows and sharp spikes jutting from the nose made it look like a war machine. Uncle Trio Hang's eyes widened as he excitedly exclaimed, "Oh, Dad, what is this?" A tank. An armored vehicle. It doesn't look cobbled together from scrap at all. It's so cool, I like it. He turned to Deepbak, eyes shining brightly. "This was made from the black gems you dug up, right? Could this vehicle also transform into a mech?" Deepbak shook his head calmly. "You're overthinking it. It's just a vehicle. Compared to you piloting a mech driving, this is still better." Inside the vehicle, Deep had embedded two 117 black gems plus 12 red gems from the first stage mutated zombies. The engine was extremely powerful. Drive carefully. Uncle Trio Hang smiled brightly. "Deep, you really understand me. You're my body now. I'm getting in to try it out." Deepbak nodded. "Yeah, it's not much different from a regular car. Get used to it, and then we'll set off." Ngu Nyi suddenly spoke firmly. "Wait." She stepped forward, clutching a stuffed animal, eyes determined. "I want to go too." Deepbak frowned and shouted, "No, outside is full of first-stage mutated zombies. If you go out there, you'll just die. We don't have time to take care of you," Ngu Nyi argued in a trembling voice. "You told me to wait obediently for a few days. I've done exactly what you told my dad. I have to go find him myself." Deepbak's face turned serious, tone sharp. "I said no means no. If you're stubborn, I'll have Mr. Truong lock you in the lab." Ngu Nyi's eyes welled with tears, sobbing, "Dad." Uncle Trio Hang quickly intervened, scolding tone. "Deep, why did you make Ngu Nyi cry? If you're not her real brother, you shouldn't treat her like that." Trung Han, smiling brightly, stepped forward to comfort the girl. "Ngu Nyi, don't cry anymore, okay? Look, I've finished fixing this." He pointed at a drone. "This plane was broken before, but I repaired it using black gems. The original battery couldn't fly far, but thanks to the black gems, its operating time increased many times, and it's stable now." He excitedly continued, "We can mount it on the vehicle to serve as a relay station and extend our vision." Ngu Nyi wiped her eyes and whispered, "Thank you, Mr. Truong." The old man smiled brightly. "Now Ngu Nyi can sit in the monitoring room to search." Deepbak nodded approvingly. "Not bad you've studied how to use black gems in such a short time." Truong Han laughed proudly. "Heh. I'm not a real doctor, but I have some skills." Deepbak entered the cockpit of the robot armor, checked one last time, then shouted, "Okay, Chubby, let's go." Truong Han added, "Everything's ready. Start the invincible Iron Bull." Deepbak turned to Ngu Nyi. "You take the aerial lookout. Keep in contact at all times." The girl nodded firmly. "Yes, Deep. I'll always watch over you guys. You guys be careful." Uncle Trio Hang was as excited as a kid with a new toy, pressing the gas pedal hard. The armored vehicle sped off like the wind rushing straight outside. Uncle shouted, "Woo-hoo!" The vehicle entered the forest, and he excitedly yelled, "Woo-hoo!" Going downhill feels like driving on flat ground. This feature is amazing. The vehicle shot onto the main road, and Uncle didn't hesitate to crush through cars blocking the way. Hitting those cars is as light as cutting tofu, so refreshing. At this rate, we'll get past the congested bridge as easily as carrying a hand. Deepbak calmly said, "Based on the surveillance camera records, Ngu Nyi's father once came to Tun Tui. We'll follow that trail to search." The two headed into the city center. Uncle Trio Hang looked around in surprise. "So strange there's not a single zombie here. Could it be they all moved to the research facility and were taken out by me?" But just as he finished speaking, a group of mutated monsters jumped down from above, surrounding the vehicle. Uncle startled, Just said that and they show up right away. Talk about bad luck." The monsters attacked frantically, but the armored vehicle stood firm like a rock, not budging an inch. A monster's arm reached down onto the windshield, and Uncle angrily roared, "Damn it! How dare you block my view!" He turned to Deepbak. "Brother Diep, this vehicle must have external weapons, right?" Deepbak smiled softly and replied, "Traditional gunpowder weapons are outdated, not enough to handle current zombies, but don't worry, I have something better." He pressed a button, and a massive electric current flared up around the vehicle, incinerating the monsters in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the zombies seemed to sense an invisible threat. A huge electric surge from the armored vehicle ignited them into ashes. Uncle Trio Hang's eyes widened in amazement as he exclaimed, "Whoa, they all turned to dust." He turned to Deepback with a worried tone. "If there are first-level mutant zombies here, there probably aren't any survivors left. Let's move quickly." "Move," Deepback urged with a calm face. "Hurry up." Uncle nodded repeatedly. All right, all right." An armored vehicle sped down the desolate road, kicking up thick dust. On top of a towering building, a mysterious man watched them. He wore black sunglasses, a black hat, a black jacket, black shoes, but his golden hair shone like the sun. He chuckled crazily, muttering, "Ha ha, interesting, very interesting." Then the vehicle stopped on a quiet road, a lone figure. Uncle Trio Hang looked around pensively. "This is the place where Ngunyi saw her father. It's really quiet and heavy here." Deepback nodded and ordered, "All right, deploy the drone." From the surveillance room, Ngunyi responded, "Yes, sir." 3 drones soared into the sky, circling the city, weaving between tall buildings. Her voice came through the radio. "The tall buildings show signs of former residents but are now empty. I remember Dad went this way but don't know if he stopped here." Uncle Trio Hang turned to Deepback and asked, "Brother Diep, what do we do now?" Deepback yawned with tired eyes. "If you're free, go look yourself in the ground floor buildings. I'm sleepy after days without sleep. I need to rest a bit." Uncle chuckled and nodded. "It's safer in the vehicle anyway." "That's right, I can honk while driving. If Ngunyi's dad hears it, he'll come out." Without hesitation, Uncle honked loudly. The ear-piercing sound echoed through the street. That action immediately attracted attention. Ngunyi quickly reported over the radio in a panic, "Brother Diep, Uncle Trio, I see zombies approaching you." The chubby uncle blinked in surprise. "Huh, there are still zombies here. Unbelievable," he muttered with a twisted face. "Truly cutting off your own balls. Not afraid of strong enemies, just afraid of teammates as dumb as cows." But then he suddenly got excited to slaughter, his eyes gleaming. "But fine, let me try all the weapons on this vehicle." He pressed a button on the control panel, curious what this one was. Immediately, sharp blades extended from the 4 wheels, glinting steel. Uncle screamed with delight. "Ha ha ha, come on, you bastards! Come on!" The vehicle charged straight into the zombies. Some were sliced in half, others crushed under the wheels. Uncle laughed joyfully, shouting, "Ha ha, keep going, keep going!" The roar of the engine mixed with the zombies' screams, creating a wild battle symphony. Uncle Trio Hang's eyes lit up as he pressed a button on the control panel. Instantly, 2 brilliant laser beams flared up, aiming straight at the horde of zombies rushing forward. A thunderous explosion erupted right before his eyes, making Uncle shout excitedly, "Holy crap! It's like the end of the world, damn it!" The blast echoed as dust flew everywhere. The zombies were reduced to ashes. But from the surveillance room, Ngunyi's worried voice came through the radio. "Diep, be careful not to destroy the building. My dad might still be inside." The chubby uncle slapped his forehead in surprise. "Ah, right. I have to stay calm and not rush." He switched to the meat grinder mode of the vehicle with a big grin. "Oh, this vehicle." Immediately, the machine roared, crushing the zombies like ground meat. The uncle was amused, imagining it like a sugarcane juicer at the neighborhood corner. The way sugarcane is squeezed, the zombies were crushed the same way. Blood splattered everywhere. The monsters' screams of pain echoed. Suddenly, the screen on the vehicle displayed a notification collected 11 black pearls. The uncle's eyes widened in surprise. "What? An automatic zombie brain extractor." The uncle spread his arms and rushed toward Deepback excitedly. "Deep, my soulmate. You really understand me too well. You're the god in my heart. I love you to death." Ngunyi blushed and whispered over the radio, "It's really lively over with Uncle Trio. Hopefully there's no problem." But then she suddenly exclaimed, "Huh!" She discovered something on the surveillance screen. Just as Deepback raised a wrench to hit the chubby uncle's head for hugging too hard, Ngunyi's voice saved him. "Deep, I found Uncle Trio." The uncle blinked, rubbing the bump on his head. Ngunyi repeated excitedly, "I found Dad's vehicle. I'm sending you a photo. It's about 500 meters from you." The chubby uncle nodded while driving. "Good. Ngunyi, guide us over there to check it out." Ngunyi piloted the drone closely, inspecting the vehicle. She reported worriedly over the radio, "There's no one in the vehicle. The doors and front of the car are both damaged. Dad might have met with an accident on the way back with the goods." Deepback checked seriously. "See if he left anything in the car. Maybe he didn't go far." Ngunyi searched while calling out with a choked voice, "Dad, where are you?" Suddenly, she started coughing violently, her body trembling. Mr. Trunghan panicked, shouting, "Ngunyi! Ngunyi, what's wrong with you?" The girl collapsed on the table unconscious. At this moment, Deepback and Uncle Trio Hang had reached the location of the vehicle. The chubby uncle hurriedly checked the cargo in the back of Dad's truck. Sweat dotted Ngunyi's forehead. Deepback urgently asked the doctor over the radio, "How is Ngunyi?" Mr. Trung Han answered in a somber tone. "Ngunyi is unconscious. It seems her illness has relapsed. She got distracted and forgot to take her medicine. Luckily, I still have some medicine left." But then he sighed. Poor child. Her father has been restless trying to treat her leukemia. But leukemia treatment isn't my specialty. In this apocalypse, finding a doctor is even harder than reaching heaven. Hearing this, Dietbach's expression grew serious, realizing the situation was extremely urgent. Mr. Trung Han asked hopefully, "Do you know where Anthi's Compassion Hospital is? Go there to get some equipment and medicine. I'll do my best to treat her." Dietbach nodded firmly. "Okay." At this point, the chubby uncle had returned and nervously reported to Dietbach. "Diep, I thoroughly checked that guy's car but didn't find anything valuable." The boss added suspiciously, "Looks like after the accident he hurriedly fled, not even bothering to take his belongings. But I found some strange things." The uncle raised an item, frowning and muttering, "There are many black packages like this in the car. No logo or description at all. They look like they contain sugar or some kind of medicine." Dietbach frowned thoughtfully and asked, "Does your store still deal in these weird things?" "Maybe it's some kind of special medicine," Dietbach replied calmly. "Bring it back for the doctor to check." The chubby uncle nodded, then anxiously asked, "Are Gyapvan and Ngunyi still okay? Where do we go next to find Ngunyi's father?" Dietbach ordered decisively, "First to Compassion Hospital. The doctor sent me a list of medicines to treat Ngunyi." "All right, let's depart quickly." Saying that, the two immediately sped off toward Compassion Hospital. Meanwhile, the doctor received news as a calm, deep voice sounded through the earpiece. "That's right. We have to keep monitoring Ngunyi's condition and the progress of the black gold experiment. I can't control the drones with you guys, but I can still communicate through the earpiece. Be careful on the way." The fat uncle sighed heavily. "Ngunyi has leukemia again. No wonder she suddenly fainted before. No wonder you didn't let her come with us." Before he could finish, Dietbach shouted, "Shut up! Drive!" In his heart, he thought with a gloomy expression, "In just 2 more years, all supplies in the city will run out. The zombies will completely occupy it, turning this place into a dead city. At this rate, things are happening even faster. People fear that nothing can be changed. Rather than letting her live in a world full of suffering, it's better if—" Meanwhile, in the demon's lair, someone was rummaging through something. Suddenly, his broken arm grew back instantly healed, as if it was never injured. It turned out to be Chobak. He exclaimed in surprise, "Wow!" His body lengthened and he tensed up. A blazing flame of power erupted surrounding his body. It feels like my power has returned." A man standing nearby, hand on his earpiece, laughed loudly, "Ha ha ha. Turns out you're the messenger of the red fire Chobak." Chobak's eyes shone brightly as he gratefully said, "Thank you, thank you. This medicine is truly miraculous." He curiously asked, "Earlier you said you came from an organization, right?" The man with the air of a multi-level marketer spread his arms and declared, "We are a group that gathers supernaturals to create a new world, a place where supernaturals can live happily together." "Hello, Chobak." Innocently, eyes wide, he asked, "Is the new world really that good, big brother? Are you a supernatural too?" The man replied confidently, "Of course. There are probably quite a few like me." Chobak asked, further curious, "Can I also transform into a form like yours?" The man smiled slyly. His eyes flashed with a sinister gleam. "Of course you can. For our new world, happy and carefree." Scene change. At this time, Dietbach and the fat Uncle Triu arrived at the Tin Thung Hospital. The uncle held a sharp knife and cautiously approached the wall, reading the engraved warning. He growled angrily, "Damn, is this whole hospital already taken over?" "Oh," Dietbach replied calmly and coldly. "A strategic location like this, it's no surprise. Let's grab what we need and go." The uncle's eyes widened in astonishment. Oh. Dietbach said no more. Immediately, he used his robotic arm to smash the glass door with a powerful punch. The two strode in confidently. The fat uncle muttered while looking around, "Strange. Not a single person in sight. Everything as silent as can be. Even the zombies have disappeared." He continued suspiciously, "Did everyone run away, or are they hiding somewhere? Maybe this is a trap." Dietbach ordered decisively, "Let's split up. You go find the medicine, I'll look for the treatment devices. Use the earpiece to call me if anything happens." The uncle nodded, then slowly walked along the corridor, complaining, Hospitals are the second place I hate most in life. This disinfectant smell makes me want to puke. Suddenly, he stopped sniffing. Huh, strange. This isn't the smell of disinfectant. It smells somewhat like sweet fruit. After saying this, the uncle's eyes gradually dimmed. He staggered and suddenly collapsed unconscious. At the same time, Diepbach called anxiously through the earpiece. Trio, are you okay? Hello? Hello? No answer. Angry, he shouted, Damn fat guy, where the hell are you looking for medicine? Suddenly, he caught a sweet fragrance. Could this scent be... Without hesitation, Diepbach quickly put on an oxygen mask. He powered up his robotic arm and delivered a strong blow to break the ventilation duct. From it, a purple toxic gas slowly drifted out. He muttered, Just as I thought. He yelled into the earpiece, Trier, this hospital is trapped. Hurry up and get out. But at that moment, he noticed something unusual. Diepbach turned and swung his robotic arm to punch towards a pink-haired nurse approaching. However, he managed to stop. The girl touched his armor. Her eyes sparkled as she said, Oh, this armor looks amazing. If I'm not mistaken, this armor is made from black pearls taken from the brains of monsters, right? If you let me meet the person who made this armor, I would be very grateful. The girl spoke while showing a charming expression that made the other person feel a sudden warmth. Diepbach squinted and asked, Who are you? He realized she was also a psychic, but her breath was somewhat unusual. She smiled cutely and posed, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Dung Dung, the sweet genius department doctor. Diepbach questioned coldly. You're the one who released the toxic gas in this hospital, right? You've eaten those black pearl beads, haven't you? She replied without hesitation. Yes, I'm the one who released the toxic gas. It works to repel zombies and sedate intruders. But can the black pearls in the zombie brains be eaten? Diepbach shook his head. No, nothing. He looked at her with a scrutinizing gaze. The girl laughed slyly with a teasing tone. Exactly. Only I, the princess, am inside this free fortress. Heh. Do you want to capture me like the Demon King, too? Diepbach gave a frightening smile to scare her. Aren't you afraid of dying? The girl smiled oddly, her eyes sparkling like candy in a sweet shop. For me, death is as tempting as a sweet candy. Dying for what I love, I have no regrets. Diepbach thought suspiciously. Is she crazy? He asked in a low voice. Earlier you said you're a medical doctor. What's your specialty? Of course, viruses. The girl answered confidently. Diepbach felt a strange, indescribable sensation. He continued questioning, How did you discover that there are pearl beads in zombie brains? Did you use the black pearls to create the toxic gas? The girl held her head and ran around shouting, Oh gosh, you're really annoying. Then she pointed straight at him with a sharp tone. You keep asking me questions. You haven't answered my question yet. So can you let me meet the person who made this armor? Diepbach pondered for a moment and then replied cautiously, Our research institute is by the riverside. If you want to go, I'll take you there. Hearing this, the girl jumped up happily. Great. But then she turned back to him with a sweet, meaningful look. But I still have a small request. You must agree to it. The scenery changed. At this moment, on a quiet road, a dark green military vehicle was parked by the side. Inside the vehicle, Uncle Tru Hang hurriedly spoke on the phone. Hello, Akon. Have you arrived yet? The person on the other end laughed softly. Of course. Uncle asked again. Has Tyuki arrived too? The girl with pink hair, styled like a city street player, replied over the phone. Kaka. I'm not the type to stand people up. The guy wearing glasses. A cone mentioned by Uncle was driving and laughing loudly. Ah, Lao Tiu said this is our last order. Once it's done, we can go back home and get married. The pink-haired girl blushed and exclaimed, Oh, how embarrassing. Uncle Tru Hang laughed heartily. Ha ha, you two are still lovey-dovey at a time like this. Truly a match made in heaven. He continued enthusiastically. Ah, I almost forgot I saw it. You really arrived. The timing matches exactly what Lao Tiu said. Let's proceed according to the plan. All three replied in unison. All right. Wait for the guests to arrive. As soon as Lao Tiu gives the signal, we'll charge together. Suddenly, the chubby uncle noticed something unusual. He shouted loudly on the phone. Hello, Tyuki Lao Tiu hasn't given the signal. Why have you started? Tyuki was seen being hit and thrown far away by a truck. It chased after a cone, making him run and shout, Brother Hang, something's wrong, run quickly. Uncle Hang only had time to call a cone, but right after that, another vehicle rushed straight toward where his car was parked. The uncle angrily roared, Damn it, damn it! Damn it, why were we exposed? That vehicle tailgated Uncle's car closely. Suddenly, Uncle was startled awake, sweating profusely. It was just a dream. In front of him now were Deepback and the doctor girl staring at him. "Yes, Deepback." Mocking, she said, "You've slept enough now, wake up and work." The uncle was confused. This is the girl." Laughing mischievously, holding a syringe, she said jokingly, "You've been hit with my homemade poison. If you don't get the antibody injection within 3 hours, you'll turn into a pus-filled mess." The fat uncle trembled and cried out, "What kind of demon is this? Who are you again?" Deepback shouted, "Stop yelling! Hurry and help me move these bottles to the car." The fat uncle muttered, "Hey, Diep, you have to explain this to me." The girl suddenly changed her tone to a pitiful pleading one. "Hey, fatty, those specimens are very important to me. Help me move them." The fat uncle sighed. "Why do you people all like making things difficult for others?" The girl flipped her mood faster than flipping a rice paper, threatening, "If you break even one bottle, I'll throw the whole bunch at you." The uncle screamed fearfully, trembling, "Ghosts and demons!" So he had no choice but to struggle carrying the bottles outside. The girl stood aside, clapping continuously. "Oh, really tough for you two gentlemen. Who told the actress to do that?" Deepback thought silently, his eyes cold and sharp. "Who exactly is she? That sweet poison she created looks very familiar. Back in the gang era, leaders often used this deadly poison to fight zombies and attack rivals. This is exactly the patterned poison which makes people both curious and terrified of its creator. Could she really be this young lady? If she's like Dr. Truong, a mechanical sage, I must protect her well. Absolutely must not let her fall into the hands of people like Tuong Oolong." At this moment, the fat uncle finished carrying the bottles, breathing a sigh of relief. Phew, finally done. The girl looked at the armored vehicle and exclaimed, "Oh, this car is made with black pearls, too. So adorable." She admired it while mumbling to herself, "It really suits being the vehicle of the living Lord." The fat uncle whispered into Deepback's ear, "Deep, are you sure you want to take her with us?" "I feel this girl has problems," he replied calmly. "We have the medicine and equipment now. Having this doctor with Ngunyi will be better taken care of." Suddenly, Deepback noticed something terrifying. In front of the three of them, a huge monster stood on the roof, its bright blue eyes blazing. It roared and charged straight at them. The fat uncle panicked, shouting with a trembling voice, "What is that?" The monster, with blazing blue eyes like ghostly flames, sharp fangs gleaming, saliva flowing like a stream. It roared a thunderous roar, its fierce gaze fixed on the three. The fat uncle stammered, sweating profusely. "Is that a bear dog or a newly appeared mutant?" Deepback, calm and cold, shouted, "What are you still standing there for? Get into the car immediately." As soon as he finished, the monster suddenly leapt from the roof, charging at them like a tornado. Deepback immediately activated his mech armor and fired a dazzling laser beam at the beast. The bright light cut through the air and hit its body, but the monster was unharmed, as if the laser was just a breeze. It growled, its eyes flashing ferocity, then suddenly lunged at Deepback. The girl and the fat uncle fortunately managed to hide inside the car. The fat uncle breathed a sigh of relief, sweating heavily. "Phew! Lucky we ran fast." He turned his head and shouted out, "Deep! Are you okay?" Deepback responded without hesitation. "You take the doctor back first. I have to deal with this bastard." Saying that, he threw a punch like a thunderbolt at the monster's face while firing the laser again. Meanwhile, the fat uncle was driving and muttering suspiciously, "What exactly is that huge monster?" The nurse in the back seat calmly replied, "That's a giant dog. It's been silently hanging around the hospital for days, so no one dares to go outside." The fat uncle widened his eyes in confusion. "You knew there was a monster out there but didn't say anything." The girl answered innocently, "Huh, you guys coming in from outside didn't know." And then she continued confidently, "I see your gear is all advanced. There shouldn't be any problem, right? You guys are the Apocalypse Rescue Team, humanity's last hope." The fat uncle frowned, shaking his head. "Now is not the time for jokes." The girl smiled and added, "I'm not joking. I've researched the zombie virus spreading worldwide thoroughly. We surviving until now, aren't we the chosen ones?" The fat uncle was wide-eyed in amazement. Outside, Deepback was still fiercely battling the monster. It lunged forward and threw a punch as strong as a sledgehammer. Deepback thought silently, his sharp eyes, "Another super-powered beast, not from this era. It's not a regular animal or a wild beast infected with the zombie virus. This is a product of advanced technology fused with the virus to create a monster beyond its time." Suddenly, the monster shot a lightning bolt at him. Deepback smiled with satisfaction, as if he just uncovered a secret. "So that's how it is, I understand now." He raised his robotic arm and fired a brilliant energy beam in response. The monster nimbly dodged, even deflecting the direction of his energy beam. It roared fiercely, shaking the entire space. Deepback frowned, thinking, sure enough, it can deflect attack beams. The monster, enraged, lunged forward, slashing with sharp claws. Fortunately, he dodged just in time. Swift as a flash, he grabbed the silk ribbon wrapped around the beast's neck. "Damn it, behave yourself a little," he shouted, pulling hard. The silk ribbon snapped with a pop, blood spraying like rain. The monster fell down, roaring in pain, but stubbornly turned back, its eyes burning with orange hatred. It shot another lightning bolt. Deepback, with a triumphant smile, used his robotic arm to block the lightning beam, losing power. Now it's my turn. He activated the jet engine on his back and shot up into the sky like an arrow. Following the monster's shadow, he jumped up and delivered a fatal blow. The beast didn't have time to react. It collapsed instantly, dead on the spot. Deepback breathed a sigh of relief, stood tall, his eyes still cold as if he had just survived a terrifying challenge. In anger, Deepback used his robotic arm to rummage through the rubble where blood and chunks of the monster's flesh were splattered everywhere. He picked up the beast's head, his cold eyes examining the brain inside. He took out a shimmering blue gem glowing with mystical light, raised it high, and stared at it intently. His other hand clenched tightly. A thought flashed through his mind. This gem was implanted in the mutated beast's body after transformation. Everything that follows will be much easier. On the opposite building, a man in a glossy black suit stood silently, his sharp eyes watching the entire scene. He muttered in a deep voice, "This is going to give me a headache." The sky was clear blue, the skyscrapers gleaming in the sunlight in stark contrast to the bloody, splattered scene on the ground. Deepback, still holding the gem, turned on his radio. "Hello, hello, True Map, can you hear me?" No reply for a moment. He frowned, guessing they had gone too far and lost the signal. Walking on the desolate road, he muttered, "Then I'll go back on my own." Saying that, he activated his robot armor, the jet engines roaring as he shot up into the sky. Deepback suddenly paused, his sharp eyes glancing to a corner where a figure in a black suit appeared. None other than Tong Ban. He waved, smiling excitedly. "Hello, nice to meet you." Before he could finish, Deepback threw a punch like a flash of lightning. The two charged into battle blue and orange lights flashing fiercely in the air. Deepback clicked his tongue and frowned. Why isn't Tong Ban afraid he's so calm? Tong Ban smiled calmly and said, "Don't get worked up. You might be prejudiced against superpowered people, but I mean no harm." Without hesitation, Deepback rushed down the stairs and attacked Tong Ban. Tong Ban jumped to dodge the blow, then landed on Deepback's robotic arm, smiling coldly. "I told you I don't intend to fight you." But Deepback's face darkened like a storm and didn't listen. He used his robotic arm to clamp Tong Ban tightly and lifted him up. Tong Ban still looked amused and said, all right, if you like this kind of interaction, fine." He smiled smugly. "You probably know who we are by now, right? But I should introduce myself again. I'm Tong Ban from the Tin organization. I'm here on the orders of the technical advisor to invite you to the Northern Industrial Zone as a guest." He continued smoothly. "Originally, we only planned to invite that Dr. Lady, but now..." Before he finished, Tong Ban's body suddenly exploded, blood splattering all over Deepback's robotic arm. Looking at his blood-stained hand, he thought silently superpowered people with deadly blood substitution abilities are barely worth it, just trouble. Glancing at the explosion at the small house across the way, he fell silent. Tin has already formed. Though he didn't want to think that way, he had to prepare for the worst-case scenario. Recalling 55 years ago during the apocalypse, Tin was the strongest organization in the world. They hold vast resources, gathering the elites of humanity, including mechanical sages and masters of advanced technology. They have transformed countless supernaturals, building a world ruled by superpowers. Deepback stood on the building, his eyes contemplatively looking down at the desolate scene, silently thinking the supernatural beast just now was definitely created by Tin. They have been paying attention to us for a long time. He pondered, his gaze cold. The new zombie virus just broke out, yet Tin has already formed. There is only one possibility: someone from the future has traveled through time inside Tin. In the distance, a deserted building appeared empty of people. On the road, a tank was parked silently. Deepback put his hand on his forehead, looking around with disappointment. "So, this is your research facility. It looks pretty ordinary. Were your vehicles and armor made here, Trio Hang?" A curious gaze spoke. Deepback said nothing to her, yet she still enthusiastically followed him here. Amazing. Duong waved brightly and said, "My judgment is spot on. Could you please ask Trio Hang to carry this container out for me? Sorry to trouble you." Trio Hang, holding the heavy container, walked while explaining, "Hey, Ngunyi, do whatever you want." From behind, Trong Han stepped forward, his voice full of doubt. Did you really find a doctor? Duong Duong excitedly waved and greeted, Hello, sir. Are you the doctor who created that armor and vehicle? She quickly ran up and shook his hand, her smile radiant. My name is Duong Duong. I'm also a doctor. I specifically came to see you. Trong Han shyly introduced himself again. Ah, I'm Trong Han. How do you know that? Duong Duong cheekily replied. Although he deliberately dressed shabby, he couldn't hide the aura of a mad scientist. Trong Han thought silently, his eyes suspicious. What did Diep Bak tell this girl? He scratched his head and forced a smile. Dr. Duong, I know you from a science magazine. The youngest genius virologist. Duong Duong proudly lifted her nose and laughed loudly. It's embarrassing, but a great honor. Trong Han discreetly observed her and silently judged she looks like a lively doll. How could she survive out there? Duong Duong switched to a serious tone. No need for formalities, I'll get straight to the point. I want to research the black pearl inside the zombie's brain with you. She continued, her eyes sparkling. You used black pearls to make such top-tier armor, so you must know a lot about them, right? Trong Han was startled, his eyes lighting up. Oh, so it's called the Black Pearl. Did you name it that? No, he curiously asked, again, scratching his head awkwardly. Ah, about that. He thought to himself, what now should I admit I'm not a doctor? This girl seems to know little about the Black Pearl. Diep Bak also refuses to reveal all its secrets. Better to cooperate with Duong Duong for research. He showed enthusiasm. A Black Pearl researcher, I'm very willing. Lately I've had quite a few new discoveries as well. Duong Duong smiled brightly at this and agreed, but Trong Han hesitated to make a request. But before we start research, can you help me with something at the hospital in the ward? Duong Duong diligently recorded the vitals of a patient, a petite girl named Duen Gu Nhi. When Gu Nhi stepped out of the room, Trong Han anxiously asked, How is it, Dr. Duong? She took off her mask, sighed deeply in a low voice. The girl is your aunt's niece, right? Trong Han shook his head. No, but it's almost like a niece. Duong Duong held up with 3 fingers, her expression serious. Trong Han broke out in sweat, stammering, Is that good or bad? She annoyedly replied, Of course not. Can you guess? Could it be only 3 years or 3 months left? Trong Han's face went pale. Duong Duong spoke with a heavy heart. Her current condition can no longer withstand treatment drugs. Also affected by the abnormal virus, conventional treatments can't remove the tumor. Trong Han worriedly asked, Then what should we do? Duong Duong raised the black pearl, its mystical light shimmering, unless we use this in the room. Dieu. Gu Nhi's eyes slowly opened, her big feet coming into view. She had awakened and accidentally overheard the conversation. Trong Han asked nervously, You mean we want Gu Nhi to eat this pearl? Duong Duong widened her eyes in surprise. What are you saying? She firmly held up the pearl. This is metal. How could she possibly digest it? Duong Duong's eyes sparkled with determination as she said, I want to use this black gem to make medicine to cure the girl. Trong Han looked panicked and stammered. Is that really okay? Duong Duong calmly explained. I've tried it already under special crafting conditions. The black gem can activate and release abnormal energy that causes surrounding cells to regenerate and form new shapes. Trong Han turned pale and strongly objected. Isn't that basically turning someone into a pseudo-powered person who ate the black gem? Absolutely not within Gu Nhi. Duong Duong burst out angrily. What kind of fool would eat the black gem just because they have powers? Trong Han hesitated and replied, I've met a few people who gained superpowers after eating the black gem. Duong Duong pondered with sharp eyes. That's definitely new information. Tell me more clearly. She continued, seriously trusting before testing could destabilize the body and cause sudden death. I can't think of any other outcome. She paused, then declared, Then, this will be our next research topic. I'll quickly brew the medicine in the shortest time possible. During that time, I will need Dr. Truong's support. Trong Han emphasized cautiously, Be careful, I don't want to see Gu Nhi turn into a monster. Duong Duong responded firmly, Time is urgent, we have no other choice. At the same time, Trio Hang placed the model box on the shelf, wiped sweat from his forehead, and sighed in relief, finally finished cleaning up. He turned and wondered what's so valuable about this pile of chopped zombie bones anyway. Duong Duong stepped up from behind with a bright smile. Fatty, you worked hard thanks to you guys. I finally met Dr. Truong. Trio Hang anxiously asked, Dr. Duong, can Gu Nhi's illness be cured? She answered confidently, if nothing unexpected happens, there's still a good chance. Trio Hang walked away saying, It's good if the girl is fine, I need to quickly check on Diep. Duong Duong smiled, he looks very reliable, should be okay. She suddenly remembered and asked, right. I heard Dr. Truong say you guys went out to find the girl's father. Triu Hang turned his head and nodded slightly, yes. Please, please be careful if possible. I hope you bring him back safely. That would really help with the girl's treatment. Under the blazing sunlight blending with the clear blue sky, Diepbak controlled the robot gliding on the rooftop of a tall building. He sighed in frustration. Damn, it's so hot. He grumbled irritably, been out so long, and that damn fatty still hasn't driven the car back. Without waiting any longer, he activated the motorized armor, roaring need to find some refreshments. Suddenly, he spotted a building in the distance. His eyes brightened. Oh, looks like there's a supermarket over there. He shot through the glass door, shattering it into sparkling pieces. Diepbak landed with a strong impact that cracked the floor. He looked around with a hint of disappointment. Why is it a swimming pool? But even though he really wanted water, seeing the desolate scene with monster corpses floating on the water, he suddenly heard a strange sound, turned back and whispered, "What was that?" A huge tentacle suddenly lunged out of the shadows. Without hesitation, Diepbak activated the robot mechanical hands, firing a volley of missiles with devastating force that shattered the ground into pieces. Diepbak froze sharp eyes, observing the surroundings. Suddenly, a monster opened its mouth wide, gleaming fangs rushing straight towards him like a whirlwind. With quick reflexes, Diepbak raised the robot arm to block, narrowly escaping the sharp jaws. He sighed in relief, sweat beading on his forehead. Damn, another powered beast. Without hesitation, he activated the robot arm and fired a missile straight into the monster's mouth. The explosion roared, but the beast thrashed violently, throwing Diepbak out. His body slammed hard against the wall, breaking it into shards. The beast roared angrily. He clenched the robot fist tightly, bastard, die. The monster swung its tail skillfully, dodging his attacks. Diepbak didn't give up. He charged into the wall, creating a large hole. He turned back to continue attacking, but the powered beast, seemingly enraged, swung its tail, smashing everything around. The giant tail struck Diepbak hard, knocking him to the ground. Quick as a flash, he regained control and used the robotic arm to firmly pin down the heavy tail of the beast. His face tightened, teeth clenched from the immense weight. With a powerful throw, Diepbak slammed the creature to the ground, the impact shaking the whole area. He raised his robotic hand, charging energy to deliver the finishing blow, continuously firing at the beast's belly, causing it to roar in pain. Rolling on the ground to ensure the beast was dead, Diepbak kept shooting energy light. A flash blinded Diep. Suddenly, the beast's form faded to reveal a girl with fiery orange hair. But in an instant, the girl's face distorted, transforming into a grotesque mutant beast with glowing green eyes like eerie flames. Diepbak startled, yelling what on a quiet street a figure Triu Hang was driving and muttering, "The street's really quiet." Diep must have wiped out those monsters already, right? Suddenly, a drone behind the car started up, making Triu Hang flinch. A voice came from the drone, making him turn it back on. "Brother Triu, can you hear me?" "Yes," Triu Hang quickly replied. Is that Ngunyi? You startled me. You're awake already." It turned out to be Dio Nunyi's voice. Through the comm screen, the girl's face showed a bit of sadness as she replied, "Yes, I'm feeling much better now. Are you guys outside now?" "Yes, hello, Triu Hang," came a gentle voice answering Nunyi. "You should still rest well with your current condition. Leave the search to us." Hearing this, the girl showed a hint of sadness and said, "I can't sleep now, so I want to come search with you to feel more at ease." The sister softened, agreed. "All right, but don't push yourself too hard." The aerial search was handed over to Ngunyi's drone. The drone behind them sent a signal along with Ngunyi's voice understood. It soared higher and began to scout. In the hospital room, Ngunyi observed the screen with a doubtful look, then suddenly snorted softly, as if she saw something strange. Hearing Ngunyi's voice over the device, Triu Hang, driving, asked suspiciously, "What's wrong? Did you find Brother Diep?" The girl's eyes focused intently on the screen and replied, "Not exactly. I see a horde of zombies surrounding a construction site just below the drone." The footage from the drone showed zombies snarling tightly surrounding something. Triu Hang's voice was full of doubt over the radio. Could there still be survivors nearby? Through the screen, they spotted on a house's porch at the construction site a girl being surrounded by zombies. Dio Ngunyi quickly shouted to alert Triu Hang. Someone's surrounded by zombies. Looking closely, the girl recognized it was Lena Jolene, wrapped in a thin cloth, trembling as she curled up on the porch. Ngunyi continued, There's a sister sitting on the porch at the construction site." Triu Hang observed through the device on the car and immediately recognized the girl. Surprised, he exclaimed, "Huh? Why is it her?" Ngunyi asked curiously. "Brother Triu, do you know this sister?" Triu Hang drove while explaining, "She was the one locked up in that villain's tower before. After we took down the villain, we didn't see her anywhere." Didn't expect she'd run here. Two drones circled overhead, observing the chaotic scene below. Ngunyi spoke urgently. "Brother Triu, we have to help her," Triu Hang replied enthusiastically. "Sure. Absolutely. I'm always the first to save the damsel in distress." His armored vehicle sped toward the construction site, running down several zombies swarming the house, leaving scattered remains behind. Watching Lena Jolene trembled on the porch, surprised, and uttered, The drone descended closer to the girl. And Ngunyi's voice came through. "Sister, we'll scatter the zombies. Wait for the right moment to jump on the vehicle." Below, Triu Hang's vehicle was like a war machine crackling with electricity wheels equipped with sharp iron bars crushing zombies into pulp. The vehicle backed up close to the house where Lena stood. Triu Hang shouted, "Hurry, get on the vehicle!" The car reversed close to the house where Lena was standing. Triu Hang shouted loudly, "Quick, get in the car!" Seeing the car approach, the zombies were scattered. Lena Jolene hesitated no longer and jumped straight into the truck bed. Through the drone, Ngunyi saw the girl was safe and cheered. "It's done, Brother Trio, let's go!" Lena Jolene wrapped herself in a tattered cloth as she entered the vehicle cabin, questioning, "You two are—" Triu Hang turned back with a proud smile and gave a thumbs up. "Not bad, we're the ultimate apocalypse rescue team." Meanwhile, elsewhere, a giant tail with terrifying power approached Diepbach was piloting a robot. Struck by this blow, he was thrown far and slammed hard on the ground, cracking the earth. His face showed clear pain, yet his eyes remained cold, facing the fierce enemy before him. At this moment, Diepbach faced a giant monster with a muscular upper body emerging from a terrifying serpent head, its eyes flashing a cold blue light from a dizzying height, shining down on Diepbach. The blue light in the monster's eyes grew increasingly brilliant, radiating overwhelming power. Under that blinding light, Diepbach could only grit his teeth and raise his hand to shield his eyes, silently cursing, "Damn it!" Unable to look straight into its eyes, the armor on his body suddenly flickered with a faint electric spark, and a wave of worry rose inside him. His protective mask had been damaged in a previous battle and was now completely useless. The giant monster opened its mouth wide, full of sharp teeth, as a terrifying energy built up inside and then suddenly shot out a massive water column straight at Diepbach. Despite his body bearing many wounds, Diepbach quickly controlled the robot arm, firing a blue energy beam from the center of his palm. But this attack didn't faze the monster at all. It skillfully dodged all of Diepbach's attacks with ease. Its giant serpent tail whipped up like lightning, wrapping tightly around the armored leg Diepbach was wearing. Before he could react, the monster lifted him high into the air. He gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. "I'm doomed. I was too careless." The powerful tail swung hard, throwing Diepbach down into the water. The strong impact slammed his body onto the ground, causing him to grimace in pain and let out a soft groan, his face pale. The monster's eyes kept shining with the blue light trapping his gaze as it shone directly down on Diepbach. Even submerged in water, this scene still made him shudder in horror. His body was soaked in the freezing water, his legs still tightly held by the monster's tail. The blue light from its eyes kept overwhelming him, making Diepbach silently cry out in his mind, "Damn it, my body won't move." Suddenly, the monster's tail coiled underwater, transforming into a sharp spear aimed straight at Diepbach, stabbing forward. He thought desperately, could this be the place he dies? Just then, a loud explosion echoed. The wall on the other side was broken by something debris flying everywhere on the ground. Two beams of blue energy shot out, sparkling with electricity, striking the shattered rubble. The energy blasted the giant monster's head, creating a powerful shockwave. The one who appeared was none other than Triu Hang. His armored vehicle had crashed through the wall, leaving a large hole. Triu Hang's voice rang out right after Deep. "Are you okay?" Behind Lena, Jolene, her face was tense, completely opposite to Triu Hang, who was smiling excitedly and shouting, "The Apocalypse Rescue Team is here!" The attack just now seemed to have hurt the monster, which immediately shifted its attention to the armored vehicle that had broken through the wall and charged forward. The monster turned as if intending to advance toward the vehicle, but then hesitated, as if sensing something unusual. It turned out Diepbach had somehow escaped from the monster's tail grip. He controlled the robot arm to tightly grasp the giant tail with a calm expression, roaring, "No way you're escaping! We're not done yet!" The robot arm transformed into a fist. With sharp claws revealed, he threw a powerful punch. One hand holding the monster's tail firmly, the other swinging a fist directly into its body. The monster roared fiercely in pain. Diepbach's face grew serious as he shouted, "Fatty, if the monster looks at me, shoot it with the laser." Triu Hang, sitting inside the armored vehicle, heard Diepbach's words, his face momentarily tense. He quickly replied, "Got it." Instantly, Diepbak summoned all his strength, controlling the armor to shoot 2 brilliant energy beams from both arms. The powerful energy blasts struck the giant monster's neck, knocking it far away. The monster's massive body slammed hard onto the ground, causing a violent shockwave, a critical hit. The monster trembled in pain, curling up on the ground. Its eyes narrowed as the blue light flashed with rage. Without giving the monster a chance to react, Diepbak's giant robotic arm slammed down hard, pinning the monster's body to the ground so tightly it trembled violently, unable to struggle. With a cold expression, Diepbak spoke. "Why is a mutant hybrid appearing here?" The monster frowned, its eyes continuously emitting cold blue rays. Diepbak continued interrogating. "Did the Dark Organization send you to kill me?" Despite his sharp, pressing questions, the monster remained silent, not uttering a word. Diepbak's face darkened, his cold gaze fixed on it as he threatened, "Speak quickly, or I'll end you right here." Suddenly, the monster's eyes widened, its whole body shaking violently as it screamed, "The Dark Organization!" Diepbak's robotic arm still pinned the monster's body, preventing any movement. She struggled wildly, shouting loudly, "No! Please don't! I don't want to go back! Don't take me back!" Zhenhang drove the car closer and exclaimed in surprise, "Deep? Why did the big dog you hit turn into a snake demon?" Suddenly, the monster turned its eyes toward the car and spoke suspiciously. Lena heard it call her name. Lena Jolene turned around in shock, her eyes full of confusion. The monster struggled more frantically, yelling loudly, "Lena, Lena, Lena." Seeing its continuous screams, Diepbak shouted, "What's all this noise? Say another word and I'll kill you." Meanwhile, Lena Jolene, hearing the monster repeatedly call her name hurriedly, got out of the car and ran toward it, trembling, her voice full of doubt. "Sis, is that really you?" Hearing the response, the monster cried out quickly, "Lena, sis Lena." Lena Jolene approached, her voice trembling as she called again, "Sis." Zhenhang, still sitting in the car, asked in bewilderment, "Wait, is this monster her sister? Could she have ingested black gold and turned into a mutant?" At this moment, Lena Jolene knelt beside the monster, her face showing clear sadness. She choked up and asked Sis, "Why have you become like this?" It turned out the monster was Annie Joannie, Lena Jolene's older sister. Annie sobbed and said to her sister, the Dark Organization's laboratory, "It hurts so much. It hurts so much." The robotic arm still pressed tightly on Annie's head, causing her pain, her voice trembling and breaking. Seeing this, Diepbak still spoke coldly. "Are you done? If so, let me set you free." Hearing this, Lena hurriedly stopped him. "Don't. Please don't. I don't know who turned her into a monster, but she's my sister." Just then, a drone, piloted by Diao Yu-Ni, appeared nearby. From the other end of the line, Yu-Ni's voice pleaded, "Diep, wait a moment." Hearing Yu-Ni's voice, Diepbak frowned slightly. "Yu-Ni, go somewhere else and don't interfere." Yu-Ni replied anxiously, "They just reunited, you can't kill her." But Diepbak seemed indifferent to the plea. He took a defensive stance, ready to attack, and said to Yu-Ni, "Don't be naive. She has been transformed into a beast with fused mutant powers. Her mind is no longer normal and extremely dangerous. She must be eliminated immediately." On the ground, Annie was still pinned by the robotic arm, and Lena hugged her tightly, sobbing uncontrollably. Seeing this, Yu-Ni begged again, "Deep, please let them talk. Let them try." Despite Yu-Ni's urgent pleas, Diepbak remained unmoved and shouted angrily, "She almost killed me earlier. I won't forgive her." Zhenhang, who had been standing nearby, listening to the whole story, spoke up in support of Yu-Ni Diep. "Yu-Ni was the one who found you dragged underwater by the monster earlier. If she hadn't led me here, wouldn't you have been killed?" Hearing this, Diepbak's heart seemed to stir slightly. Zhenhang's words had an effect. Diepbak slowly withdrew the robotic arm from Annie's body. He turned his back and walked away, leaving space for the sisters while grumbling, "What a bunch of idiots." "Now, free?" Annie asked with a trembling voice. "Aren't you from the Dark Organization?" Yu-Ni, through the drone, quickly replied, "No, we are a squad searching for survivors in the city." Annie began to explain the situation in a broken voice. "I escaped from the Dark Organization, bringing the big dog to find her." Through Annie's story, everyone gradually realized there was a misunderstanding. Yu-Ni immediately spoke up to confirm, "My sister misunderstood Deep as someone from the Dark Organization, so she attacked to defend herself." Annie stammered, eyes trembling as she looked at Lena, and continued, I was afraid of her." She looked at Lena with a choked voice. "As long as Lena is safe, that's all that matters." Lena held her sister's hand tightly, tears streaming down as she choked out, "Sis." In the hospital room, watching through the monitor, Nguni witnessed the sisters' reunion and couldn't hold back her emotion, exclaiming, "That's great, yes, maybe you two should come with us." Nguni's voice echoed through the drone. "Our lab is quite spacious. With few people, the doctors are researching zombies. Maybe they can help." Hearing Nguni's words, the two sisters were overjoyed, but Lena still hesitated, stammering, "Really, can they actually help?" Nguni cheerfully replied, "If they can help others, I'll be happy too." On the other side, after releasing Annie, Diepbak turned and got into Trio Hang's armored vehicle. He took off his robot armor and carefully arranged it. Nguni looked at the vehicle and quietly said, "The thing is, it seems our vehicle can't fit your sister." Annie turned to her sister with determination. "Lena, wherever you go, I'll follow." Hearing that Lena choked up and called once more, "Sis," inside the armored vehicle, Trio Hang whispered to Nguni, "Nguni's sister, are you really inviting the female monster to our place?" Nguni immediately replied, "It feels safe when the two sisters are together." Trio Hang understood and glanced at Diepbak. Deep Hu was resting with his hands behind his head, eyes closed, looked slightly uncomfortable but said nothing. Seeing that Trio Hang smiled softly, "If Diep has silently agreed, then let's go." The three armored vehicles sped along the same road, heading out to the main street. One armored vehicle, one drone, and one giant monster all left the tall building and headed straight outside. Annie in her giant snake form flew right beside Trio Hang's vehicle with Nguni's drone above. The group moved toward the laboratory. While driving, Trio Hang observed outside and couldn't help but remark, "Wow, this monster sister's speed is really fast." Lena sat in the vehicle, gazing outside with a hint of sadness in her eyes, softly saying, "Sis." Not long after, outside the lab, two figures, a man and a woman, stood stunned, eyes wide with surprise. They were Trung Han and Nurse Dung Dung. Trung Han, sweat biting on his forehead, exclaimed, "Diepbak, what on earth is going on?" Meanwhile, Nurse Dung Dung was very excited, looking at Annie's giant snake form towering before her, exclaiming, "So cute." Meanwhile, Diepbak casually leaned against the armored vehicle, silent. Lena gently stepped forward and introduced herself. "My name is Julin. I live in Weston City. When the accident happened, my sister and I fled south together." On top of the snake monster Annie, her human form gradually emerged. Lena immediately turned to introduce, "She's my sister Doan." On the run, she was captured by the Dark Organization and transformed into this form. Seeing this, Nurse Dung Dung's eyes lit up brightly as she happily praised, "So cute." In contrast, Trung Han was stunned and stammered, "Transformed. What kind of organization has the power to do this?" Dung Dung became more excited and fearless, stepping closer to Annie and eagerly asked, "Can I touch her?" "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid." But just as Dung Dung was about to touch the giant snake body, Annie suddenly moved. She quickly lunged to the other side, startling Dung Dung. Annie's large snake body twisted and darted straight toward the nearby lake, diving into the water and disappearing under the dim sunset light. Trio Hang watched Annie's figure vanish into the shimmering lake water, lightly huffing and muttering, "Strange how cold strangers can be. Is she shy or just retreating into her shell?" Just stepping down from the car, he turned to Lena with curiosity. "Right, almost forgot. Why did you hide at the construction site near that skyscraper? That place has no water, no food, and you were there all alone?" Hearing Trio Hang's question, Lena immediately replied in a calm, steady voice, "Actually, someone led me to hide from the zombies, but on the way he got separated from me and told me to wait at the construction site." Seeing Lena's expression briefly darken, Trio Hang somewhat guessed the story and gently asked on, "Then what? He didn't come back, right?" Lena nodded slightly, her eyes briefly sad. Trio Hang frowned, more curious. "Who is that person to dare lead you away from this city full of zombies?" Lena slowly raised the cloth she once wore, speaking softly. "He gave me this shirt soaked in zombie blood. Sent, thanks to it, I avoided being sniffed out and found by them." Hearing this, Hang seemed to suddenly remember something, softly asked, "Could that person be?" At that moment, a scream cut off his words from behind. Lena turned to see a little girl running over, her voice trembling with emotion. "Sister Lena! Sister Lena!" That was Nguni, the girl who just ran out from the ward, her whole body trembling, legs seemingly too weak to stand. The girl stammered, "The person with you, is he a short-haired boy named Tane?" "Is he Duhai?" Lena nodded. "Yes, that's right." She casually asked, "Are you the little girl from that day?" Receiving Lena's confirming nod, Nguni trembled, her voice choked. "That's my father." As soon as she finished speaking, the girl collapsed unconscious to the ground. Everyone around panicked, rushing over, shouting loudly, "Nguni! Nguni! Nguni!" Dr. Dung. Dung hurriedly helped the girl up, sighing with a hint of reproach. "Silly child, why did you leave the ward like this?" Trung Han, standing nearby, anxiously asked. Han, are you okay? Meanwhile, Triu Hang turned to Diep Bak with a determined voice. Brother Diep, shall we continue searching for Ngunyi's father? Diep Bak had been quietly standing aside, seemingly lost in thought. After a while, he finally spoke in a low voice. It's getting dark. The situation outside is becoming increasingly dangerous. The armor needs repairs, and the protective equipment around the research center also needs reinforcement. Trung Han stepped forward. Let me look at Diep Bak with suspicion. Brother Diep, you should explain clearly to us. You know everything, right? I don't understand why you're hiding secrets, nor do I understand what you're fighting against. Though I don't want to interfere, I really feel uneasy. Triu Hang, standing nearby, also added with frustration. Exactly. If next time Brother Diep is in danger and we can't help, we're doomed. But Diep Bak still kept a cold, thoughtful expression. After a while, he finally sighed with a solemn face. Actually, I think it's time to be honest with everyone. He stopped to look at the armor being repaired, then continued. I am a time traveler from 55 years in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, the whole room fell silent. Triu Hang frowned and muttered, Time traveler. No wonder you don't seem like an ordinary person. Trung Han widened his eyes and opened his mouth, almost shouting, This time, travel technology has become a reality. What kind of time travel is it, physical or consciousness-based? Dr. Dung Dung couldn't hide her surprise either. Humanity survives another 55 years. Amazing. Diep Bak raised a small object that looked like a bead, speaking in a deep, steady voice. Everything originated from black gold. He held the object up to the light and continued. This is the source of all disasters, but also the key to scientific progress. In our research institute, we use it to fight the zombie virus. The greatest achievement is the time travel machine that allows consciousness transmission across space and time within the energy radiation range of black gold. Trung Han, still doubtful, frowned and asked again, Yeah, but what does that mean? Under the dim light in the room, Diep Bak sat in his chair, his deep voice sounding, Well, although we can go back to the past, we cannot stop the outbreak of the zombie virus. We can only transmit consciousness close to the time the virus appeared. He paused as if searching distant memories, then continued. The doctor once studied the composition of black gold. It is unlike any element in the periodic table. Due to lack of data, we guess it is very likely extraterrestrial matter. Hearing this, Triu Hang, sitting across, couldn't help but exclaim, Could it be that aliens really invaded? At this time, Ngunyi had been brought back to her hospital bed wearing an oxygen mask. Lena was by her side, attentively watching, but still listening to every word Diep Bak said. She softly responded in a sad tone, Perhaps. But if that's true, the aliens would have completely dominated by now. In just a few years, the virus devastated the entire Earth for another 55 years. Very few people survived in the world. In Diep Bak's memory, the image of a desolate world appeared engulfed in smoke and fire. Humanity was nearly extinct. He continued in a haunting voice, Even so, we kept slaughtering each other to fight for resources. In my organization, the senior members older than me were all killed. Diep Bak's expression darkened, his eyes determined, I am the one carrying out the organization's final mission to return to the past and re-establish the organization. Triu Hang seemed to suddenly understand and nodded. No wonder you're so eager to collect black gold. What are you really over 50 years old? Diep Bak smiled faintly, his old figure seeming to flicker within his youthful eyes. 50. Yeah, maybe I'm over 70, but my consciousness can only go back to the first time I faced zombies at school. Recalling those days in the future, Diep Bak continued with a hint of regret. We no longer had time for more experiments. After my teammates took me away, they had to destroy the entire lab and bury the time travel machine. He paused, his expression gloomy as if the memory weighed heavily on his heart. Person Noli also didn't know how they tested it, he muttered with a fleeting sadness in his eyes. Triu Hang, though troubled, tried to lighten the mood by teasing. This is the first time I've seen you talk this much. This story alone could be turned into a top-notch entertainment novel. Dr. Dung Dung, seeming to realize something, suddenly spoke with curiosity. You revealed your identity. So will we be your teammates in the future? Diep Bak pondered and answered uncertainly. Not sure, but I hope so. Hearing this, Triu Hang worriedly asked, What do you mean? The future can change. Diep Bak nodded calmly. It has already changed. He turned to Dr. Dung and asked, You have studied the characteristics of the zombie virus, right? Dr. Dung nodded confidently. That's right. I once said that our survival is already a miracle. The zombie virus doesn't only spread through bites. She paused, speaking leisurely. Actually, it can spread through the air. This statement horrified Triu Hang and Trung Han, who shouted in unison, What? But Dr. Dung remained calm and even smiled. That's why I say we are the chosen ones. The antibodies in our bodies can fight against the airborne virus. It's really miraculous, isn't it? Her words somewhat comforted everyone, but immediately after she continued in a serious tone. However, we cannot guarantee that after being bitten by a zombie, we won't mutate. Zhao Hong's face turned pale as he stammered, "Oh, that's terrifying!" Deepback nodded in agreement. Dr. Duong is right. Our bodies have been infected with the virus for a long time. Even if not bitten sooner or later, we will turn into zombies. We are immune to the airborne virus, but it's not completely safe. Zhao Hong trembled. So scary, no wonder you kept hiding it. Deepback pondered with a cold, sharp gaze. Before I only suspected it, but what happened today proved my theory. He paused, his tone resolute. Someone is deliberately accelerating the spread and mutation of the zombie virus. The other three exclaimed in unison, "Who?" Deepback revealed a chillingly familiar name, the Shadow Organization. The scene shifted to another dark and cold place. A gaunt, trembling hand was surrounded by strange golden rays of light. The light gradually faded to reveal a young man with long hair and two abnormal horns growing from his head. He muttered in a trembling voice, "Mutate, mutate back again." The horns and claws on his body slowly disappeared. He looked down at his body, stammering with a mix of astonishment and panic. "Back to normal again?" My body really returned. Tong Bin stood in a corner observing everything with a cold smile and a mocking tone. "Well, well, well, now you're officially a member of the Shadow Organization." The long-haired man was so happy he couldn't help but shout loudly towards Tong Bin. "That's great! That's great! Thank you all!" The white-haired girl, standing silently at the corner of the wall, slightly turned her head, her cold gaze following the two outside. Zombies were quietly everywhere, each snarling terrifyingly, sometimes making chilling sounds in the darkness. At the research facility, Deepback stood up and looked down at the scene below, his voice low. Previously, even though the virus spread through the air, the number of infected and mutated was still only a small portion. Most mutations were due to zombie bites. But now zombies absorb sunlight and undergo first-stage mutation, shortening the transformation time from weeks to days, and the probability of ordinary people turning into superhumans has also skyrocketed. Recalling images of mutated people he had witnessed, Deepback continued cautiously. Moreover, the superpowered beasts and hybrid superpowered beasts that appeared today are all masterpieces of the Shadow Organization. Zhao Hang and Dr. Duong listened intently without taking their eyes off him. Deepback affirmed with a sharp gaze, "I am certain the Shadow Organization sent people from the future here." Zhao Hang frowned and asked, "Deep, if the Shadow Organization has time machines and a way to control the zombie virus, why don't they go back to save humanity?" Deepback replied coldly, "Unfortunately, the Shadow Organization does everything except save humanity. They believe superhumans are superior to humans and want to create a world ruled by superhumans." He turned to look straight at Zhao Hang and said, "In other words, their goal is to destroy humanity." This made Zhao Hang and Dr. Duong's expressions change. Zhao Hang exclaimed in shock. "What?" Dr. Duong sneered disdainfully. "Yeah, kids." Chuang Han, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. "Right, could it be related to those pills and energy stones from before?" He thought for a moment and continued. "The number of black boxes containing pills that Zhao Hang brought back, I took a few pills to analyze their components. Black gold and black gold are very active in the liquid form of the medicine." He furrowed his brow as if realizing something, feeling like it was a catalyst of black gold. Could it be? He looked at Deepback and pressed, "Did the Shadow Organization give those pills to everyone?" Deepback nodded in a low voice. "Yes, it's very likely they put the medicine in food and water." Hearing this, Zhao Hang shouted in panic, "Wait! Deep, those pills were found on Ba Ni's vehicle. It can't be." Deepback cut him off coldly. "This needs further investigation, but as long as the Shadow Organization exists, humanity won't survive more than 5 years, maybe even less." He slightly bowed and pointed to the documents on the table, his tone determined. "Dr. Truong, I need to discuss setting up defensive facilities for the research facility. This place also needs to use the poison gas that Dr. Duong researched." Meanwhile, Dr. Duong, please try to treat me. Dr. Duong smiled charmingly, tilting his head to look at Deepback. "Little brother, are you the foster brother of my little sister?" Deepback slightly frowned, his tone a bit annoyed. "Is there a problem?" Dr. Duong smiled brightly and shook his head. "No, it's just a medical question." Deepback looked puzzled, but said nothing more. He turned to everyone with a firm voice. "I don't have time for small talk, we must act quickly." He beckoned the chubby guy over to help out. Trio Hang nodded and exclaimed, Oh, Late at night in the ward, Ngunyi gradually woke up. The little girl was tired and heavy all over, but still tried to sit up, took off her oxygen mask, and turned to see Lena dozing off on the table looking haggard. Lena was deep asleep, unaware that Ngunyi had awakened. The girl quietly got off the bed, put on slippers, and gently put on a jacket. Lena is sleeping soundly. Ngunyi quietly left the room, leaving Lena alone in the silent space. Ngunyi walked down the dark hallway lit only by a few dim lights. She headed toward the room, still faintly lit, where Dr. Duong was sitting by the table, holding a cup of strange solution, mumbling, "That little brother looks like he's not really suffering from—" Maybe his guess was right. As soon as he finished speaking, she raised the cup and drank it all in one gulp, then collapsed on the table, sighing wearily. "I thought coming here would solve some problems, but they just keep piling up." At that moment, Dr. Duong suddenly noticed Ngunyi standing nearby, and she quickly turned to him, stammering, Why did you come out on your own? Go back quickly." Ngunyi lowered her head, looking sad, softly said, "I couldn't sleep, just wanted to go outside a bit." Dr. Duong, wearing only a thin jacket that revealed her alluring figure, sighed with a gentle but firm tone. "I know you miss your dad, but you can't neglect your health. Dr. Truong and everyone else have already rested. Come find them tomorrow." Ngunyi looked up at Dr. Duong, slightly surprised, and said, "I heard you talking to someone earlier. I thought everyone was still here." Dr. Duong laughed cheerfully. "Ah, you caught me." She reached out and touched a container holding a scary zombie head, then said, "Actually, he saw this scene." Ngunyi exclaimed in shock, Zombie." But Dr. Duong showed no fear. Her eyes filled with sadness as she looked at the head. "This guy was my childhood friend, a foolish fool." Her words made Ngunyi even more curious and confused. Dr. Duong gently stroked the container, her eyes full of longing, and recounted. "He was a good person, silly and weak, but always wanting to hang out, clearly didn't want to be a doctor, but still tried, got rejected many times, yet clung on by flattering." She paused, her voice deepening as if lost in memories. "But only he dared to stand up and fight for justice for me when the hospital staff wanted to claim my research achievements." The image of her friend being torn apart by zombies flashed through her mind, making her voice tremble. "Even when the accident happened, he never abandoned you, Ngunyi." Seemingly understanding somewhat, her expression darkened with a hint of sadness. Dr. Duong's voice still rang with sorrow. "What a hateful guy." She looked at the head in the jar sadly. "During the poison gas experiment, he wanted to help me and got surrounded by zombies. After being infected, he still fought them and was torn into pieces." She glanced at another jar holding a hand beside it, her voice full of affection, looking at the fragments on the floor. "I couldn't tell which piece was him." With a stubborn gaze, she looked at the jars and said to Ngunyi, "I always wondered if putting them back together, would he come back to life?" Her words stunned Ngunyi, her eyes filled with amazement and sorrow as she looked at Dr. Duong. In the room filled with the smell of alcohol, transparent jars sat on the table containing a human hand and other body parts faintly visible under the dim light. A crisp laugh rang out. Dr. Duong, wearing only a swimsuit with a thin shirt over it, said, "Sorry, just kidding, zombies coming back to life wouldn't be fun." Deep Ngunyi's face was sad. She softly said to Dr. Duong, "Duong, Duong." Duong quickly covered her mouth, but her smile remained bright, speaking with a bit of shy carelessness to her. "Too many already, so embarrassing." Ngunyi hesitated softly. "Actually, you really like him, don't you?" Dr. Duong sighed, her eyes glancing over the transparent jars holding human body parts, murmuring, "Damn it, when I look at him, he seems like a fool." She couldn't hold back, then softened her tone. "All right, go get some rest later. I still have to dive out to find Sister Annie to hang out." Ngunyi obediently nodded and turned to leave. Once outside, Ngunyi stood before the pond, the space silent darkness enveloping everything. She looked down at the pond's surface where frightening marks were imprinted beneath the water. Suddenly, a giant monster lunged up from the water. Ngunyi exclaimed, "Sister Annie!" It turned out the monster was Annie herself. She spoke in a low voice. "Gentle little sister." Ngunyi replied, "My name is Diep Ngunyi, Sister Annie. Are you okay?" Annie replied, "You have to hide. You can't let them find you." Ngunyi stepped forward and touched the monster's body, her voice sorrowful. "The Dark Organization did something cruel to you. Your body turned like this. It must be very uncomfortable. Does it hurt?" Annie answered sadly, It's scary to remember, but it doesn't hurt anymore now. Ngunyi was surprised. Is that so? Annie continued. Little sister, I still feel pain. Ngunyi asked in astonishment. Yeah, you always feel pain, right? The monster nodded. Yeah, I thought I would get used to it if I endured it, but you can feel it. Ngunyi sighed. No matter what, after all, we are still human. After saying that, she staggered and fell, lying snugly within the monster's tail loop. Dr. Doong witnessed this from afar and shouted in horror, Little sister! She hurried over to Ngunyi, her voice urgent. What did you do? I told you to go back to your room. Why did you run outside? She sat down, placing her hand on Ngunyi's head, voice full of worry. If this keeps happening, I won't be able to save you. Ngunyi woke up hesitantly. Sorry, Dr. Doong, I have a request. The girl continued in a trembling voice. Please, help me complete the surgery. In a nearby garage, two men were busily repairing machinery. Deepback turned and looked out into the darkness, covering the space where corpses lay scattered. A voice sounded, Miss Dio Haibong, said with a worried expression. Where has she gone? How could she have been attacked by zombies? He approached a house hiding in a corner and muttering, Logically, as long as the wound is dry and bleeding, zombies won't detect it. Dio Haibang stepped onto the main road, looking at the crisscrossed tire tracks on the ground, thinking, Such large tire marks, who on earth came here? Suddenly he sensed danger. Behind him, a giant monster appeared flying in the sky. He quickly hid in a corner, only daring to breathe freely when it flew away. Suddenly, a voice shouted loudly in Dio Haibong's ear, You're hiding here! He was startled and shouted out in panic. In a quiet building, Dio Ngunyi lay in a glass cage, unconscious. Dr. Doong stood by, watching attentively. Outside, Deepback and Trung Han observed. Trung Han worriedly said, Do we really need to use black gold to treat Ngunyi? I keep feeling uneasy. Deepback crossed his arms and replied calmly, Dr. Doong has prepared a special chemotherapy drug. Currently, she is only in the remission phase. Ngunyi needs time to adapt to the energy of black gold. He continued, I have fused the core of the mutant beast with red-colored black gold. The doctor will operate according to the formula I provided. As long as the chain reaction does not exceed the allowed limit, Ngunyi will be fine. Trung Han asked suspiciously. Have you guys tried this method in the future already? Could it be that you also participated in creating superhumans? Deepback shook his head. This method is just a byproduct of creating superhumans. Some foolish people regard it as an elixir of immortality to gift the privileged class. He added coldly, It really has healing effects, but no one knows if it grants immortality. Trung Han worriedly said, Oh, that sounds alarming. Deepback remained calm. If the conservative methods fail, we have no other choice. Trung Han nodded. So you told Trio Hang to go out hoping he could find Ngunyi's father. Outside, the car sped down a road littered with corpses. Trio Hang gripped the steering wheel and shouted, Lena, there are quite a few zombies here. You go check on the left side. We're close to the construction site where we met you before. Lena sat in front of the computer confused, replying, Sorry, I'm not familiar with controlling unmanned robots, nor skilled with computers. Dio Haibang stood nearby, sighing. It's been a long time since I saw old Trung, then added apologetically, I think I've made everyone worry. Sorry. Trung Han also sighed and replied, I don't know whether to thank the heavens or say you're lucky to be alive. He sternly said, Enough talk, disinfect quickly, and then go see Ngunyi. Dio Haibang entered, his face darkened, staring at Ngunyi in shock. Ngunyi, how is she? Trung Han explained. When Trio Hang brought her here, she was still fine, but recently her condition suddenly worsened. She's been busy trying to find survivors and scouting for news about you. Dio Haibang hesitated, holding his head in pain. I'm truly a fool. If only I had come back sooner. Trung Han sighed. You must have suffered a lot, too. I have so much I want to say to you. Trung Han held an item in front of Dio Haibang with a serious tone. Where did you get this? Dio Haibang took the item hesitantly and replied, Did everyone find my car? To be honest, I don't even know what this is. Trung Han frowned and asked, Who gave this to you? Dio Haibang sighed and recounted, It was the Dark Organization. At first, I thought they were a charity group, so I helped them transport medicine. They even promised to cure Ngunyi, but I didn't expect these things to be... Trung Han anxiously interrupted. You joined their organization? Do you know what this medicine is used for? Dio Haibang shook his head. I only know that the zombie outbreak in the city is related to this medicine. When I realized how terrifying the dark organization was, I ran away. He paused, eyes full of regret. I pretended to continue transporting goods to escape and bring Ngu Nhi away. Unfortunately, I was blocked by zombies on the way. When I returned, it was too late. Seeing Ngu Nhi unconscious broke my heart. I called and told her to lock the door and not go outside. He bowed his head, covering his face, voice choked with emotion. But she still... Is this karma? I always taught Ngu Nhi that there are many good people in the world, and to do good deeds, yet I helped bad people do evil. Dio Haibang held his head and sobbed, his eyes full of regret as he looked at his motionless daughter on the hospital bed. I am truly a terrible father. Dr. Dung entered, cutting in. Please, Ngu Nhi is still alive. She said seriously, I am Dr. Dung, and now I need you to donate blood. It's best if you are Ngu Nhi's biological father. Dio Haibang was surprised. What? Doctor, don't explain. Our blood types are different from Ngu Nhi's. If not, we would have cured her long ago. You are the only hope. Dio Haibang immediately nodded. Okay, doctor. Take as much blood as you need. Please save Ngu Nhi. Dr. Dung shook her head. Black gold cannot be used. Trung Han was surprised. Ah, Bang, you know about black gold? Dio Haibang stammered embarrassedly. I don't know how to explain it, but basically the Dark Organization wants to carry out a large-scale experiment. Zhang Han and Dr. Duong listened attentively as he continued. The scope covers the entire Anthi, and many people will die. Dr. Duong said, Don't wonder about it. Everyone in this area has already turned into zombies. What else is there to die from? Diao Haibang hesitated and said, We can't use black gold. They said everything related to black gold will be affected. Zhang Han frowned. But we can only use black gold to fight against them. We have no other way out. Diao Haibang suddenly got excited, rushed over, grabbed Zhang Han's shoulder and shouted, Run! We have to run. We can't stay here. Run as far as we can. Seeing his panic, Zhang Han was scared. But Yu Nhi... Diao Haibang yelled, I have to take Yu Nhi away right now. Zhang Han hurriedly stopped him. Yu Nhi can't leave the treatment room yet. Although Zhang Han and Dr. Duong tried to stop him, Diao Haibang insisted, Don't stop me. Suddenly a wrench struck hard on Diao Haibang's neck, causing him to collapse. Deep back holding the wrench said coldly, On deserves to die. Dr. Duong was surprised. Ah, Diep back, you... Looking at her and Zhang Han, he spoke decisively. If you want to draw blood for surgery, hurry up, don't waste time. Outside, the rain poured heavily, and darkness still covered everywhere. In a small tea shop, a few men sat around a table. The long-haired man from the Dark Organization spoke. How did everyone join the Dark Organization? Old Two, the bearded man, wiping his glass, answered, Because all my teammates died, only I remain. Du Fong, with blonde hair holding a dart, said, Because I wanted to protect my only surviving teammate. The long-haired man nodded. Oh, I see. He was excited. We can become good teammates, but I guess more people will come. Old Two smiled brightly. Of course we have to spread out across the world. Everyone is busy recruiting members. The long-haired man was surprised. Oh. Dufang kept his eyes on the target, still holding the dart, and said, I'm curious what kind of society people with special abilities will create. He continued, We don't need to eat, can freely change our combat forms, and aren't afraid of zombies, but I think it's hard for us to unite our strength. Old Two laughed loudly. Good point. That's a problem our advisor is considering for now. Just follow her instructions. Dufang turned his head with suspicion. Is it okay to listen to someone from the future? Old Two sneered and replied, People from the future are the ones you can trust. He continued with sparkling eyes. Your name is Dufang, right? I remember the advisor mentioning you. In the future, you're quite a fighter, well known indeed. Only outstanding people become special ability users. Dufang frowned. That deep-back guy is also from the future. Didn't he turn him into a special ability user? Old Two smiled wickedly. That's because he's not good enough. It seems like you two were classmates, right? He's weak and useless, jealous when others surpass him, so he used a time machine to change his fate. Yeah, Dufang nodded. When I met him before, he was really different from his past. Old Tiu nodded. Right, that's why those who offended him now must pay. The long-haired man interrupted. The advisor from the future must be here to deal with that Thorn Diep back, right? To let special ability users dominate the world early. Applause sounded along with a cold voice. Good. The man dressed entirely in black who stepped in was Tong Ban. He said, the world Diep back pursues is different from ours, so we need to eliminate him soon. Tong Ban stepped forward with a scheming voice. But for now, we need to win him over. He's trapped by old thoughts. We have to help him get used to new ideas. He stood before everyone with a sharp gaze. We were born from black gold. Black gold is the meaning of our existence. We discard the old body to start a new life. Everyone listened attentively. Tong Ban continued. We must exploit black gold, strengthen ourselves to become the strongest species in the universe. The four shouted in unison, Long live the Dark Organization! In an old building, Tru Hang yawned widely in a large garage filled with machines. On the shelf, he turned to Deepback. Right, Deep. You said you had teammates in the future. Where are they now? He continued curiously. They must still be young, right? If you find them and they don't recognize you, wouldn't that be awkward? Deepback replied calmly. I told you the present and future have changed. I don't know if they're alive or dead, and I'm not sure I'll find them where we met. Yes, Trio Hang is confused. What should I do? How did you rebuild the organization? Deepback answered confidently. My teammates aren't necessarily specific people, but those who share the same ideal. Trio Hang was surprised. What ideal? Deepback looked into the distance. To eliminate all special ability users and black gold in the world so society can return to its original order. Trio Hang was stunned, listening simply, but feeling as if it was unreachable. Deepback firmly said that's why my organization has very few members. No matter how dangerous it is, people in the future still depend on black gold. He continued explaining to get black gold humans often send criminals, rebels, and the infected into zombie concentration camps. Despite brutal domination, they endure just to live, and fewer dare to resist. Trio Hang was silent, then said, So you want to destroy black gold but use black gold weapons very skillfully. Deepback nodded. To destroy it, we must understand it. When the enemy is wiped out, we will destroy all black gold weapons. Trio Hang sighed in admiration. Your persistence in this ideal is truly admirable. Deepback pondered, actually. I'm not as persistent as my teammates. Without them, I would have given up long ago. He thought of Ngu Nyi, voice low. If they hadn't saved me, I would just be a bunch of stubborn fools beyond saving. Outside, darkness still enveloped everything, a gloomy atmosphere clinging to the place. Inside the room, Duo Haibang quietly looked outside, his heart full of thoughts. He turned to Trung Han. Has it been gloomy like this for days? Trung Han, eyes fixed on his handheld computer, replied. Still okay, at least the rain has stopped. Duo. Haibang's face was sad. Can't we escape? Trung Han sighed. Deepback said it already. The experiment subjects of the Dark Organization are the whole world. No place to hide is useless. He continued still, and Ngu Nyi never thought about running away. Duo Haibang sat by the sickbed hesitatingly. That girl. He lowered his face in pain. She's too innocent, doesn't understand the danger, and that's my fault for teaching her. So Trung Han comforted him. I think she knows. After all, she has noticed and thought through many things. He remembered Ngu Nyi and continued, maybe she's stronger than we think. After all, she begged Dr. Dung to operate on her. Duo Haibang ran his hands through his hair, voice full of worry, but I still don't feel at ease. Trung Han understood his feelings and comforted him. Mom, as a father, I understand you. Sighing eyes, sad, recalling the past, I was once too strict because of worry for my child. And in the end, it drove us apart. He clutched his chest in pain. Sadly, by the time he was gone, we still hadn't forgiven each other. Duo Haibang hesitated and asked old Trung the boy, still hasn't come back. Trung Han shook his head. Don't know, even if he comes back, he probably doesn't want to see me. He changed the subject with determination. Let's not talk about the past anymore. We should unite to overcome this disaster first. Outside, the space remained as quiet as any other day. In the repair garage, Deepback sat inside the cockpit of a giant robot model. Trio Hang stood beside him, mouth agape in astonishment. Could this really be the robot's entire body? It looks so solid, Deepback said coldly. The Dark Organization's advisor wants to meet me, so I'll grant him that. He continued, eyes sharp. It would be a shame not to level their territory. The robot began to power up, its giant hand moving. Deepback from the cockpit said, you're in charge of guarding the research facility. If any powered people break in, kill them all. Trio Hang laughed loudly, clenching his fist, then let them come on. We'll give them a warm welcome. Deepback nodded and watched Ngu Nyi carefully. Trio Hang obeyed, got it right away. Deepback powered up the robot, releasing a bright blue energy that shot up into the sky. Trio Hang stood below, exclaiming, "So cool," the robot disappeared in the blink of an eye. At the Dark Organization's base, Tongban stood on the ground, hands clasped behind his back, looking up. "Oh, that's Deepback. So fast already built a robot, definitely not ordinary." He was smug. The advisor really didn't choose the wrong person. Then the plan can proceed smoothly. Tongban turned to Old Tiu. "Ready yet?" Old Tiu laughed. "I can't wait anymore." Tongban nodded, then led the way. Old Tiu immediately transformed, no longer human, but a disgusting monster. His body 100 times larger than normal, with huge hands and feet, sharp teeth, and wide wings. It soared into the sky, heading straight for the building where Diohai Bang was. Inside the building, Dr. Duong carefully drops a single drop of liquid into the test tube, focusing on his research. Trong Han sits beside the blood test results announcement, which matches Engyun Yi's, confirming that the stem cell transplant surgery can proceed normally. Diu Hai Bang is delighted. "Good, that's great. Thank you, everyone. Before, I would never have had enough money for a surgery like this, even if I saved my whole life." He hesitates. "How can I thank all of you?" Trung Han, eyes still fixed on the tablet, replies, "Wait, hold those words. Right now, focus on watching the cameras to avoid enemy attacks." Diu Haibang nods. "Okay, got it." Truong Han continues. "Luckily, you taught Ngun Yi how to use the computer before. She has helped us a lot." Suddenly, a terrifying force from outside crashes into the building, causing a strong shockwave. Dr. Duong and Truong Han are astonished. Trio Hang shouts, "Earthquake!" It turns out Lao Tiu has arrived. He uses his second move, launching a massive force at the building, the aftershock shaking everyone inside. Truong Han panics. Could this be an enemy ambush? A bang, do you see anyone outside the building? Diu Hai Bong quickly looks at the screen in panic. No one at the main door or around, but some cameras seem to be damaged. Trio Hang shouts loudly, "I see it." He points to the sky. A winged monster in the air is throwing fireballs toward the building. He watches nervously its fireballs penetrate the defenses. If I'm correct, it definitely belongs to the Dark Organization. Trio Hang shouts determinedly. Doctor, open the door. I'm going out to chase the monster. Remember to keep the electric grid and toxic gas active. Truong Han quickly replies, "Got it, be careful." Outside the research facility, the electric grid is spread everywhere, ready to counter the enemy. An armored tank equipped with advanced weapons speeds out of the garage. Trio Hang sits in this control cabin, roaring, daring to attack Lao Tu's house. Taste the power of the Black Iron Devil Cannon. As soon as he finishes speaking, he unleashes a terrifying force toward Lao Tu, but Lao Tu dodges the attack swiftly. Undeterred, Trio Hang continuously fires massive energy blasts. But Lao Tu's frightening agility avoids all of them. On the other side, Diepbak darts through the sky, heading toward the enemy. He senses that his side's signal is interrupted, muttering that the research facility has lost contact. Could it be that he has entered the Dark Organization's territory? Flying, he worries, hoping the research facility is still okay. "I've done my best." Suddenly, a terrifying force rushes toward Diepbak. Quickly dodging, his cold eyes see a giant robot from the Dark Organization aiming a gun straight at him. Diepbak stays highly alert. The Dark Organization's machines really are time travel devices. He immediately counterattacks, but the enemy activates a light shield that blocks his strike. Surprised, Deepback mutters that they also have light shields. It's a high-configuration robot. Without hesitation, he rushes forward and delivers a powerful kick to the robot's head. It raises its arm to block, but Diepbak doesn't stop, and continuously lands fatal strikes with kicks and punches. Finally, the enemy robot explodes, but before he can catch his breath, a swarm of other Dark Organization robots rush toward him. Deepback grits his teeth with this number. How long has the Dark Organization been here before me? Without resting a second, he flies up and fires continuously. The enemy machines explode one after another in midair. Inside the research facility, Trio Hang's battle is still fierce. The long-haired man from the Dark Organization speaks. He's fighting alone, no problem. Shall we take this chance to sneak into the research facility? Tungban nods. Yes, that's right. The long-haired man worries about the electric grid. Tungban replies, it's also surrounded by toxic gas. If we rush in now, I'm afraid we'll be stunned and electrocuted to dust. The long-haired man is scared, then what should we do? Tongban smiles wickedly. I've prepared an escape route inside Diu Hai's building. Bang worriedly asks Old Truong, Dr. Duong, are you both okay? It seems Trio Hang has subdued that superpowered person. He stops, voice trembling. Ngunyi, is she okay? Is the surgery affected? Just as he placed his hand on the shoulder, his face twisted in pain. A large wound on his shoulder suddenly spurted fresh blood everywhere. Diu Hai Bang screamed in pain. Fresh blood poured from the shoulder wound, soaking his clothes red. In just a moment, he collapsed to the ground, his eyes filled with horror from the wound. Tongban suddenly stepped forward with a sinister smile on his lips. I spent a lot of effort to engrave the blood demon on your body. What a coincidence you also know how to control the external electric grid. Outside, Trio Hang was still putting all his energy into stopping Lao Teo. In an angry voice, hateful demon running away and hiding. Can't hit me. Try some of Lao Tu's chasing bullets. Immediately, he fired a volley of shells toward the enemy. Lao Teo shouted in terror, quickly trying to run, but knowing he couldn't escape. He turned back to defend, but Trio Hang's artillery power was overwhelming. Lao Teo was shot and fell to the ground. Trio Hang laughed loudly. This barrage is deadly. Huh, Lao Teo? Even while down, he used his remaining strength to release a terrifying burst of power, punching the ground fiercely. The ground cracked open, and the energy wave surged forward, causing Trio Hang's tank to sway. Trio Hang inside the tank screamed in alarm. Lao Teo laughed triumphantly. Good thing you have such strong weapons to scare me. But that's all that amounts to the tide has turned. Lao Teo took the upper hand, rushing in, jumping onto the tank roof, grabbing him tightly and laughing loudly. It's over now. He lifted the tank, but Trio Hang refused to surrender. He pulled out his gun, aiming straight at the enemy. Lao Teo was terrified. Trio Hang shouted loudly, "Go to hell, demon!" A shot hit Lao Teo's neck, throwing him far away. Trio Hang held a sword in one hand and a gun in the other, stepping out of the tank and approaching Lao Teo. Though fallen and clutching his wound, Lao Teo laughed loudly. Finally, I know why they called me here. Trio Hang angrily. What are you saying? What's so funny? Lao Teo continued laughing loudly. Ah Hang, long time no see. Then he shifted back to his original human form and continued. Don't recognize me. Look at the real face of Lao. Trio Hang exclaimed in shock. You're Lao Teo. Inside the research facility, dust and smoke filled the air. Ngu Nhi was still unconscious inside the glass chamber. Dr. Dung stood beside her, sighing in relief. Thank goodness, Ngu Nhi is okay. Nearby, Trung Han was worried. The recent attack cut the main power source. Now we have to use backup power. Doctor, please don't say the situation is worse. Dr. Dung looked at the pile of debris on the table, his voice deepening. The stem cell container from Ngu Nhi's father was crushed and broken. Now we can't perform the usual surgery. Trung Han panicked. So what now, Dr. Dung? The only option is to ask him to donate blood one more time. Trung Han interrupted. You mean you want to? At that moment, Tong Bun appeared from behind, approaching with a cold smile. Too bad he won't be coming anymore. The group was shocked. Trung Han shouted, Who you're Tong Bun, bowing with a fake tone. First time meeting you, I am Tong Bun, a loyal officer of the Dark Organization. If I have offended, please forgive me. Trung Han stammered in panic. The Dark Organization. How did you get in here? The external defense system is down already. 2,000 Hang has already been defeated by you guys. Tongban sighed, a sinister smile on his lips. Don't think badly of me. I just borrowed a bit of Du's blood to move freely within 100 meters. Trung Han was stunned, shouting, You killed Du Haibang. Tongban touched his hat coldly. If it's about the person, yes, but soon he will turn into a zombie. Very good, isn't it? Trung Han roared angrily. You guys are a bunch of crazy killers. Tongban laughed contentedly. Don't worry, I won't touch him nor Dr. Dung. I know who you are. Our advisor ordered us to protect you well. Trung Han shouted loudly. Get out of here. I won't help you guys, Tongban. His expression darkened. Oh, it seems Deep Back has told you quite a bit. But trusting him like that, is that really wise? He continued, his eyes cold. He's the kind of person who will do anything to protect his own life. Outside, Deep Back put all his strength into confronting the robots of the Dark Organization. Each machine was taken down by him, but one after another kept appearing. He rushed forward, creating a shield of light to block the attacks. With precise counterattacks, he made the robots fall one by one. Deepback muttered, These stupid AI robots have strong firepower but are built too weakly like scrap metal modifications. From afar, a blue light flashed increasingly bright. A huge, disgusting monster appeared, heading straight toward Deepback. He smirked. I have to say, the Dark Organization's taste has never disappointed me. The monster roared, raising its sharp claws. Charging forward, Deepback quickly dodged as it launched its second attack. Its glowing wings shot streams of blue energy toward him. Deepback easily avoided it, but immediately after a blinding golden light burst from the monster's eyes. Deepback muttered that annoying light again. He thought strangely to himself this light didn't need to shine directly into the eyes, but still slowed down the black-gold formation process. The monster combined power from its mouth, shooting a radiant purple energy beam aimed straight at Deepback. He growled, but the purple light enveloped him, causing his figure to fade. Only the monster and the white-haired advisor of the Dark Organization stood silently observing from afar. On Trio Hang's side, the battle had temporarily paused. Trio Hang froze and shouted, Old Teo is still alive! Old Two lay on the ground and replied, I should be asking you that little trio. Trio Hang angrily clenched his gun and yelled, What the hell is going on? Why are you in the Dark Organization? Did you betray us? Did you cause the deaths of Akon and Little Kai? Old Two hesitated. I do have my reasons, but I didn't mean to. Trio Hang grew even angrier. Why harm us? We always trusted you, saw you as a big brother. Old Two sighed, his tone, sad fate plays cruel tricks. Our act of stealing from the rich to give to the poor on the border caught the attention of officials. On the last mission, we were tricked, he continued. Luckily, the Dark Organization helped us escape, but when we came back to find everyone, Akon and Little Kai were badly injured, and you were nowhere to be found. Trio Hang was horrified. You brought both Akon and Little Kai into the Dark Organization. They're still alive, Old Two quickly replied. Yes, now that we've found Little Trio, come with us. Our Fongkan gang will reunite. Trio Hang shouted loudly, What joke is this? He clenched his weapon in anger, destroying humanity, turning people into monsters. How can the Dark Organization be a place for humans to live? You didn't just turn yourself into a monster, but dragged Akon and Little Kai into the fire as well. Old Two sighed. Little True, what are you saying? Think about it. Those days of stealing from the rich to give to the poor were glorious, but no one can live like that forever. We weren't being hunted by enemies, but the Dark Organization is different. They can transform people into superhumans beyond ordinary humans. At that moment, Trio Hang swung hard, cutting off Old Two's tail. He screamed in pain. Trio Hang roared, Old Two, I'm asking you one last time, are Akon and Little Kai alive? Old Two sighed. You're still as stubborn as before. He immediately flew away, leaving Trio Hang no time to react. Old Two stood up, unleashing his power, shouting, If you don't come with me, I'll send you to meet them. A loud explosion shook the entire research facility, dust and smoke filling the air. Trong Han looked at Tongban with determination. Deep back has his reasons, but he risks his life to protect Ngunyi. Everyone can see that. Don't try to cause division here. Tongban touched his chin and smiled slyly. Is that so? I know their past well, but what can we say about this situation? He said happily, Isn't this just a standard superhuman transformation experiment? I get it, he wants to create an obedient superhuman, so he nurtures emotional bonds. He continued, Don't you know Deep Back hides his identity as a mechanic very carefully? Trong Han was surprised. You said what? Tongban stepped up to the computer and replied, They are all mechanical engineers from the end times, a bunch of crazies researching black gold by any means, especially experimenting with black gold from the human body. Jang Han shouted, What do you want to do? Tongban laughed. It's okay, I'm just helping him finish it. Although I'm not a mechanical engineer, I understand a little. He changed to a sinister tone. Just modify the configuration and you can turn the girl into a superhuman of the Dark Organization. He pressed keys on the keyboard and continued. One more superhuman means. One more part of our strength. Zhang Han yelled in panic, Damn those bastards who betrayed humanity. Lao came forward, aiming his weapon at Tongban. Get out. But a force stopped him. The long-haired man from the Dark Organization appeared. Tongban smiled, Jobo, be careful playing with fire in the lab. He rubbed his head, pretending to apologize. I'm just excited to meet a new teammate. He stepped close to Uni and whispered, Besides, the girl and I have some connection. Tongban asked, Have you destroyed all the agencies around the research facility? The long-haired man replied, I checked upstairs. A Feng checked downstairs, should be fine. Suddenly, the long-haired man flared up, shouting, Too bad there's nothing here to burn. Holding it in for so long, I really want to burn someone. He pointed at Lena lying motionless on the ground. Team leader, this girl isn't involved, right? Can I burn her? Tongban nodded. Yep, but do it outside. The long-haired man grinned evilly as he approached Lena. Great, when you burn her, scream loudly for fun, louder than I did before. Lena screamed in fear. Lao came over, but suddenly his legs went weak. Annie, in monster form, broke through Lao's wall. Her eyes shone brightly, shooting beams of light toward the two Dark Organization men. She used her tail to attack fiercely, knocking them away. Zhang Han cheered, Annie, well done, chase those bastards out of the lab. Dr. Duong shouted, Quickly, adjust the data now, but the black gold is starting to react. The energy can't be reversed. Annie shone a beam of light toward Uni. Dr. Duong was amazed. This light is miraculous. The black gold activity is weakening. She looked intently. Good, keep it up a bit longer. It should reduce mutation frequency. She continued. Diep Bak instructed to activate the backup sequence if anything unexpected happens. Suddenly, a force appeared. Annie was attacked, a sharp sword arm appeared. Dufong stepped in, his voice fierce. My II is the test subject the organization is after. He laughed wickedly. The superior said if you can't bring him back, just kill him. He launched an attack, but Andy quickly dodged and countered. Dufong easily avoided the strike glass bottles on the shelf shattered. Body parts and hands scattered across the floor. On Deep Back's side, a purple-yellow light covered the giant monster still confronting him. Its eyes glowed within the purple energy. Deep Back sighed. Too much energy wasted on the shield. He stood up, his voice determined. We need to end this quickly. He launched a flame attack at the monster. Want to fight fire with fire, I won't lose. The flames hit, making the monster roar in pain. It counterattacked, firing another energy blast. Deep Back dodged repeatedly, shooting smoke bullets at the enemy. The smoke clouded the monster's eyes, weakening it. Taking the chance, Deep Back charged and punched hard in its stomach. Blood splattered. The monster staggered toward death's door. Deep Back jumped high, controlling the robot to stomp hard on its face. The monster collapsed, officially done for. From afar, the white-haired advisor of the Dark Organization observed and muttered, "It fits perfectly."